pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now, won't be good enough. I miss it, those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all, even though you might just shatter. Now you're scared of time, gotta beat the clock now, it's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe, struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry, if I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. And I don't know where to go from here, is it worth the fear? All alone, filling up with tears, and I'm hardly here. I am still burning slow, though it's sticking out now, is it time to go? Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now, won't be good enough. I miss it, those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all, even though you might just shatter. Now you're scared of time, gotta beat the clock now, it's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe, struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry, if I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. When I'm walking through the streets, so clearly I can see a vision right in front of me, but it seems so far to reach. Now it's standing right in front of me. Feels like something I should need. Now I know where I'm meant to be. Might change my number, switch up my hair color. If people start to wonder where I am this summer, I'll be living in my passion, my fall in love. I'll be living in my passion, when I'm on the run. I wanna be with you instead, I wanna be with you instead. I wanna be with you instead, I wanna be with you instead. Come before the storm.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to another group of ESL Pro League in its 18th season. However, today is not a play day. There will be no matches today. Instead, we will have the lobby, which is surely becoming one of the hottest content pieces across all of esports, and if not, within the Counter-Strike community itself. So we're going to walk around. We're going to talk some chat with some people, and we're going to see what they're thinking, what they're feeling, how their vibe is, how their mom and them doing, how their family and them doing. Anyway, it's the lobby. Let's go. Bro, what's good, man? What you doing?
Not much. Just found some Pringles and a new monster I want to try.
Nice. You've never had this flavor before.
No, I have no idea what it is.
What is it? Ultra red. I don't know. Is that like...
It's red. That's interesting, at least.
Yeah, it is.
Goes with the paprika, hopefully.
Yeah, I think so. What they got you doing today?
I don't know, makeup and something. Some girly stuff, you know?
Telling me.
So,
Man. Imagine you have to get makeup every day you went to work. Would you do it?
never. Not even get my hat on.
Not even. Well, what do you have? What do you have planned around here? I mean, there's a lot of activities. There's a lot of things you could be doing. You've got some teammates playing and
Interesting, right?
oh yeah, we've been having a lot of fun with those. Like no doubt in my mind having fun with those. In fact, you're more than welcome to pick them up and blast your teammates at any given point.
Actually, I should be doing that all the time.
Yeah, let's do that. I like that a lot. Yep, you have to pump it each time. And here we go. Bro now looking for the kill. Bang, point blank. Nobody spared. Krisen's saying, shoot them. We're your teammates. He's not wrong. All right, hit it. Nope, too much. Too much. I can do this all day. Yep. There it is. There it is. Oh, my God. Oh, man. Yeah, I think so. So how you doing, man? You want to give it a shot? Here, hold this.
Thank you. I'm good, and you?
Yeah, had some time off yesterday, so that was nice.
Yeah.
How was your travel coming in?
Actually, it's always harder now for us because we travel from Ukraine. But overall, it was easier than before.
Yeah.
And we land 10 a.m. or something. Have a very good day yesterday. Some swim in the sea.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Huh.
For a long time I didn't have it, so it was very nice.
Let me see this. There's some guys here that are loving swimming in the sea pretty much every morning, and they go near here. So that'd be like Sponge and Henry actually. Yeah. Hey, Chad. They went swimming in the sea yesterday. You should take them. Yeah.
Yeah, next time. Nice.
Nice, cool.
That's
Easy as that. We'll strap a GoPro to you, and you go swimming around like Nemo or something, you know. But overall, how's the team coming along with Monty?
To be honest, we was pretty shit last few months, but we trying our best to bounce back. CS2 is coming. Like we're focusing on a lot of things in the same time, but I think we can get through it. And the most important is that we have good synergy right now. This is the most important.
So you said those words, CS2, right? Speaking of which, let's talk about MR12. What do you think?
It's like 50-50 because at one side it's bad because less rounds and less space for mistakes, but everybody in the same position, so it's fine. And I think it's good because it will be not so exhausting to play best of fives, best of threes in the finals. It's like less rounds, more like space to like the game will be more scripted. I think everybody will have no space for mistakes, and it will be cool to watch.
Do you think that there has to be any other changes before we make the full jump into MR12, like economy changes, or I mean, hell, you'd know better than I would, but you see what I'm asking?
Yeah. I hope they will change overtime MR. It's right now like it was before at MR16, and I hope they will change it to like maybe one round each side. It would make more sense. Okay. For me, maybe not for other people, but for me it will make more sense. It will be people would love to watch. It will be extreme, extreme emotions, because you have only one chance, basically.
Sudden death, I think it would be like it's like you have to win this. There's no ifs, ands, or what ifs. Yeah, okay. So, well, here, I'll let you get back to it, man. Appreciate you. Where are your teammates at? Oh, they're over there. Yeah. Krisen, I want to apologize for absolutely nothing. No, I'm kidding. I kind of enabled him to do that while you were playing, so I'm very sorry about that. But here he is nonetheless. How do you find the game?
Actually, it was my first time when I played CS2, and it's shit.
Well, we can't really, I guess I can't really censor that. That is an opinion. That is true. So what do you hate about it?
I'm talking only about AK-47. It's, I don't know, I cannot shoot.
Very good. I like it. Very good. Yeah. By the way, where is it?
You got a bunch of jokers. Man, get out of here. Go on somewhere. How does it feel to be the champion of AIM map?
Feels amazing. I was just watching, not playing.
Oh, and now?
Now I was playing, but it was a close one.
You couldn't help yourself, could you?
Yeah, I could, yeah.
So welcome back to Malta, man. What do you think?
Appreciate it, man. Looks nice. Feels good to be back.
Yeah, can the fans expect to see you on the commentary sofa?
I don't know about that, to be honest. There are many others who would like to join, probably.
All right, go ahead and name them out. Let's hear who it is.
Crimbo.
Crimbo.
I'm seeing there.
Yeah, we can definitely get Crimbo in on there. Speaking of which, oh, here he is. Hey, Crimbo, you've got voluntold for doing commentary this week. What do you think?
I'm always ready.
Really? Of course. Okay. So would you rather do it like on the sofa or would you rather do the casting?
What would you say? What's more chill? Probably sofa, right? Or maybe not.
I mean,
It's like with how many you sit on the sofa? Also depends, right?
we've had at least 10 people on the sofa at one time.
Probably chair.
It's way less involved over there. All right. Maybe we get you running some cameras and stuff too. You ever ran any of these cameras?
Kinda, yeah. But almost like put the whole thing off with the cables and stuff, but I'm fine.
We'll have to do some trial runs. Either way, what do you think about the Source 2 action here?
Oh shit! I just came. What's happening? 2v2?
Yeah, I think so. What it looks like, at least.
How do you like the game? You played it much?
It's fun. It's new, right? I do think there's still just some things to be ironed out. But what about you? What do you like about it? What do you dislike about it?
I mean, I like that it's still CS. You know, still get the CS feeling that it's not completely new game, and I dislike, of course, the movement because it doesn't feel as smooth like in CS:GO.
Clunky, right? With that, but what would be a word you'd use to describe the movement right now? I would use clunky a little bit. Like it seems a little heavy almost.
Probably the same. I don't know the English for right now, but it's probably good description. Yeah, and also the spray was also like when I played. I think when it's the open beta came out, I played like 11 games or something instantly, and like when I had some duels where like I sprayed like 20-25 bullets, and I was like, yo, this can't be real, man. So
tappers will be rewarded in CS2 as it is right now.
Definitely, like especially first bullet accuracy, it's so good, and yeah, still have to figure out spray.
So the maps themselves, though, which one do you like the most cosmetically? Like, which one are you looking at? Say, Overpass redo, Inferno redo. You know,
definitely Overpass and Inferno. Like when you're in front of B on Overpass, especially, or like the whole playground area on A, it's like really beautiful. And like on Inferno, it's like the whole details they put in there, like on banana, there's a banana now, stuff like this. I mean, like it's really cool. Yeah.
What's up? We're hanging out here with MIBR, getting their photo taken. This is a process everyone has to go through when you arrive at Pro League. It's a bit of a kind of abattoir. Instead of dead animals, it's esports players, and instead of axes and bullets through the brain, it's taking a photo of them. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we're just waiting for our first livestock to be. Okay, I'm done with the analogy. But Breno's gone for the shush. Now, I learned recently that that's a simple special. Simple. He's been photographed like this, and now they use it as an example of options that you can choose from when you get in your picture. Oh, I like that one too. That's good too. That's good. BR Enezan. Yo, can I shake your hand? Yo, I really struggled to pronounce the name. BR Enezan. How do I say it?
Like in Brazil, we say BRN, so it's easier. But you can say Breno. It's
BRN.
Yeah.
That sounds good. That's easy. But like when I'm trying to do a commentary, it's like, oh, Enezan, pushing squeaky. It's like I'm gonna sound like a monkey. I need to think of a quicker way. So what was it? One more time. Nice, efficient one to say.
You can say Breno.
Breno's cool. Breno's cool. Okay, final answer. Breno. I'm taking that one. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. I saw you doing your poses. What's your go-to esports photo pose? You do this one. So this one, that's quite nice.
Yeah, this one is nice. Yeah. I like this too. Yeah. And like this one.
Actually,
yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, respect. Yeah, thank you for your time, bro.
Thank you, man.
Now, who should I bother next? Who's my next target? Insani? Okay, I'm going to go get him. Yo, what's up? Look at these kicks are fresh. Can we get a close up on these bad boys? Oh wait, my camera's distracted. Mac is young man. Check these out. That's a crep check right there. These are brand new, bro. Yeah, fresh. You going to be equally as sharp in the server this week?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, sure.
So I learned you've been in Europe for like since the player break, like a long time. How is the European scrims? How's the like the online tournaments? Has it been good practice?
Yeah, we have been practicing a lot. Have some good scrims and stuff like that we only get in Europe. So I think we are in good shape to the next tournament.
It's a long time away from home, though. Do you not ever get like a bit homesick? You kind of miss those home comforts, your people, your friends?
It sure do. Like we sure have missed a lot our homes and our families and friends, but it's like our job and we are getting used to it. So that's it. That's our.
Sometimes you just have to remind yourself that like you've got a job at hand. You've got something to do. You've got a goal. And your family will be waiting for you when you come back.
I think for us it's like it's more difficult because we have to leave them behind, but we have to get used to it and accept that it's part of the job.
Do they watch? Do they ever? Yeah.
Yeah, everyone watches. They cheer and stuff. Yeah.
That's gangster. That's amazing. I need to find who's my next victim. Oh, he's just finished his photos. I'm gonna go grab him. Hang on. Actually, Mac, let's double team him. Yeah, that's the technical term. Yeah, hi, man. I'm sorry for just jumping. Rah! You're on camera. A couple of questions, man. First question. This is a serious one. You've been out of Europe out of Brazil for like what, 2-3 months now?
We went to Serbia in the start of July. So yeah, more than 2 months already traveling.
2 months away from home. What do you miss most from home?
My girlfriend and my family. Of course, yeah.
Of course, yeah. But we were just talking to Insani, you know, like, is that something that can distract you from the job, or can you kind of compartmentalize? You can be like, okay, I miss them, but I've got a job to do.
Yeah, I think in my head, I'm used to it because I've been traveling like for more than 6 years. Yeah. So I think my mindset is already put to only think about the game when I'm here. Of course, there are some times that I'm missing them a lot, and I call them and talk to them. But I think when I'm here traveling, I think about CS like 99% of my time, and that's our work and that's our life.
Yeah, wow. That was a good way to leave me on.
Beautiful. I'm glad you're relieved. Now talk to me quickly. You had the photos done. Ooh, do you rate this one? Bit of a shh.
This guy's beautiful.
Yeah. What about with the pose though?
Do you like that one? Yeah.
Well, I saw you doing this. You were trying to figure out the correct height for the gun. Did you nail it?
Yeah, I've done good.
I hope you look absolutely stellar in those photos. Now, talk to me. Do you do much prep, like physically going into these games? Do you like hit the gym? Do you do anything like that, or is it all just mental for you?
I think before the game is more mental because I don't go to the gym before a game. I like to go to the gym like after a game and at night, and I think it's our preparation. We have a team talk, and then we do our individual stuff. Like we play some deathmatch or we listen some music. And I think it's what we had to practice. We already did. So let's just play and have some fun and shoot some heads.
We have Ents here, of course. Got a couple of handsome individuals, couple of sharp gamers, and I'm spotting this out quickly. Madden, before you start this, are you going to commit to the crossed hand stance? Because I've never seen this before.
What can I do? Like, they gave me set up like this. I have to play.
Oh, good luck. And if he wins like that, then the ultimate handicap doesn't matter. Madden is the ultimate 1v1 or 2v2 champion. So we'll have a chat with them. Of course, I want to go and talk to my man Dika real quick because I've never actually met him, but I've known him for a while. Dika. Talk to me, mate. Look, it's been a while since I last spoke to you. It was like online, probably in like 2020 or something like that. But look, how are you feeling going into Pro League?
I'm fine.
Beautiful. Do you think that you've got the 2v2 at least to, kick off the festivities here?
Yeah, maybe. But if they will lose, they are benched.
Benched, all right. Do you make the calls? Are you the one making those calls?
Yes, I already speak with my coach. If they lose, they are benched.
Okay. And what's the special sauce in Nertz's lunch here? Is he eating anything specific to, get ready for the games tomorrow?
I have no idea. He ordered something random. There was nothing interesting in the kitchen, so.
Okay, well, we'll investigate that. I saw the camera already put its head in. Is it just fried rice? Is that fried rice and chicken?
Yeah.
And that's the secret sauce if you want to be a professional Counter-Strike gamer?
Yeah, it's healthy. It's good. And yeah, if you want to be like the best team in the world.
Okay, you heard it here first. There you go.
That's a bait, and that's a multi-kill from Crimbo. Oh no, it's all Crimbo. Cadian, the captain, capable in the clutch. One man left standing. Cadian leads, and leads by example. Coming for you, they're coming for you. St. Pius continues to wreak house. Oh God! St. Pius has been the ultimate bait, but Nerds puts the trap down! Oh, Nerds!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
Oh no, MOUZ, they've done it! Absolutely rocked! Balls of steel!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We return for a second week of Pro League. We've gone from Group A to Group Number B. That's how numbers work, right, Hawker? We're back in Malta once again. We've got a new set of players, fresh faces for the sunny landscape of Malta. Look at that beautiful water, Hawker. You a water man? You a fan of water? You afraid of the open water?
I don't mind a bit of water, but I've been in the sea, and sometimes, listen, you can't mess with the ocean, James. It is scary. It will take you out if you're not careful. So I'm a little, a little nervous, but get me in a swimming pool, get me in a bath. I'm happy.
Lido is where he would rather be. I love me some sharks. So far, so good. Got all my limbs, so that's certainly fantastic. Definitely head over to Malta one day if you can. It's beautiful above the water and below, but it's not about Malta, it's about who's in Malta and the players that are in Malta. Again, it is Group B that we have coming up for you this week. Group A action was all last week. So let's look at the fresh faces we have for you. Big names straight out of the gates. We've got Heroic. Talk about a baptism by fire. Rooster, rank 86 coming into this one, are going to be in some trouble. We'll get into that one later. Big versus Monty, MOUZ MIBR, and EG versus ENS.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the upper and lower part of that bracket, pretty one-sided matchups in theory, but those middle two matchups definitely have a little bit of spice to them. And I think there is a bit of an opening in this group for some of these teams. You know, you've got quite a few good names in here. I don't think it's clear-cut who's making it through this group, and that's always what we want to see. And that means these opening games are pretty important because you'd love to go straight through that upper bracket into the playoffs.
You can have a look at the stream. There's the A stream schedule for today. Big versus Monty, EG versus ENS. What do you think is the one to watch out of those two?
I think Big Monty is a good competitive game, but I always enjoy watching Ents. So like both of those are good. NCG, I just want to see Ents coming in and doing what they do best. A lot of people saying they're one of the best teams right now, and you can't argue against it. They've been making playoffs and finals all over.
Yeah, they've been putting in the work. On the B stream, we're going to have Heroic up against Rooster. Greyhound had a pretty tough time last week, so we'll see if they can fly the flag a little higher on this occasion. MOUZ versus MIBR. What's your pick in this one? Maybe the second match?
I think so. I think that this first game might be, listen, a little one-sided. We'll get into. But that second game, I mean, MOUZ have maybe not been their best lately. MIBR, they've picked up a couple of the former Furia players. I think that's an exciting little matchup there, and maybe a chance for some upset potential if MIBR can come in strong.
Looking into today's match, our first match on this broadcast, Heroic versus Rooster. Some jolly faces on Rooster. Nice to see a new team, well, not a new team, but like some new faces representing Australia. Because looking at the history of Rooster, they've had a lot of matches where they've come close, they haven't quite made it. They've played a lot of qualifiers and they've been beaten by the likes of Vertex and others in that final match to make it to a live scenario. But this is their opportunity.
Yeah, this is their chance, and they actually did have to play the qualifier to get here, and this is the qualifier they actually won. So I'm sure they will be happy about that. They beat out Vertex in the qualifier this time, and they also played at the previous Pro League, so they have a little bit of international experience under their belts. Weren't able to get a win in that first Pro League that they played. They showed at least some competitiveness. They took a map off 0-0 Nation, and I think Chelios is normally the player to watch on this team. He's quite exciting in the way he plays on the AWP. Will oftentimes try and get involved, but all in all, really a chance for them to continue to get some experience against international competition here.
Yeah, I think the good thing is that if it doesn't go their way, they've played their worst possible team they could play immediately, which maybe takes the pressure off. On the Heroic side, now they're a team which has for quite a long time now been in the limelight, and maybe some of that limelight is being taken by some other teams at present, which makes you wonder what kind of shape they're coming in at. Like, how much of a magnifying glass do we need to consider when we look at Heroic at the moment?
Yeah, that's a big question because they chose not to make any roster moves. They're happy with their roster. A lot of the teams around them have made moves to try and improve. And there's a big question as to whether Heroic can take that next step, because we've seen how well Vitality are playing with their recent changes. We've seen some of the other teams make changes to try and become the best in the world. Heroic feel like they have the pieces. It feels like they should be able to compete for trophies. For whatever reason, they've just been missing that one final step that hasn't really allowed them to dominate the way you think they might be able to.
Yeah, I think the whole is very, very important psychologically as a family unit for Heroic. You can see in the team talks before they get started in series how important they are to each other. So I think they're one of the last teams that will make a change if they, you know, if people deem they need one. Although I do think sometimes the conversation about changes is all too popular and like a default go-to. So let's see how they do over well, down the road, because sometimes it's about being able to change your game if people are starting to solve what you are doing. So we'll see how they're able to do in this group here at Pro League. That will be an interesting test in the short term at least. But indeed, there are some questions coming into this one. I wouldn't say massive questions, but the questions are rising. You can't win every tournament. You can certainly try though, and Heroic have been threatening to for quite a while. So we'll see how they do on this one. Now, as we head into the vetoes, I don't know what the best ground is for Rooster versus the likes of Heroic. I think mainly if they get an opportunity to play their stronger maps and just, you know, it's a cliche for players to say, oh, we're just going to play our own game, etc. But I think when you're in a scenario like this as an underdog, that's all you can do, really.
Yeah, it looks like they go for that Inferno, which is a map they haven't lost in their region recently, so good start for them. Then Heroic's pick is always a tough one because I feel like they've got such a good map pool throughout, but I don't know if they have one map that's a standout. So they go for Mirage, which, I mean, might open the door if Rooster can have some individuals show up. Definitely not a map that, you know, you're going to be completely outclassed on, you would assume.
Yeah, I mean, they've played plenty of matches together, so I wouldn't expect the kind of Mirage that we saw in the B stream last week with the Orcs, for example, who are basically a pug team trying to build something. This is not that. But yeah, I think against Heroic especially, you're not going to be counterpicking them like at all. Maybe against another team that might be higher ranked. Again, I think when you're really up against it, it's best to place your own strengths rather than try to place your opponent's weaknesses and be as comfortable as possible. I don't know how long their comfort will last for though, because I imagine Heroic will make things tough real quick.
Coach just showed up with the suit on the Rooster side. I love that. Look
Nice.
at that.
Very nice.
Gotta take it serious. That's good to see. I'm hoping we do get to see some play here from Rooster. As we were saying, they've had that bit of experience in the past. I remember at the last Pro League, ASAP was having a couple of really impressive rounds in the late round. But listen, Heroic are a team who almost never lose against underdogs. Their style can be so frustrating to play against. And even if they've been slightly shakier recently, they are still firm favorites. The firmest of favorites in this one.
Yeah, I'm interested to see more of Rooster. We'll see if we can get a measure of these players as this one continues. If there's even space for them to show something of themselves, we'll see how it goes versus the likes of Heroic, who I think it's a great, like, no matter what happens, you know, we expect a strong victory from Heroic. We're not crazy. However, I think that it can be a very valuable experience for Rooster. I think there were some heavy lessons learned by Orcs. I'm not going to make too many comparisons with them. It's more about the kind of David and Goliath rather than the state of the team, if you will, because again, that was a pug team building something from the very beginning, and that's not what this is with Rooster. But I would imagine that this might provide more value to them regardless of what happens. Quite the contrast. Oh, Cadian being very patient, but Shush is here as well. See how many one-taps he's got in him as he makes it a 4-on-4. ASAP be able to create some more space for the squad, but they know everybody else is on banana, and there are still some intel for Heroic as Down is in that second mid position. Looking for more as they consider their options. One will be collected. Very proactive Heroic, some more presence shown. So this is like a plan C now for Rooster at this point. The rotation's been spotted to some degree, but a pistol, they'll abuse the numbers. All about the headshots in that pistol, really. Gabby baiting for Tessis now, who's waiting for the perfect moment to strike, looking for that third one. TJP in the graveyard. Wow, that was a nice fadeaway on ASAP. But after all of that, Rooster will actually take the pistol. That was quite a fun one for them.
Yeah, what a weird pistol round there for Rooster, having to figure things out very awkwardly in some of those possessions. After Cadian gets down mid, they have to turn around. Then they have to catch Tessis on the site, something they overlooked. They do just about turn it around on towards him and secure that pistol round. And I think that's important because you can already see that Heroic are basically forcing Rooster to earn respect here. They're going to play aggressive. They're going to just try and disrespect Rooster. And they're doing it again. Cadian down mid with the flash. It's a strong start here for the CTs.
Yeah, and I think looking at the previous round as well, I'll get into it later. Let's see if they can convert this one, because there are 2 Galils remaining. That's a big headshot from ADK, who stays alive for now. 1v2, trying to create some space for himself. But I think his angle's been compromised already by Shush now. Still there with the Galil, but not for long. Punctured by the Desert Eagle. Like the 2-man setups we saw on the fly from Heroic in that pistol round, I do wonder how telling they will be when the buy rounds come through. Of course, the pistol round has its differences, but I think there's a lot for Heroic to read into that situation in how they can exploit Rooster as this game goes on. Exploit Rooster.
Exploit the Rooster sometimes. Yeah, it is unfortunate that Rooster instantly get reset there. Just that aggression down mid with the flash. We know Heroic are so good at that CT aggression. So well drilled on a lot of their plays. Now they're going to do the same down banana against the pistols. Happy to get up close with that SMG. Not many nades for Rooster either. So getting back banana control could be awkward. Instead, they're leaning into top mid right now. I've left the bomb behind, though. Is this a boost over the smoke? Chelios is seeing what he can find. There's a player close on the left, but Cadian will stick in position. Sound taking first contact. It's going to make it really awkward now for Rooster. They've got to clear the close angle, but the flash is on point. Cadian hungry for more. It's Down who steals it away, and it is clinical from Heroic.
as you expect at this point. No mercy being shown, no respect being shown either. You've got to earn your respect when you come to Pro League. It's going to take more rounds to do that for Rooster. Money will be lost then. 1,600 to 2K. The normal day in the office for Heroic for the time being. Early test for Rooster then. Different on this side of the ocean. Will be a somewhat dry round. There are some grenades here for Rooster though. Again, Cadian just saying to them, give me a reason to stop doing this. Moving through with the MP9, trying to fall back. I don't think Heroic are even concerned with the cost, potential cost of these rounds. They just want to suffocate Rooster constantly, which is quite interesting to watch. Again, the sheer challenge of that is mentally stimulating. AKs and Galil will be coming out now, so let's see what Rooster have to offer in round number 5.
Yeah, I don't mind the nade stack from Rooster. I mean, you know that Heroic are getting aggressive, so why not nade stack Banana? Gets them a kill on the aggressive CTs. Alcadian has a pretty good spawn with that AWP. Doesn't look like he wants to peek mid, though. I think now that we're into the first gun round, maybe Heroic will be slightly more conservative. I'm sure they'll still take space. Look like we might have that boost coming in for the AWP to have a peek down mid. And Heroic really happy to stick around in top mid. While Rooster slowly working Banana at the same time. And Stow moves all the way down mid. Not watched for, he gets a free opener.
Situations like this, mid to late rounds, will be one of the big challenges for Rooster. Versus a team that will give you nothing for 3 and take everything at all opportunities. It's going to be very oppressive to try and figure things out. Being victimized for the time being, TJP will get one back. Still a minute on the clock here for Rooster. Patience can pay off if Heroic keep up this aggressive nature. It may slip up eventually, but for now they've still got information towards top mids. Down will be in position. As I say that, he is being smoked off. Fish will have to deal with things off angle on shot, but there's a gap for Stown who sees the bomb as well, picks up a second, and that is going to be crushed around for Rooster. Cannot have gaps like that in your smokes for long on Inferno, absolutely not. Not sure if it was blocked by the CT or not, but either way, that was very costly indeed.
Yeah, see how Heroic are able to exploit that. And even the early aggression was well thought through. You had the AWP looking down mid, the Cadian boosted up. That gave Stown the confidence to take the fight. Though a couple of kills came back, that gap in the smoke really secured it. Shush comes in to help from short. Team play on point from Heroic, as you would expect early. It's back down to pistols again for Rooster. Quite as aggressive this time from Heroic, though. Rooster a little more space to work with at the start of this round.
Warning shot from the Tech 9. One of the most terrifying loadouts in professional Counter-Strike. The Tech 9 buy. Closing the gap now are Rooster, or trying to. Tessus is ready, and again, as a two-man setup once more, showing presence on one side. Tessus will continue to deliver. Oh my god, he did a pirouette in the sky as he fell. Nothing doing for Rooster on this one. Opportunity to build money for Heroic. Going swimmingly for them. Oh, Netic's going to change that, though. At least we see the danger of the Tech 9. Like 12k of damage towards the end there, but the score is still 5-1 Heroic.
Still pretty good money for Heroic. Not a massive issue for them, losing those two players. We often talk about how strong the anchor players are for Heroic and how that allows them to make plays elsewhere on the map. You saw Shush there in pit just do a good bit of damage, delay the players on short. That really helped set up Tessus for some easy work on the bomb site there. Well played from Heroic again. More pace on Banana this time from Rooster. That molly forces Cadian back. It's actually down to 44 health there. So not a bad start to the round here for Rooster.
taking top mid then. No challenge yet from Heroic, but that'll isolate the attack, forcing them into a channel where Shush can punish. The HE grenade as well. Tesses is just delivering frag after frag on this A bomb site. 8 kills for him. Bomb lost for the time being. ASAP looking for lurkers, stragglers in this 1 versus 4. So Rooster going for the safety and numbers approach. Overwhelming force. One of the common approaches on the T side of Inferno, but Heroic are very ready for it. One of the people who abuse the safety and numbers the most on Inferno. And again, every opportunity will be very punishing for Rooster.
Oh no, that's such a shame. Spot just the leg. The molly might work, but Shush comes in from the side instead. A big triple kill from Shush. And I don't mind the idea from Rooster. I think they were aware that Heroics start 3B quite a lot. So they tried to up the pace towards A. And as you pointed out, that counter utility destroyed the pace of the push. Rooster put down a smoke. They end up emerging through those smokes into that one same angle where Shush can just spray to the body. That's what Heroic is so good at. They know when they need to use their utility if they're taking a risk elsewhere.
Yeah.
Another well-played round.
Yeah, really cool. Trying to solve the CT util creates a worse situation for themselves, and solving those issues throughout the round overall requires depth, and again, that will be one of the largest challenges here for Rooster versus the likes of Heroic. Very accomplished team. Really got to think on your toes to quite the degree to find a comeback in this first half. 2 hero AK-47 for Rooster, made one by the AWP of Cadian.
Lost another player on the A side of the map in the meantime. It's down, confident to go out into the open. AK will be transitioned. Magnetic full blind, falls back. And ADK will finally find something, but that is precious little in the round there for Rooster. Couple of AKs carried on over by Heroic. And ever since that pistol round win for Rooster, it has been convincing counter-strike from Heroic.
Yeah, this feels like, in terms of how far into the map Rooster physically get in these rounds, it kind of feels like when you're having a nightmare and you're trying to run from something, and it's like you've got elastic bands around your waist and you're just going nowhere, even though you're running as fast as you can. Your progress is immensely microscopic. That's what it might feel like with Heroic as the main monster in this dream. 10 for 1 is Shush. That single loss, just a single frag for Chelios. Maybe a change of pace then for Rooster. Again, those big bursts earlier on didn't quite work out. Chance to kill here. The Heroic will disengage. The Rooster will try and establish control towards top banana. Top mid is still a quest to be achieved. There's a minute on the clock for them to do that.
I think denying that early aggression is a really important thing for Rooster, though. They need to be able to do that if they want to be able to set up their rounds. So force them back from the apartments. Don't let Heroic make that early play. And now your preparation can maybe come into play in the late round. 45 seconds remaining. Downside is there's still some counter utility from Heroic. Using that on banana. Bit of nade damage there, and still a smoke and a molly as well. One of those smokes being over towards B. And if that's timed right and it's just been put down, Rooster are going to have to make a decision. Do they want to go through this smoke?
22 seconds remain, and it's going to be Ascend. There's one flash to go. Oh, this is going to be an absolute abattoir. Great transfer from Tesses. Yabi supports as well. And Rooster simply outmatched tactically in that round. 8-1 for Heroic. Again, the worst possible draw for Rooster. But there is an upside to that. Get that out of the way ASAP. One way or another. This kind of feels like when you're like playing Street Fighter or something in your local arcade and you think you're the man, you go to Japan and every button you press gets punished. And you realize what the game really is.
Yeah. Oh, you're really learning what Counter-Strike is like. Hess's spray transfers can be so good. We've seen that in the past. 448 damage he did in that last round.
Wow.
Okay, Cadian. Think through the wall, I believe.
Actually, if you there are 2 common damage outputs if you headshot somebody with an orb, and one of them is 448 damage, I'm pretty sure. Just a little nerd.
You're right, yeah.
Nerdy thing there. That's what you know when you play the game for 12,000 hours. How much overkill the orb does. Many things changing though in CS2.
Exciting times.
The bomb blast on Inferno will be very, very interesting. I think it's going to create a lot more scope for ninja diffusers. Because you're going to really have to run if you want to hold on to your util. And with shorter rounds as well, like there's a lot to consider there.
35 seconds. Rooster preparing in the apartments, but without a flash, it's not easy to pop out the apartments here.
No, it is not. This is like a steak on a food kit table, about to get hit with a mallet. That mallet is called Heroic. There we go. It's another standard round for them. This is very comfortable for Heroic. They'll feel like if it continues in this fashion, then they'll probably feel like the real challenge begins in the second game. They're used to a very difficult standard of Counter-Strike, but again, Rooster geographically challenged. But hey, they're making progress either way, making it through these qualies now to get this experience. A rich environment, ESL Pro League, to learn lessons very quickly indeed. Now, that second kill could make all the difference here for Rooster. They've got 1:30 on the clock in a 4-on-3. Surely this is their best opportunity to convert around that we've seen so far.
Stown gets dinked, but the initiative taken works out for him. That CT AK, always so nice to have for that very reason. Normally, you're expecting to get instantly headshotted on the CT side, but economy issues for Rooster plaguing them. Stown still staying sticky on top mid on 9 health. It's finally decided it's time to play a little more conservatively. In a 3v3, the map is wide open for Rooster here, with lots of nades remaining for them. Cadian's calling them out here. He doesn't think they've got the balls to fake this A play.
Hard reads, hard headshot though from Netic, and there's a chance for Rooster. 3-on-2 as Stown fails on the bomb site. Cadian with 13,000, has little to lose there, going at the 5-7 swinging. That bomb has been planted, and oh, he's found a second one as well. He's got the distance, he's got the range for the flick. Cadian shows no mercy. Nasty work there with the 1 versus 3. So much spam with the 5-7, and he keeps that train moving. Double figures for Heroic.
I love the reaction from Cadian on the player cam too. I feel like he was like a proud younger brother looking up to his family around him, being like, you guys see that? Yeah, little smile creeps in. Oh, the way he goes through that smoke though. First kill, you understand, but then it looks so chaotic, and somehow he turns onto the second man, and the final player maybe could have stayed in mini pit, but commits to the open. And that's when the AWP of Cadian is in a great position to finish the job. Make it 10 in a row for Heroic. Brutal round loss, and Cadian wanted more, but he's forced back early.
Uh-oh. Yabby's just creeping. Flashes here. We'll spot them fall back. Great timing. That really kills the time for Rooster. Great grenade as well. Again, I feel like their plan A, I feel like they've got to come into these rounds assuming their plan A gets thwarted, and they've got to go for that. Be ready to have that plan B and maybe C because of how proactive Heroic are. They don't like to sit back on their advantages, just going to continue with the pressure. Two-man swing from them as they go back for more aggression on Banana. And Rooster haven't been able to make too many plays yet. However, they do have some util.
Have got themselves up close there on Banana, so maybe pace of this, if they get a kill onto Yabi, got a real chance here. No one else to help Yabi on this B side of the map. He doesn't even have nades to delay them. We'll spot them early here. Yabi, see there, spotted a little gap and is able to swing onto 2 players. He does get traded. B site open right now.
25 seconds. That's an important frag for Cadian. Bombs on the floor, needs to be collected. No util to throw at the bomb planter. But it's a 4-on-2 for Heroic. They'll be very happy. Stound's going to be the one to push through this time. The bomb's been planted. Now down to a 2-on-2 as Heroic are taking liberties with the risk-taking. ASAP with 5 HP versus 2 players. Picks up the AWP, still smokes up. Do they know where his position is? There was some sound made. Smoking him off now. That bomb will be touched by Shush. He's not the one of the kit. It's Tessus who needs to get onto it. ASAP does what he can, but it won't be much on this occasion. That smoke checkmating him positionally. And Heroic will move to 11.
Well played there from Heroic after losing a couple of players early on the retake. Maybe a couple of players committing slightly too soon. Final 2 players make sure they don't leave the round empty-handed. That was that play from Yabi early. You can just see that little gap in the sandbags allows him to be very well prepared for those players around the corner. And these 2 CTs commit fairly early, but Tessus and Shush able to clean up. ASAP just so low on health. Felt like he had to have a look at the bomb. Wanted to go for the AWP because of that low health, but the late round utility makes it impossible for him. So Heroic continue their win streak. 11 in a row now. This could be in danger. Never mind. Cadian with a stunner.
Yeah, they've got their timings under control. Spatial awareness is peak performance for Heroic. Cadian continues his run of terror. 13 frags for him. One behind Shushan's down. Have a look at that. Quiet escape. This is how it should be.
Yeah. I'm just wondering for CS2, is there stuff like that that people are going to figure out years down the line?
Oh, dude, Josiah is breaking that game in the most absurd ways. His Twitter highlights are hilarious. Things he's doing. 40 seconds for the remainder of Rooster. And it's so oppressive versus Heroic. Cleaning these angles like they're playing overpass. Against Heroic, they could really be anywhere. The Rooster will choose to conserve the remains of their utility and weaponry on this occasion. They know that there is very little chance in what remains of this round. 2 more to go. We'll see if they can get to 2 or 3. But again, I feel like this is how it should be. When you're a team trying to break through the glass ceiling from a remote region and you play Heroic in the first round, this is exactly how it should go.
It's pretty much the hardest score you can get going up against Heroic in the group stage. They're not going to be a... Hey. PGP was around the corner. Oh, man. It's a headshot as well. Brutal.
That is a nah, bruv, if ever I've seen one.
Honestly. Well, I like the Rooster save the AKs, at least. I think that's something that's important for some of these teams to learn. The economy management. Cadian gets a little too eager this round.
How about that, Cadian?
Yeah.
Yeah, where are you now, Cadian? Huh? A promising start for Rooster, a 5-on-4. Much in the way of smokes. 1 molly, plenty of flashes. Have a look at this response from Heroic. 4-man on road towards the A-bomb site. Not expecting a fast response from Rooster. And this is I like this from Heroic because they've got the room to make plays like this in the vacuum of this game. And maybe they'd make it anyway. And quite the catch then, isn't it? Chelos trying to take that bomb towards Banana. Rooster left somewhat static now, but there are some sound cues for ADK. He hears people falling back towards long. Doesn't mean no one's around the corner though. ASAP heading over. Heroic now split between the bomb sites, but Rooster still don't completely know what is happening. You see Shush is holding a grenade in his hand as Tessus will be the bait once again. These two-man setups from Heroic are often devastating. The timing of that smoke. Wow. Shush delivering, repositioning Tessus. That's a very deliberate gap, and it is a slaughter. They're getting mauled like a child that climbed into a lion enclosure at the zoo. 13-1 for Heroic.
Oh, that little smoke. Something that's so hard for Rooster to deal with as they move up through short. Really well timed from Heroic again. Just that little gap and forcing the Rooster players to go around the far side makes it so difficult for them. I was saying earlier, Rooster played at the previous season of Pro League. They actually nearly beat 0-0 Nation in the lower bracket, and then 0-0 Nation went on to qualify all the way through the lower bracket run. So I'm excited to see what Rooster can do against some of the other teams in this group. But we are seeing the test that Heroic can offer right now. Already early damage being done in this round. 17 kills at the half for Shush, maybe even more. ASAP gets good timing. It's still a man disadvantage here for Rooster.
Watch that one at least. Waiting to see how much damage that would do. Very difficult half of Counter-Strike for Rooster, as expected. There's a chance at a second round. Rotation for Heroic now. Tessus and Yabi moving over from the B-bomb site. Now we've seen Heroic make plays through the smoke before. Yabi will be more patient on this occasion. Got more shenanigans though from Heroic, creating some space for themselves to make their way into the bomb site. Nesic avoiding the flashes, easily sees those. Isolating the fights. There's half the information for Yabi with the sound cue. Oh! Did I see his knife out? Either way, Nesic will trade and get that final kill. And it'll be 13-2, a second round after all. Let's see how much more there is in this game after the break.
sides. Cadian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
We are back. Rooster have much work to do. They had a T side where they were victimized by the likes of Heroic. Again, the way it should be, the way it's supposed to be. That is the welcome to ESL Pro League that you want to see when a underdog, a heavy underdog, maybe the underdog, definitely in this group, maybe more so than Orcs because of the regions they're kind of region locked for the most part, right? Whereas at least Orcs are playing in Europe. So perhaps they are even more of an underdog. We shall see. So far, so good for Heroic. Things going as they should in that respect. 13-2. Let's see how this pistol goes. Let's not forget that Rooster just about won that pistol. One of the 2 rounds they won. Came down to the wire. Saw some really good, if you're joining us, Flex, some really good 2-man setups from Heroic in that pistol. Rooster just about came out on top. Now, this would be a great one to win. They've lost Chelios already. Exploded early. As Heroic remain untouched. Now, I don't know how many rounds we're going to have to watch how Rooster respond to what is offered to them by the likes of Heroic, but I have the pistol at least.
This isn't bad. Aggression down mid. I like that Rooster are willing to take this risk, especially a man down. They do have a kit for the retake, but they're likely to lose this site very quickly. EJP needs to do something, and he can't get that player in the back. Always so awkward with the USP to get those sorts of frags. And they're smoked off from Banana in a 2-on-4 retake.
That's a rough one. Trying to pop Cadian in the back of the head as well. Also very rough, very difficult. Heroic playing the angles. The Cadian has been found. More work to be done. There's Util, which isn't coming up for Rooster just yet. Actually, Netic went back to deploy that into injury. His ADK was dropped. He'll be the last one to fall, Netic. Heroic will take that pistol. 14-2 then. The end of the line may be very near the likes of Rooster.
Feels like it at this point. They were expecting a warm hug as a welcome. It's turned into a bear hug from Heroic quite quickly. They are not having a good time here. No space to breathe for Rooster in this one. Got the pistols out. 5-7's always fun. Eagle out for Chelios as well. I love the 5-7. I'm glad it's better than the CZ. I was terrible with the CZ.
Yeah, I like the 5-7 as well. The last time they nerfed it, I was sad, but partly because I required more talent to use it now.
Sure.
I have to aim more. But it's still a great pistol. Like a polymer material. Tried one IRL, very light. The Heroic will offer something on this B-bomb site, and there is fire to come as well. Rooster will respond to that, and Heroic are having a look at the site, but will they pull the trigger all the way? Slowly edging forward, easily avoiding that flash. I don't think they're too concerned if it is a stack. They will continue. Taking position on pool as well. They've got plenty of time. No bomb plant pressure just yet as TJP will fall on the bomb site. Chelios will be in CT spawn with that Desert Eagle. 1 versus 3. Got the 1v1 Jawley's looking for, but cannot finish off the job. Game point for Heroic.
Quick map point here for Heroic. And as we were saying earlier, Heroic's map pool so strong that you never really have a punish pick against them. So Rooster go for a comfort ground. We're seeing just how good that map pool for Heroic is, just how deep they can go. Pretty much any map they are going to be good on, apart from their permaban of Anubis. We are seeing that here on Inferno. P9's out for Rooster. Might take some risks in this round. TJP will try and move down mid. Cadian moves out with the AK to open up what could be the last round of this map.
Down he goes, Chelios, and 3 remain. ADK, ASAP, and Netic up against it now. Trying to push Mud uphill versus Heroic. Netic will have something to say about this round, and it's their turn to play some bait setup as ASAP picks up Testes. Suddenly we've got a 3-on-3. It's still a hell of a struggle for Rooster with these MP9s and 5-7s. They'll lose the B-bomb sites as well. So the end may be very close indeed for Rooster.
AK recovered by ASAP, and Cadian, well, I thought he was ready to cut off the rotate. Instead loses to that powerful MP9. Now they have a chance to try this retake, and this deep CT smoke is posing a real problem for them here. And this double stack from Heroic looks so strong.
Two-man setup so key in Counter-Strike, and it may end with a perfect one from Shush, picking up the slack for Down, holding position as well. Will the Molly do the rest of the job? No, ASAP standing. He's still alive. Has he got time to defuse the bomb, though? Doesn't look like it. He goes straight past it, and a GG's are typed in the chat. A lightning-fast first game from Heroic.
Big win, 16-2, exactly what we were expecting from them here. And yeah, no complaints on the Heroic front. They've come in, they've delivered with a strong start early. Exactly what they would have wanted to kick off their pro.
Unlikely. They flashing while I'm driving back home. 11 at night in parties, but I'm feeling alone. All the stars in the midnight sky look pretty. Baby, you're rolling. Can you please come with me? Cause I'm tired of the pop life and I need you. They flashing while I'm driving back home. 11 at night in parties, but I'm feeling alone.
Yeah, I hope you're ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you're ready for the, yeah, I see it's time. Press play on the tape, no rewind. No delay, put it all on the line. Only going up, ain't no room for the climb. Meet me at the top, or you won't ever see me. I'm making dreams come true like a genie. I'm making moves soon, you gon' have to king me. Checkmate, crown, you gon' have to bring me. Ain't no other way. Up next, then I'm putting you away. Yeah, maybe another day. Give me a trophy, I'ma put it on display. Hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you're ready for the
If there was a visual for a metaphorical visual for being starved of oxygen, then I think that this game of Inferno was it, especially in what we saw in the first half from Heroic, who were very proactive, aggressive, demanding, and unrelenting, unforgiving versus Rooster. Rank 3 versus rank 86, and you saw it on the server as well. But again, that is how it should be. In a game like this, that's how it should go, but a painful game for Rooster.
Yeah, lessons learned, I'm sure, hopefully for Rooster. That's kind of what you come to these events for when you have matchups like this. And for Heroic, basically what we were expecting to see from them. I think for Rooster, listen, they came in, I mean, they won the pistol, and I was maybe thinking, okay, maybe they can get a few rounds, they can get rolling. But then you realize Heroic are just always going to go aggressive. And if anything, I think Heroic's one of the teams that you can learn the most from when you play against them, because they're going to find the gaps in your default setups. They're going to find what you're missing. They're going to find the ways to really punish you with aggression. And we saw that throughout that CT side.
Yeah, I think their philosophy on Counter-Strike is one of the more interesting ones at the moment, and how they respond to things, their timing as well, how they make themselves safe with certain things like control of boiler while looking down mid and such is great to learn from. Great contrast to compare to what you are doing as well. Maybe some of that wisdom can be brought back to the Oceanic region by Rooster as well. So Inferno, somewhat of a non-starter. Again, let's not forget with the rounds that they took in that first half, one of them being that pistol, that was very narrow victory as well. So yeah, again, it was a landslide around from Heroic, which is exactly how it should be. So Heroic won't feel too challenged at all by that one so far. Fairly standard stuff, but again, it's going to be hard with a team like Heroic playing from Europe if you're a team like Rooster. So again, as expected from the beginning, I think it's a lot of it's going to be about the lessons, but also about like measuring on a good day, measuring your strats against a top European team. I don't know how much of that they were able to do, though. I feel like the real test was when things go wrong, when your plan A is thwarted, as it was practically every round, then what does your plan B and C look like? How do your mid-round calls under pressure look like? And that's still going to be difficult to find success with against Heroic.
Yeah, we had that round as well where Cadian was able to win the 1-on-3, maybe just wanting to coordinate a bit better once you get into the late round scenario. I think the final player as well, sort of stepping into the open, allowed that up of Cadian a pretty easy time of things. So maybe some small individual, teamwork misplays towards the end as well that you would want to get nailed down so that you don't make those mistakes in future. And I mean, that's what's going to happen here. They're going to punish every mistake, and you're going to learn the hard way. You can't afford to make those mistakes in the future. And I mean, for Rooster, this is obviously just, I think, a series where they're going to get used to the tournament, get used to playing here, and hopefully we can see more from them, well, hopefully in the next map as well, but throughout the tournament.
Let's have a look at the aim high head-to-head and see what the scores on the doors are for that game of Inferno. And here it is, Tesses versus Netic. Netic, the top fragger for Rooster. We saw a lot of multi-frags from Tesses on that A-bomb site. Lots of bait setups as well, where there wasn't so much baiting even needed. He just delivered time after time.
I think it had to be either Tesses or Shush from Heroic. They were both great on this A site together in a lot of rounds, and that's something that Rooster could not deal with in the majority of these rounds where they finished on A. See, Netic, on the meantime, though, had a couple of good moments for himself, had a couple of multi-kills. This was pretty nice with the MP9, working around the apartments, but see, Tess has so many rounds where he's on the A site itself. He's got Shush helping him around that pit area, and they just work together fantastically. And this transfer, beautifully done from Tasses. We know his spray control is one of his strengths. To see him delivering here.
Yeah, I think with smokes like that and the gaps and how they were punished as well, there are some very expensive lessons for Rooster to learn going into the next one, to have to think twice about that. But again, Heroic gave them no space, they gave them no quarter, and the score certainly shows that. So Heroic have had a comfortable start to ESL Pro League this season in Group B. But the game's not done yet. We've got Mirage coming around the corner. The pick of Heroic against this squad of Rooster. And that's coming just after this break, so don't go too far away. We're back shortly.
You wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
I get advances, this increases chances. My life is like a prom, but there ain't no dances. I'm standing in this hall getting funny glances. I was raised as a youth, but was missing parents. I was raised by my granny, shit, I miss my granny. Hardly raised by my daddy, but I miss my daddy. Wasn't raised by my mother, but I miss my mother. I ain't get to know my mother, but I actually loved her. Strange, I made the studio
He's a viral! The best in the game!
That is a very clean statue. Someone's must have the job to clean that. I think I'd break it if I tried. But anyway. Oh, speaking of fountains, that new fountain on Inferno, I just had a look around and shot the head on it and it broke apart and I felt really guilty afterwards, even though it just spawns again. But there we go. Lots to find out about in new CS2. Hope you have access. But anyway, we're not there just yet. And in fact, we're not on Inferno anymore. We are heading to Mirage. One of those maps which has been ported and has very bright lighting, which I'm not terribly fond of. But at least we can find the somewhat normal lighting of CSGO Mirage very shortly indeed. I think there'll be more space for Rooster to play with on this game of Mirage, but there'll also be more space for Heroic to oppress them. What do you expect to happen in this game?
Yeah, I think you're right by that. I would expect the aggression to come in from Heroic. The thing is, they won't be starting on CT side this time, Heroic. We assume it is Rooster who have the choice, so maybe that can give them a little more comfort. It's always nice when you get to start CT. You don't have to think as much. You've just got to react to your opponents, try and stay ahead of them. But we'll get to see if they can manage to deliver here. It is going to be Rooster starting on that CT side with full Kevlar, while Heroic have themselves 2 sets of nades, and everyone grouped up over to B early.
Looks to be a relatively simple one for Heroic. So essentially a no util retake here for Rooster, but again, a pistol round is somewhat different to the rest of them, so let's see what they can do with these USPs. Having a look towards the window, Tesses will show some shoulder pads, and that's just about it. Some vintage clothing from him. Unplanted, nothing doing just yet. 996 HP on the server as Rooster start to move through. No frags just yet, but they're down to get dropped, and SS is not far behind him, but the numbers will be tied for a moment, but now it's turning into like almost deathmatch server as Heroic finish off the job. Took the B-bomb site for free and then took the round as well. Rooster starting on the back foot in this second game.
Yeah, pretty tough when you play retake without kits and you lose that B site. ASAP did a pretty good job at getting some of those initial frags, but Heroic, well set up all around the bomb site. Having a player up in the apartments as well is always going to be really hard to clear out. Don't have nades or a kit to work with. So Rooster on full USPs for the follow-up round. Maybe they can catch someone out. Let's see. Canadian is moving up short. It's an AK. Might get dropped. Damage done onto Cadian, but looks fine for now. Really, 1 or 2 kills is the best Rooster can hope for. That not looking too likely as they lose members across the board. It is Heroic to take the 2-0.
Happy days. Cadian's in a very good mood, which is great to see. What of Rooster then? How aggressive will they be on the CT side? Do they feel compelled to take the game to Heroic? You give Heroic any space, they will take it. But again, do you play more aggressive than you normally do? Or do you play your own game? Might be the safer option. I don't think there's any safe option versus the likes of Heroic. Exchange at the beginning and Molly over the top. Running Tesses with the Mac 10 to have a look. Rooster seems to want to hold on to this connector then. Support from short, that's some presence shown. Okay, this will have a look. Slow round then from Heroic after the initial exchange. Maybe looking to see what kind of Rooster will turn up on this CT side of Mirage.
Re-smokes into connector, definitely stalling the progress of Heroic up through mid. I think finally, he might be out of smokes for the connector position specifically. That means Heroic will make their move. Ollie into short, smokes towards the A site. Got that smoke to try and scale, but ASAP beats the molly, trying to do work, but Stout able to deny him with the Galil. Still a second player though. They have no idea that ADK is about to round the corner and the bomb almost dropped there. Cadian Ducks back to safety, but they're losing numbers so quickly here, Heroic. It's only Yabby left. He'll get dropped. It's a nice round from Rooster on the board early.
Nice to see as well. It shows some promise from Rooster. That's what we were looking for. Big high five. It's going to take some pressure off as well on the scoreboard early. It's good for the confidence for the underdog squad. He's down rounding the corner there. It seems Rooster have got some two-man setups of their own. See if they can build on this success then in this next round. AKs will be out once again for Heroic. They might be on eco if they lose this round. SS lucky to get away with little damage there. TJP will call for reinforcements. This one is fast moving and there's no one on the bomb site to challenge. 2-round jungle and connector for Rooster. So they've got important positions for the retake, but CT is very compromised. Chelios spots 2, able to fall back as well somehow. Down and Shush very tagged, but all 10 standing for the time being. And they start to fall then on the hands of Rooster. They have no answer to these frags. In the red is not going to be good enough. Lots of heavy damage for Heroic, but they're all still standing. Netic and ASAP remain. This one might just be over. And now ASAP has the kit. Something to consider. Now, with that frag from Netic spotted in CT, does that encourage Heroic to rotate a little faster? I mean, Shush has probably got a good angle on this bomb anyway. ASAP's shown his card now, and he'll have to fall back. No sneaky defuse after all.
Yeah, maybe if he gets the clean kill onto Cadian, considers it, because he had a smoke to drop. Even then, it would have been very hard to steal away the round. And we're seeing that Heroic definitely have it in them to run some of those plays out of spawn. Got to be ready for both when you're playing against Heroic on this map. Rooster there. I think they did have the right idea. Playing for retake 5v5 is absolutely fine. It's just those fights they lost into CT that was so costly for them. They lose control of that area, and that allows Heroic to have a really strong setup there for the post plant. Now this force buy, a little short for Rooster, missing a couple of premium rifles. Famas will have to do for ADK and TJP. Nades also maybe a little lacking into this round. So Heroic go back to the mid play. Fast in through short. ASAP lets the first man go, but he gets 2 in the back. And that's the bomb drop behind.
Not sure if they checked that one properly, and it is lights out for Heroic in that round. Very nice one for Rooster. Starting to show themselves on this second map then.
I think maybe it was just the timing from ASAP. I think maybe he wasn't showing for the first player, and then he just heard the steps and swung out a little later. That's sometimes the way to do it, especially if you hear the steps coming towards you. You can time that peak well. Either way, he caught 2 in the back. That's the main thing. And then even emerged for that final frag. Well played there by ASAP. Ooh, is this a fast one from Heroic?
Could be trouble for ADK. Trying to fall back, but Yabby is on his tail immediately, swinging with the MAC-10, but ADK will stand his ground for now, standing on the bomb site still. Trying to create some space for his teammates to rotate in. There'll be grenades towards the bench, and there are a lot of players all over this bomb site for both teams. The resmoke of the window as ASAP is dropped, but Netic is here to trade onto Cadian. Great spray from ADK, as it is chaos on this bomb site. 2-on-2, bomb not planted, everyone is here. But who will get the last kills? Tessa's down in the clutch, 1v2, made 1. As TJP is dropped on the bomb site, switching to a new AK. There's only 6 bullets in this one, but that'll be enough to catch Chelios jumping up, trying to elevate his position, but not fast enough. Wow.
Yes, yeah, he traded AK from one that had 5 bullets to one that had 6 bullets. I think he thought there were a few more in there, but it's still enough to hit the final headshot. Rooster started this pretty well with ADK, getting this 1 kill, keeping a foothold in the site. They fight aggressively to deny the bomb plant. At the end in the 2-on-2, it's Heroic that just have the slight edge. Maybe a fight that could have gone against TSS, but he wins it. Still a back and forth start to this map though. Both teams investing basically all their money into this round.
One of those very tight rounds, very important rounds. Momentum swing possible here.
Oh boy.
Have a look at this position. He could have got 2 there. The timing was a little different, but I mean, the timing was utterly excellent there. They had no idea whatsoever. Oh, this is a painful one. Very, very painful. Heroic are behind enemy lines. Talk about infiltration. Given the space to clear everybody out. The cleanup. This run is so free for Heroic. Wonderful positioning. Rooster will have to think about this one. To lose this one in such a nature, in this nature as well. Like, this was the swing round we spoke about, and Stan's just behind everyone. Almost dressed as a CT. He's playing Metal Gear Solid. He's under a cardboard box.
Yeah, the classic. Just gets in behind. Hiding in plain sight there was Stout. And Rooster just having that one oversight. The boost into window, something they weren't watching for. Didn't have someone to plug that gap quickly enough. And the ground quickly started flooding around them. Didn't plug the hole. It caused them so many problems in that round. Just that one play making the difference. That's a shame, because this was a really tight start to the map. If Rooster were to win that round, maybe make it a little more competitive, could have had a chance to keep Heroic's economy down. Now Heroic look like they've got a free round, a lot of money being built, a really good chance to have a fantastic T side here.
Once this bomb gets planted, let's see what Rooster choose to do.
They're not delaying, are they? They want to hunt the USPs? This is brutal.
They're literally leaving Test alone on the A bomb site, planting that bomb, and utterly surrounding these USPs. I love it. I love it because of the spatial awareness and the reads. Like, we know exactly where they are, but let's go and see if they're there. Let's go and see if we're right. Let's go and confirm our confidence. And they did that, and they made the round super brief.
Yeah, it's all good as long as you haven't, you know, accidentally let some players slip behind you somehow and then they try and sneak in. But they knew what they were doing. You gotta believe in Heroic. A couple of smokes out of spawn here, by the looks of things. One into window, one is a lurk smoke out through a ramp. Heroic won't be making the most of either of those yet, though. They're still sitting back in spawn. I think Cadian's about to throw his third smoke of the round, in fact. One looks like, oh my god, 4 smokes from Cadian now. He's thrown 2 of those A smokes. Try and work through underground, but that's a good shot from Netic.
The advanced research for the department for Heroic has been activated.
Cadian threw all 5 smokes this round, I think.
Dry runs. What is the response? They're experimenting on humans. Someone call the cops. 3 remain, though, for Heroic in this round as they approach the B bomb site. So the challenge is on. Maybe a third man rotating over. Might not be needed, though, for Rooster, excuse me. As Shush is now the last man standing. This is a great round for Rooster. All 5 surviving at the end. Now, I think Heroic feel confident enough to have the space to make certain plays and see how they get on. With Cadian throwing all the grenades and so on. Rooster able to hold on to this one. Try and build a little money after the failure early on with Stound's flank. There'll be 2 AKs in the hands of Rooster and a Gilil as well, which has got better armor penetration than the M4s. So that could certainly help. I want to see them send it up mid, because you know Heroic are going to on the CT side. Might as well beat them to the pinch.
They landed a nade on Tess just there. Doesn't look like they're going to fully push his position. All right, though, I wouldn't mind some wild CT aggression thrown into the mix. You've got to switch things up every now and then. Maybe just 1 or 2 times a half, you go for it. Definitely very viable. See there, ADK had a flash ready to help mid players if necessary. And they are going to peek into mid. Maybe trying to take this control. Texas is still here. The molly will force him out. He doesn't have a smoke, but he somehow hits a headshot. That looked like it was first bullet before he was traded. And now Heroic go over to A instead.
Posturing up on the bomb site. There'll be some jump peeking from TJP. We've seen that go wrong on Inferno. Might be a harder task here. There is a sudden surge from Heroic into the bomb site. Yabi having looked towards Sandwich. There are smokes up. Clock heading towards 30 seconds. Netic swinging, instant trades, and Heroic deliver on the bomb site, leaving Chelios on the flank, heading towards T-spawn. Won't be able to stop this bomb plant as he walks towards the ramp. 1 versus 3 for him. Oh, he's whiffed on Cadian. That was the chance, and now everything changes. Cannot miss opportunities like that. That was the window. Window's been closed, and the round's been taken by Heroic.
Ooh, a shot from Shush. Like he was roughly right height, but might get the shot to land. His crosshair placement. That will be Heroic's 7th round. Still just thoroughly impressed by that shot from Tesses. Like he was so screwed there, but he gets 1 at a minimum. It also just gives Heroic all that info. Rooster have been so active on mid. Why not try and take the A site quickly? And that's exactly what the Danes do. We are seeing a couple of the individuals step up here from Rooster. I'm glad we're seeing ASAP before. He was their best performer at their previous Pro League. Yeah, that's just first shot. I don't think Rooster did much wrong there. And then the turnaround from Shush.
Very nice. MOUZ on rails. 4-round lead for Heroic on this T side. Again, it looks like a surge is likely. Gabby in no man's land while the remainder creep forward. If you're behind these bricks and you're crouching, you can't be seen until you stand in both directions. And sometimes have a cheeky crab walk out. This will collect the bomb, deploy some smokes to Cadian. Got 2 flashes for the squad as well. I think he's got more than 2 flashes, actually. He'll be rotating over, so perhaps it's down. He'll pick up the slack there. Molly in towards the sandwich spot. They're waiting for that time to strike now as the flashes come through. 48 seconds on the clock. TJP simply waiting. ASAP deleted before he knows what's going on. You see the shadow TJP trying to pre-fire, but feels isolated as Rooster try to scramble for angles around the bomb site, but Cadian's been forced away by the Molotov. 33 seconds on the clock, and Yabi's finally activated, waiting in mid that whole time. The sleeper still. Meanwhile, bomb rotates towards B, but Yabi will finish off the job from that mid position. Through connector he goes, and Heroic find an 8th.
See the end there, ADK very aware of that Palace position that Cadian was playing in. Did not expect Cadian to run all the way back. Cadian had the bomb in that scenario, so just decided, I'm going to get away. I'm going to go back towards B. We know where this last man is, and it makes it pretty easy in the end for them to find him. So looking good for Heroic. Just with something to work with in this round. Chelios will buy that hero AWP. There's an M4 in play for ASAP as well. AWP is over on B, though. The pistol player stacked on the A site. Okay, spotted there. Molly, fortunately for him, bounces back, so he's okay for now. ASAP will help out with the M4. Might give something for Heroic to second guess, but the kill from Tesses certainly helps.
Oh, Yabi caught throwing grenades. So awkward for him. In the meantime, his teammates will swing from the ramp and try and deal, but that's such an awkward angle around those bricks. The burst will do the job, however. Chelios has a decision to make about this AWP, if he wants to hold on to it or not. Oh, it might be cold 0 time, because look at this rotation, although he is up in the apartments now. Heading forward. We'll have some sound cues soon as well. That's a great shot on the first player. The bomb's still in the control of Heroic, though, with 50 seconds on the clock. SS has been dropped, and that's another gun to be collected as Heroic go back and forth 2-on-2. Where will TJP go? Currently in that jungle position, looking towards the A bomb site. Could hold an angle for the cross to the site itself. Playing it safer though. Angles will be compromised. Is that for jungle or is it for connector? The big shot onto Cadian. Smoke lands by that connector spot, maybe looking for a short plant. And feel reasonably confident about CT with that position from TJP. And now Shush is in, the clutch grenades coming his way, spots both, but gets swatted by the AWP. And there's a fourth round for Rooster.
Finally getting to see some impact from that AWP of Chelios as well. He had a very quiet first map. I think the economy was a big problem for them in Inferno. He didn't get that AWP too often. And even on Inferno, it's not always the best map on T side to be pulling out the sniper. So nice to see him delivering with one of the 2 hero guns they brought into this round. Looked so good for Heroic that Chelios, this one proactive play, forced Heroic back away from B. And TJP got gifted that chance to recover the AK because of that play in through window. It made a big difference there. That's a nice round from Rooster. They'll be really happy with that turnaround. It actually causes maybe 1 or 2 issues for Heroic's economy here.
Much more engaging game from the Rooster POV, and there's more work to be done. Great buy for them, 1 AK for the CT squad as well. Heroic will try to finish this half with 11, but what do they bring into this round? Is there a gun on the floor for Yabi, or does he continue with the Desert Eagle? Instant smoke into the mid window for him, and a deagle it is. No primary weapon for Yabi. I doubt Heroic will be too concerned as Cadian goes very fast up towards that mid position. Chelios cannot miss shots like that when you're up against Heroic. That gives them so much position as they start to charge in. TJP gets tagged. ADK trying to hold down this B bomb site now, but they are so surrounded so quickly. Minute 30 and it's a 3-on-5. Make it 2. Rooster are getting cold. Like they've got the bird flu. One after the other. Down they go.
Yeah, that's a shame. Chelios just having some impact in the previous round. And as you said, comes out mid and you really got to get those kills. Looked like it was a fairly advantageous fight for him. Allows Cadian just to spot him trying to retreat through connector. Heroic takes so much map control elsewhere. Rooster always on the back foot after losing mid, got caught off guard. You saw the reposition there from the B anchor player. Not ideal when Heroic are already up into short. Should allow Heroic a fantastic opportunity to get double digits here. Already got 9. Be looking for 11 rounds out of this T side, if possible. Always got to make sure you jump peek correctly, otherwise Cadian's going to do that to you.
Oh man, it's so satisfying but so painful at the same time to just bear witness to a frag like that.
Yeah, he wasn't even jump peeking badly. That's just a really good reaction from Cadian. It's not like the whole body was showing, really. Still somehow Cadian lands a body shot.
Just showing presence. Let's not forget that eco where you had all the pistoleros on that B bomb site and Heroic were surrounding them before they even planted the bomb. They will feel very, very vulnerable in this round, Rooster. They'll just feel the pressure constantly. You're on eco, you've got literally nothing to lose, and you still feel pressured by this team who are just hunting you. Like ASAP could throw his pistol away, he'll spawn with it still in the next round. He has that little to lose, but still Heroic give them no space whatsoever, which is great to see. More people should play like this.
Just as punishing as possible. Etic allowed to save an AK, so a small slither of hope. That's just a great reaction from Cadian. That's what you get at this level. Ooh, poor ADK. Out with right from the get-go. And Rooster can't come back from that. Oh, full guns into the last round of the half for Rooster. Performed a little better here. They've already got 4 rounds compared to 2 on Inferno. Let's see if they can make it 5 at the half. Utility exchange in mid. There's a lot of nades from Heroic and apparently a team flash in play. It's down Dian to actually deliver the frag in the end. He'll get into connector.
Tight shot for Down, really hunting for that frag. Got to get his reload in though. A site's being compromised. Last round of the half, and Rooster are getting riddled with bullets. Chelios and ADK, now just the latter. All that remains in this one. 1 versus 4. Bomb getting planted. Not for you, buddy. A long road, an uphill struggle for Rooster, for ADK in this one. Almost took the silencer off there. That silencer may have compromised his position. They know where he is anyway. But how long will he stand? Not for long at all. 11 to the 4 of Rooster. Heroic have a very strong second half. We'll see how long the second half. First half, numbers. See you after the break. I'll just stop it there.
Get it live, who can paint that picture? Ain't no way we losing inches. Climb them fences, get bruised up, got stitches. Bring them back to their senses. Know how the game go, checks and payrolls remain the same. No forecast, Eli, baby. Time out, ride out, you can let them hate me. Get along everywhere we go. Don't carry vendettas, doing everything better. Step into the scene and they stuck like leather. Groupies follow me for the green. Pause to proceed, but we never lost. Tryna be fake. Tell me what it costs. Everything you touch, let's go back to dust. Hating cause you can't be like us, but just want you to vibe with me. Touch the sky, come fly with me. Be real, don't lie to me. We just gonna break no, bringing it back. You know what it is. Bringing it back, bringing it up. If you wanna dance slow, then you gotta move your feet. People gon' stare, but I don't care. And I know it's only cause they know when we the best. Mike skills don't put me to the test. We don't got time for the rest. Y'all haters is a mess. Give me my props, thinking we gon' stop. All I got is love for those that's riding with me. All these models vibing with me. Say so, please don't max the caseload. Rolling that dice at 7 would be nice. Text coming in, love to see, love to me. C to C, easily. Drop flows, I got goals. Please spread the word. We're kicking haters to the curb. Catching up all the intrigue. Doing it majorly, yeah.
For both sides, Canadian nails a shot. 3 kills from the captain.
God, I got to do the numbers again. First half, second half. Now it's the second half of the first game. How about that? Let's go. Mirage is here. Rooster have had more play in them than we saw on the first map, Inferno. Now the side swap. How much play remains for this squad? Heroic will be on the CT side. And I wouldn't be surprised if they play their CT side like a T side, especially as far as mid is concerned. But first comes the pistol. A 3-2 setup from Heroic. The two will have 5 players coming their way. Incendiary will be dropped, but will it be too late? Can they deliver these headshots? ADK sending it and giving lots of space for his squad. That's how you want Rooster to start this second half here. Very promising for this pistol now as they try to chase more frags, but Shush is denying all of them. Getting the reload in. Not getting the ace though, but the team will pick up the slack. That was nasty. Just when you thought it was safe to talk about promise for Rooster, Heroic say no.
What the hell happened? Oh, boy. Man, that looked so good. They full send it. They get 2 entries with ADK. It looked like Tessus's jump peaks with the molly weren't ideal. Didn't seem like he spotted them immediately, so they were able to beat the incendiary. This looked fantastic. So quick that Tessus wasn't ready. Second player can't respond. The lineups. Oh, no. Oh, you hate to see it. Not in slow-mo. Oh, man. I mean, fair play to Shush. Those are some good shots, but he'll fight him on similar angles. He makes them pay. And Rooster, well, a couple of them have bought AKs. They'll try and keep the pressure on. Heroic look very comfortable right now.
And then Cadian's like, give me that defuse, give me that defuse. Wants that bonus money. Captain coming in.
Wants the AWP at least once in this CT side, you know? Scrape out all the money you can.
There's that crouch to not reveal the head. Jumps up, well, stands up halfway through. So if you're not doing that at home, then you definitely should be. Come out crouching. If anyone's playing near default, they won't see you until you stand.
Shush just got back-to-back quad kills. He's just got more kills than he did in the whole first half.
Must be nice.
Pretty good.
Be very nice indeed. Well, the way things are going, that suit might not be on for long.
Smoke down early. That means that Molly will not deny Cadian's position. You can already bet that Cadian's going to try and make a move up mid, but ASAP denies. It's down holding the underpass, though. So Rooster trying to capitalize on that opening kill. End up losing a player in the process. There's more CT aggression coming.
Oh, ASAP doesn't know where to turn. So blind. Yeah, that's a duel you don't want to continue when you're carrying the bomb. Heroic playing top mid on the CT side. Standard affair for them, and what we expected as well. But again, it's a great test. One of the maximum tests, I feel like, in terms of sheer aggression for a team from a more remote region. Playing against Heroic on maps like Mirage. ADK then 1 versus 3 with some bomb retrieval to do. Looking for the stylish 1D. Nothing doing there. 10-round deficit then for Rooster as Heroic are 2 from victory.
Looking good for Heroic. I think we've seen them play solid Counter-Strike as we were expecting. Maybe trying 1 or 2 new things. Using this game to experiment at times. But for the most part, just sticking with what we know and love from this Heroic squad. Tech 9's out for Rooster. These rounds can always be a bit of fun. They try and just swarm a bomb site. Let's rely on you not getting caught in a choke point. Oh boy, Tessus, how is that molly not landed in the apartments? Ideal. Won't do much either, so maybe a chance for Rooster to pounce now.
Standard affair from Tessus. Pop the smoke up, fall back, and lead them in his direction as they walk into a crossfire. Heroic's protocol was very interesting to study. How 2 players will support each other in various scenarios. Simple and effective, how it should be, how it is. Series point, match points for Heroic. Their opening match of this B group versus Rooster, who got the worst possible draw at the beginning. Which means the worst will be over once this has concluded.
Should be able to compete a little more in the games to come. Heroic showing us why they are one of the best teams in the world right now. AKs are out for Rooster. Chance for someone to try and get a highlight play. We've seen a little more out of the individuals from Rooster across the board on this map. No one that far behind. Hopefully that's something that can continue for them. and have it being fought for by Heroic. Rooster might put some players of their own into this position. Maybe not, though. Just over a minute left. Rooster keeping their options open.
$11 rounds in a row required for Rooster. An exchange of grenades as they move into position for a split of the A-bomb site. Heroic are absolutely ready, as they have been from start to finish. Full control from Heroic. 30 seconds remain for Rooster. And again, this is, I think, maybe the more challenging part of the round for an underdog team. The mid to late round, very late round now, as they try to solve many problems. Yabby with the continuation spray. How CJP rounds that corner and gets something, I don't know. Acadian is here to trade. The bomb's been lost, and maybe the round has as well. Indeed it has. Heroic with a strong victory from start to finish. Never under threat, really, versus Rooster. And again, looking at the disparity in the ranks, that's exactly how it should be.
Yeah, convincing win for Heroic to start their Pro League campaign here in Group B. They should have some tougher tests down the line, but exactly what we wanted to see from them, starting things strong in the group stage. For Rooster, more chances to come. They will take this as a learning opportunity against one of the best teams in the world. Heroic, very well-rounded, pretty much every player showing up. Exactly what we expected to see from them here.
Yeah, standard stuff. And some people may have questions as to the shape of Heroic coming into this one. I don't think there's really any takeaways from that because their real challenges are to come. So it's a comfortable first series for Heroic, putting it mildly. They got a very nice draw. For Rooster, again, I think there's clear contrast and examples in the maps they pick and the maps that Heroic picked. You know, especially on the CT side, I can just directly compare and see what works and what doesn't when you go up against some of the best in the world. So I think there's high value in that for their opening match, especially moving forward as well for the teams which won't be so oppressive. I think that if they can take some quick lessons from their match with Heroic, then maybe that can make their matches better going forward in the rest of the brackets.
Yeah, that's what they got to hope for. I think whenever you're one of these big underdog teams, you're normally going up against a big favorite in these first matches. So I'm sure they won't be too down on themselves. They would have been aware that this is not going to be a game they're likely to win and just take it for what it is. Hope they can do some more going forwards. I think long-term for Heroic, though, I'm sure here at Pro League, this is a tournament they want to prove that they are still a real competitor for trophies. They're going to want to go deep in playoffs. And so making it through that upper bracket, advancing straight to the later stages of the playoffs should be an aim for these guys. And I think that's hopefully something we'll get to see from Heroic going forward.
Right, we've got Cadian in the box. In the box or on the box? He's not in the box, he's in the box. So, hello, Cadian. That was a comfortable victory for you. Now, we've seen some big draws in some of the matches we've seen so far, where we've got a very high-ranked team versus a very low-ranked team, or be it a new team like Walks who are kind of in a pug situation and trying to put things together. A team that's got remote challenges coming from Oceania. I think you're one of the great examples of players who have had a long career to grind to get to where they are at the moment. What do you think, with the wisdom you've gained along the way, for a team like Rooster, playing a team like you, what do you think the main value in that is? Obviously, you guys will give them no space and smash them at every opportunity and so on. But what do you think is the most value they can take by playing a team like you who give them absolutely nothing?
I think maybe at the lower levels, there is a lot of small plays and ways you take map control, or that you fake the way you take map control, that is not being punished to the same extent on that kind of level. I mean, I think it's also tough to play a team like us who's pushing so much. You take a part of the map, and if you don't maintain it properly, we will retake it and we'll kind of know something they maybe don't. And then, that's the kind of feeling we had when we played the game, that we always had a good idea of where they were in the map. So I think I remember when I was coming up, what I was trying to look at a lot is what is the success criteria for the team that I'm playing against? And I remember back in the days, like, example, when we played Astralis when I was in Rogue at the Face It Major in London, like, every team always just gave Astralis banana control because, like, they were so good at utilizing the utility, you know, like, they were one of the first ones who were good at, like, smoking deep, molly close, molly deep, nade the tree, all these kind of things. And people were avoiding the utility damage and tried to, like, okay, switch up the pace and go A or whatever. And I remember when I played them back then, I at least realized, like, you have to try and interrupt it at all costs. So we were, like, fighting banana like madmen, 4 guys versus them, trying to nade them back and stuff. So I think when you study for better opponents, you see what they do and how they make it work, and you try to, yeah, I just think there's a lot of learning to it. So I think this is the second time in a row coming to Pro League. So yeah, I guess they are definitely getting more and more experience under their belt. And yeah, obviously one of the sad parts, or what to say, is that you always draw such a tough opponent in the first round when you are coming from one of the smaller regions. So not always fair chances, but yeah, it's the name of the game.
I think in this particular format, it's good that they draw you or a team like you at the beginning, because then they can just get the worst possible match out of the way. And it's like, all right, now, you know, maybe they can take some lessons from that. But I wanted to talk about, like, you guys are very good at your 2-man setups on the CT side, you know, leading people into traps and so on. How long does it take to develop things like that? Because that's a very key factor on the CT side especially. So how long does it take to find that synergy with a squad?
Well, I think, like, to make it perfect, it took like a couple of different roster iterations, because every player needs to kind of understand the principles and the philosophies of it. And the thing is, like, with the way we play the game and that other people has, like, integrated into their playstyle as well, is like you have to kind of think anti-logical once in a while. Like, you have to leave a position and make it vulnerable and be okay with the fact that if they go here at this time, it's not good for us. But you're kind of gambling on, like, okay, it doesn't make sense for them to, you know, let's say on Mirage, for example, how many teams just go B apps at 115 or 120? No one, right? Either they pop in the beginning of the round, like they rush B, or they make an early B pop, or they like smoke window, top connector, try to, like, split it. So, like, all these kind of things where you're, like, looking at tendencies and what teams do is like, you're okay, maybe, yeah, you're jump spotting B and you have good info, but now you need to be the second guy short who has to, like, refrag when we're pushing middle and stuff like this. So yeah, it takes long, a lot of talks and a lot of the theory behind it, but yeah, it's also rewarding when you see it work.
Cool. I think we've also had a lot of other teams making roster moves recently. Do you guys feel like you want to come in here and show that sometimes you don't need to make a roster move to make progress? Because you guys obviously have been competing for a long time with this lineup and still looking great.
I mean, yes and no. I think maybe that was also the case just when the summer break ended, that all the teams that did make the roster changes, you didn't want to lose to them because they were less experienced and had less practice under their belt with, like, their map pool depth and stuff like this. So I mean, now like, when the season is like 2 months in, not so much, I think. But I mean, I think for us it's more about trying to prove to ourselves again, like, what kind of team we are and what we're capable of and how we can play good CS. And we haven't really hit our perfect stride for the last couple of months, or month, maybe more. Like, Counter-Strike is so fast, you know, you have 2 shaky tournaments and it feels like forever. But yeah, definitely a lot of things we can still improve on. Yeah, we'll hope to make that happen throughout Pro League.
Oh, I actually wanted to ask you about this group as well, because I feel like this group is a little bit open with which teams might make it through. So is there any sneaky team that you think might surprise people here in Group B?
I would say, like, MOUZ, NS, and us should be making it through, like, 90% of the time. And I don't know, I have a little bit of a feeling that maybe MIBR could do something. And I think it's a very ballsy pick, considering I don't think they've ever made it out of a group stage in any Pro League format. So yeah, I don't know. I think Safi and Drop they have some experience that they can give to the young talent that is already on MIBR. So it's just based off a gut feeling, because obviously I haven't seen them play much and stuff like this, but I also think they've been in Europe for quite some time. So at least they've had, like, the practice possibilities to make it happen. But I think, like, kind of them and Monty and Big, where Monty and Big is a little more favored. It's like in the same kind of, those three should be fighting for the last spot. And then Rooster and EG, I mean, they can surprise, but I'm not expecting too much as of yet. But I mean, they can always prove me wrong, prove the haters wrong, you know.
Always good to do that. All right, well, congratulations with your first match. Toughest matches are yet to come, I'm sure. So good luck in the rest of the bracket, and we'll let you go enjoy Malta.
Yeah, thank you, James. Thank you, Holger. See you guys.
See you later. Well, it was always nice to get some insight from the top of the mountain, top of the food chain, if you will, on what they would do if they were still in their fledgling days. So I think that's quite interesting perspective for the up-and-coming teams from Cadian.
Yeah, I think you gave some really, really good insight, in-depth answers there on some of the ways they look at the game and also what they think the opponents could try and take. So always a pleasure to talk to Cadian. I feel like he makes sure to give us really good answers there. Sometimes you can tell players are like, oh, one word, let's get this over with, the Brokey special, but Cadian does the most to try and get us some good info, which I'm happy to see.
Yeah, some really nice insight from Cadian during that interview, which is great food for thought. And I do like it when teams talk about the fundamentals of Counter-Strike in their team, like the two-man setups and so on. It's just to give some more perspective for the people who are still learning in their careers. Anyway, we're heading to a break. Later on, we're going to have MOUZ versus MIBR. Our second match on the B stream is to come, so stay tuned.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Rooster one more time. Are you ready?
we're drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high, then drop me low. You got that's something I can seem to let go. You got me high, then drop me low. You got that's something I can seem to let go.
I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat, bro. You know, it's your road, it's your road. Yeah, they call me in just to murder the flow. Mr. Heathcliff Huxtable, my low sweater's dope. A little Ali, yeah, I wrote it a dope. Roper a dope, till down Frazier go. Last on the cash flow, off to the next show. This year OP, on the track smashing. Live off Michigan Ave, fresh out the mansion. Sale clerks say, he's so handsome. From Heathrow to LAX, I drop anthems. Put the words together and they fall so random. But when I say them, little dudes throw tantrums. Oh, grow up, I'm over your head like a viaduct. That's how it's what? Smoking something louder than a fire truck. Try and duck, but words penetrate ears. The man you should fear. Good luck with your career. Yo, I'm out of here. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat, bro. You know, it's your road, it's your road. Definition of breakfast with your miss having a taste test. You could take 100 rulers, couldn't measure my greatness. Flowetry say yes, channel say bless. I'm just saying you stand would be the greatest. The champs lamping, load up, your future showed up. Yeah, I tried to listen to him. I'm like, so what? It's so nuts. Pecan, pistachio, cue the flow no matter sample. Or Casio, so casual like Hyro and khakis, bro. I know you know this would sound good on vinyl, colored albino. Sticking out the bag of a fine chick riding a dino. Is Mr. Uncontested, that's my answer. Final. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat, bro. You know, it's your road, it's your road.
See, I've been wondering if you'll come over. Will you come over to me?
Look at the state I'm in, and I am sober. I am sober. I'm looking at you now, and I feel the power from you.
And I don't know how,
But you got my mind racing, it's racing, oh. I'm addicted to that something. It always happens every time we touch. We made something out of nothing, and now I can't let go. You are all that I see. I've been looking for some synchronicity, and when it comes to you and me, no, we can't escape this electricity. Electricity.
every stroke has got me singing out. Every stroke has got me singing out. Every stroke.
Every stroke has got me singing out. Every stroke has got me singing out. You are all that I see. I've been looking for some synchronicity, and when it comes to you and me, no, we can't escape this electricity. Electricity. Every stroke has got me singing out. Every stroke has got me singing out. Every stroke has got me singing out. Every stroke has got me singing out.
Ooh, eyes I can see you keeping me wavy. You are made of dreams. I'm into it, just moving like a shot in the dark. My heart it goes hazy. Too much symmetry. Fall into it. I wanna drift asleep, tangled in your sheets. I wanna hear you say my name forever. Tell me I'm ecstasy, everything you need. I wanna know you'll chase me to the clouds. I can see it in my head, it's better than the others. I know it could be the best, yeah, I could be your lover. You don't cross my mind 'cause you're living it. If you were all mine, it'd be every day. Baby, let me love you, yeah, I wanna be your lover. Slow motion falling into your emotion. Don't stop, yeah, you know I'm into it. Just put your hands on my body. Yeah, you already got me. Oh, come take me home. Fall into it, yeah. I wanna drift asleep, tangled in your sheets. I wanna hear you say my name forever. Tell me I'm ecstasy, everything you need. I wanna know you'll chase me to the clouds. I can see it in my head, it's better than the others. I know it could be the best, yeah, I could be your lover. You don't cross my mind 'cause you're living it. If you were all mine, it'd be every day. Baby, let me love you, yeah, I wanna be your lover. I wanna be wherever you are. I wanna see the same stars. No, I don't care if you break my heart. I wanna be wherever you are. Take me on a trip out of the real world. No, I don't care if it falls apart. No, I don't care if it's where you are. I just wanna be with you. I can see it in my head, it's better than the others. I know it could be the best, yeah, I could be your lover. You don't cross my mind 'cause you're living it. If you were all mine, it'd be every day. Baby, let me love you, yeah, I wanna be your lover. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all deep into you, might just shatter now. You're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. And I don't know where to go from here. Is it worth the fear? All alone, filling up with tears, and I'm hardly here. I am still burning slow. Do I stick it out now? Is it time to go? Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all deep into you, might just shatter now. You're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time.
I can't miss no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a rollie. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt. I remember back in apartments, humble beginnings, what I start with. I'm still humble if you checking out my carton. 2% we wasn't dancing like we Carlton. A product of the system living in our margins. Harvest all the planet, seeds I've been demanding. Trees taken for granted, faith just couldn't stand it. Standing on solid rock, now that's a firm foundation. We've been waiting and I'm praying we gon' make it. Face it, this year ain't even go the way we want it. Double jointed, two-faced, but now we on it. Seeing your true colors in this light and it's alarming. But God see the mess and he get clean it up with Charmin. Ooh, the boo-boo, ooh, the view. Watching God's plan like a show from Hulu. Who's who? Gon' see it as soon as the snow moves. We roll through, cause all you're together like pork stew. I can't miss no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt. See the glory in the hurt. Okay, body still water, I'm playing this so sturdy. I don't need magic to know that he worthy. He coming with the beef with the ones who get jerky. And on the shoe, he in the clutch, Jamal Murray. His plan got a plan, you ain't stressing the thing. You need more than Golden State to put some stress on the king. I don't flex, I just take it
proportionally challenged. Average for the age. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
But yeah,
yeah. Anyway,
I like one thing that happened was that Proso still had a smoke, but he didn't use it for B because that would cause them to stop and to turn and God knows what. So Crimbo had good timing, just sort of let them come, do your best, try to get the kills, and worked out perfectly for Big. You can see time is a cruel mistress. You know, it can be on your side, just a couple of seconds, bro gets that kill. Now the whole map opens up for Big. Where do we go? What do we do? Instead, bro turns around to group with his team, follow the call. Crimbo has to take a risk right in that situation. Hits perfect timing.
Spawn smoke, where's that going? Let's find out together. Sailing through the skies as mid lockdown with a nice deep one. Sin going to be throwing nades behind that as well. Will stop any early access to that window fight.
Oh, Process under pressure right away. It was a team kill in the midst of that. The Process is overrun, and now Sin has to try and help his teammates, but Demka, he continues to go onto the side, and that tower, it will fall. The foundation's ripped away. It's Mantu and Crimbo at least doing something here for Big, but the Tech-9s and the Deagle, they can be really potent once they're into the bomb site here, and that plant is starting to come in. Bro's got an AK now as well. They both upgraded into rifles. And this is a push forward for SDY that'll come out on top of Crimbo, and just Sin, back of the SMG. He is overrun, overwhelmed. And I love that Demka was still pushing forward. Even though the smoke is up and dark, he's getting chased in from behind. The fact that he keeps going, you see Big weren't ready for that when they still held the boost, hoping they could look towards B main, but Demka able to keep going.
Right, yeah, it started with that team kill.
I'm not really sure what that was from Process. I mean, that was a bad timing to peek. That was a late peek. He had all his nades, could just block that. If you're unsure, you know, it feels like some of these newer additions for Big still acclimatizing themselves, you know?
Most definitely.
Yeah, which is, it's kind of wild that, you know, Sin was brought in as an IGL, right? And they thought that was, you know, going to work out. I think they quickly realized that it was too much for him to handle playing at this level and calling still. So shifted back to old Tabson.
I'm fine with that as long as they're actively like working towards him being the caller.
Bloody
like going back to it.
Much better now.
Yeah,
all he needed was the 5-7.
Very nicely.
Finally taken out though. SDY. Summon some spirit with the AK. A second kill comes in and Sin good swing. 5-7 to headshot. The advantage sides are big on the weaker guns, but that player count is now evened out again thanks to Waro 2K in mid. Under a minute left as Sin turns. And Burrow's head is caught looking the wrong way. So just Waro, who has been a little quiet today. This would be a massive clutch to pick up in the final 45 seconds. He'll begin his walk out of spawn and bring that bomb towards A. Could still have the option to go back towards B if he wants to through dark, but he's now crossing over and a big shot. Mantu caught away, and Waro now into a 1v1. Does he make the right play? Sin has got the right read for the time being towards the A side of things. 20 seconds, not a lot of time for Waro, but he's committed towards B.
Yeah, Sin's working it out.
He won't get there anywhere near in time, so that bomb is going to go down, and then Waro will have a molly into the post plant as well. Plenty of options for Waro now, as that bomb plant's locked through, and Sin is so far away.
Like uncomfortably far.
There's no utility here and no kit for Sin. This is such a difficult 1v1 to win now for Sin.
This round's over. If you're gonna go for it, you need to be running here and just sort of
sprinting in.
Yeah,
like
you can't expect to clear everything here.
Yeah, now he realizes that, but yeah, he just realizes too late. So off he goes, and Waro will win the clutch with just the right decision to go back towards B.
Very well played by Waro. 2 great AK shots as well. Clears out mid, flips the script. It was an advantage for Big until Waro happened. Double kill and a 10th in the bag. Monty, they are looking tenacious here. They want to take us to a third map. We'll see that it started so strong for Process. Sin's 5-7 equally effective, and ooh, Counter-Strike. It can feel so good and it can feel so frustrating. That's the shot we were talking about.
What Big do now, because maybe Monty's economy isn't fully developed yet, right? A couple of players certainly going to be weak on either weapons or utility. And Big have that saved AK, and a few players with some extra cash to throw in. So maybe Or force around the AK or just a half buy. But it's very possible Big can still win this next round. Monty's not going to have the prettiest purchase. Monty can play a really fun T-side as well on Anubis. You got to see that at the Paris Major versus Na'Vi, little glimpses of what they were used to be like, right? You lose Boris, maybe you lose a little bit of that impact, but definitely making Anubis an exciting map to watch once they get onto the T-side, Monty. And Demka is on the Mac-10. Speed through the water up towards the bottom of Dark. He wants to get in there right away. It's just a 5-7 around the AK, so it should be nice and easy here for Monty to take an 11th. They're hoping they can lay a trap towards A on the CT side, let Monty walk into that AK, but unfortunately for Big, it's the B play for Monty. And they've gone right in, Krasnell with the first pick. Here's Sin a little faster this round. Nips in behind, Krasnell. It's gonna be one, but that's it. Locked away, 11 rounds for Monty.
Job's a good one.
Haven't heard that one in a while.
Work, work. Job done. Job done, right?
Job's done. Trace does a great impression.
What, of an orc?
Yes.
No surprises there.
No, you would actually think you are in the game. Like, he does it so well, yeah. Righto.
Oh, that was nice. Yeah. Time is money, friend.
Unfortunately, I never got into WoW, but I did only get into sort of Hearthstone.
Did you say unfortunately?
Yeah, I never got into WoW. You know, I missed out on a lot of memes. And Alex is having to teach me the Leroy Jenkins meme back in Rio.
We sat
I had to go through a whole cultural
zeitgeist.
Education. Yeah, zeitgeist.
Maybe you can ask Chad to show you Door Stuck next.
Door Stuck.
All the classics.
Door Stuck. I think Big Clan are stuck right now. One CT round to boast. It was the second round. They won the second round force buy. You'd think that's all. It's time for celebrations, and then of course lost.
It feels like
force back.
Big are dead right now. They've kind of disappeared in the first half and haven't been found again.
They're stuck, and SDY has just been helping them out.
They're stuck in the mud.
Can't get over it. Still 21 frags deep. SDY's been pulling no punches. I like this. This is very Big Clan-esque. Just go A. And it's only Crimbo here. As he gets that smoke out in time, it would be good. It's not happening. Awkward for Crimbo.
Yeah, very awkward indeed, but he stays up. He stays alive. And now with the smoke set up, a bit of a one-way to the side of that. So there's Krasnell trying to push a little too far forward towards Bricks. Crimbo's able to catch him. And now it will be Big with the advantage into the retake attempt. Mantu forced off the top of that boost by the flash. Smoke will fade away. And Monty and a decent post plant here.
Here's where you would need to do a 3-2-1 peek, Alex. You just need to hit the correct timing for it.
Yeah, but it's still tough, especially no kit. They have to get on that bomb site now, or it's going to be a lay down your arms. 5 of them just about considering it. Off the flash they go. Bro, first headshot found. More committing into the site. It's too good for the setup. The post plant is theirs. The round is Monty, 12. Big still yet to get the second round going. It's so horrible as well. You're in an quote-unquote advantage, right? You've lost the site, but you have that 4v5. No kit, it can be the difference maker. You know you just need a little bit more time to be procedural about your fights. And this time, going off of one flash and everyone hitting their shots on Monty, it just melts, and you can see what their finances look like here, Yanko. So upon review, hindsight I know is 2020. Would you be better off just accepting and like you're gonna do a 5 versus 4, like a 9-man save essentially, and just back away?
No, you can't back away in that situation. I think it just shows a little bit of lack of protocols and organization still for Big at this stage on this map, right? Where it looked really disjointed on the retake. It didn't even feel like Monte had to work for it all that much. And maybe a scenario that they haven't just encountered that many times in practice or in other officials, right? Where it's a 5v4, but you don't have maybe the utility you'd want.
Look at your buy now. This is for 13. You're going to get everything you need next. 13 looking imminent.
That's all right.
Oh, this is what the
It's a
mid
half
part of
buy.
the map looks like. Here we go.
Have to avoid this AWP, which
Yeah, well.
is now only the one. And A side's open. They're quick though. Dinko.
Oh, they got AK as well. Tapped him through the fire. Straight away to the headshot. Couldn't get the second. And so with that, I think the chances of big do fizzle out. But here come the final waves of attempts back into this. 257s now running into Demka. That AK passed its way through a couple of hands, but eventually will fall. And it's 13-9. Monty, do lock in that 13th number. Buy is back for big. It was interesting. Crimbo was talking yesterday. He was asked about sort of the differences between Sirius and Mantu when it comes to AWPing for big, and he felt like Mantu was definitely a far better team player, but
and Sirius is just a better player.
Yeah, that was speaking to chat. That was where I was going to go with it. It's like, you know, talking about the difference of being a team player as an AWPer. Is there really? Do you have that luxury? Do you need to be a little bit more assertive, take a little bit more space as an AWPer instead of being that team player?
I think it just depends on the player, like on your attitude, your approach. As you've seen, he's gonna get caught here.
Oh, no. No, not enough information being taken on those jiggles out, and so they're just right up on top of him. It's Mantu not ready for how much space they've lost. Gaps perhaps in communication. Mantu B-hopping back into a rifle. Somehow Big are actually still in the better spot though, because they have the bomb towards A connector, and the last two players to Monty coming through A main. So somehow in all of those awkward fights, Big still in the better spot.
I'm not really sure how that
Yeah,
happened, but it happened.
Well, the bomb goes down. Still a chance to recover it for Monty. With that smoke up, you can maybe get in on that re-smoke and pick up the bomb and get back out of dodge here.
That re-smoke just a touch.
Whoa, Tapson nearly goes down. He's so close to falling here. And Bro forced away. 30 seconds. You really needed to get that bomb on that re-smoke, it felt like. Now as it starts to fade away, it just opens up the chances a lot more to shut them down. But Tapson's gone and hit the deck. The bomb has been recovered, and now Monty have got themselves into a 2v2 into a post plant.
This is really uncomfortable process. Looks away as Bro is doing everything for Monty. It will fall to Demka to close. Headshot spotted and headshot delivered. Demka. Another impact round from him.
Oh, that's just terrible to lose that for Big. You know, you really should have probably lost at the start of the round. The fact that the bomb falls to your feet, you somehow come out of that awkward engagement ahead, and you still are unable to close it. That's got to feel so rough.
So you double smoked it. You had it control of it up until now. 20 seconds left.
Good. I mean, also Creamboy is in like CT spawn, watching that flank from beach. Like you don't need to. You don't need to try to be a genius here. Just play with your team and watch that flank from somewhere else. You're 3v2, right? Like, in the end, he was... I mean, they managed to get the bomb with just one guy dying. Like, what?
Ooh, SC1.
These half buys have been dangerous.
Yeah, really dangerous. I mean, the A site's lost, but they don't have the bomb. This is about to get very spooky here, Dinko. So Sin, he's got the bomb carrier, or rather SDY low. Oh, could have brought him lower. Now the bomb's on Waro. They have mid control, they have mid info off Mantu, full B main as well as pushed up. So with Demka already beach, I feel like this round's about to lose its potency. Gonna walk on in.
No, he will fall. Process's rifles come out on top, but they have got their way in towards the A site. Big a long way off. So Monte should be able to control this for at least the next few seconds.
Why aren't they trying to like
Very
run
slow.
a little bit closer to A main and sort of try to maybe steal this round away? Get the USP to run in first so the rifle can trade and try to put the pressure on Monty maybe to then peek, make a mistake, something.
Yeah, well, Mantu's doing so with his pistol, 5-7 charging.
Yeah, the lack of kit here might cost him towards the end. Waro 2K and Krasnal with the double in between each other, and Big didn't have enough time to pull that one off. Once they arrived to the side, they need to instantly get those kills, and it wasn't going to happen for them. It is now Monty up to 15 rounds. Map point on their map pick of Anubis. This one looks destined to go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, what they did, just do it 10 seconds faster. That gives you more margin for error, more options.
Yeah.
Just some of these when it comes to situational Counter-Strike, some of these decisions have been quite strange. At times from both teams, really. But Monty so far prevails. Map point.
Boatloads of them. What do you think the average occupancy of a boat is? 6? Boatloads? Let's find out. As this is their first attempt, and it's straight into Sin. Demka, oh my gosh, yeah, if Crimbo's not careful, he's going to be committed to this angle. Sin is single-handedly defending middle.
Crimbo,
this is
being
brave.
tagged as well. Yeah, it's really brave to stay in the smoke, and Demka, oh, he's going to check it, he's going to spam it, and Crimbo is going to fall. Oh, he was just standing in that spot, really hoping that the risk would pay off, but it doesn't. It goes the other way, and Demka does his due diligence and sprays through the smoke, and Crimbo is taken out of the round. The work is done from Sin, and the leg's now spotted of SDY, who still wins that fight against Process.
Could be a real nasty round here if you lose this one. After all of that hard work from Sin. A fumble from Process, SDY lives on. 6 opportunities to close here for Monty. Take us to our third.
It's going to be an empty A site they walk into again here. And Big's retakes have not really got going at all here, so they have to hope that they can break them apart before it comes down to that. And Bro is caught cutting off that rotation, and they're a little bit faster about getting in position now. They haven't let Monty plant and then get into these comfortable post-plant positions. They're charging back in on this retake attempt, and that is what it is. Sin comes around the backside. Great round from him so far. Looks like it's going to be enough to close it, unless SDY somehow gets them to line up. And good peek that from Big to secure an extra lifeline on this map.
Yeah, great round out of Sin. I mean, we talked about his start in middle, but he actually nails the one on the way in as well. Triple kill from him. And the first of the aforementioned 6 of those tests passed. That's what we were talking about. We'll see this one as well. Nice shots from Sin off the back of that flash. Trading off.
There's a boat. Well. I reckon that could fit 6 people, 7
comfortably.
maybe. Yeah.
You know, 2 on each jibbly wibbly.
If you're really pushing it, 3.
Yeah, really, really pushing it, hanging your legs off the edge. Mid-util. No one going to try an early aggress. I say that as Crimbo. He does just force the fight with Demka. Didn't like the way that last one went down.
Slaps him this time around. He's like, okay, I'm not going to wait. I'm just going to take the fight right away. Demka falls. That's going to be Big, feeling pretty good about the start of this one. Could be overtime. All right, Process has had a couple of nightmarish holds towards Dark. Hasn't been able to block them too well with his util, but this time looks a little better. Some help coming in. That's another molly. Yeah, that definitely helps.
God.
And actually forces them into Crimbo. As he comes around the back, the aggressive maneuver from Crimbo reaps him another 2. And that's a nightmare round for Monty. That's when you just crumple up and throw in the bin.
Oof. Yeah, a couple of unforced errors for both squads.
Can't remember the last game where I've seen both hoppers do so little. Like
across the series.
So little presence, so little impact, so little anything. But hey, Alex, let's stay positive.
Yeah.
This gives the riflers a chance to shine. Just look at Crimbo.
Just look at him.
He's doing great.
And SDY.
And Crimbo.
Crimbo is fantastic.
It's been a lot. Like, I'm struggling to see sort of connection on both sides between some of the T rounds. Like, there's not really a story there. It seems like the rounds are just being called separately for themselves. Some of it is influenced by utility here. You know, the aggressive peak now from Process and Tabsen, understanding the money situation as well. Usually you're trying to sort of set your opponents up with something. You know, you're doing stuff, okay. Based on what you were doing, you can come up, we can cut it with a call. Didn't really see too much of that here.
The AWP for Mansu, not landing its mark. And that is going to be Monty. Getting information, the AWP's there, they don't want to follow up on it, so they're backing out of there, heading into the canal. Still a lot of time left, but not a lot of hope. This mid-peak might just come in at the perfect time for Sin to catch SDY. Sees him, does a lot of damage, unable to collect the kill in the end. And now under 1 minute, the Dark Peak coming in with a follow-up flash in behind. Krasnal set up. Process has fallen back to use cover of the pillar. He's got taps alongside of him too, and they're using the final pieces of utility just to block them off in Dark. Don't let them anywhere near this site, and Tapsin gets the triple. Good lineup to shut that one out.
Wow, yeah, dream setup for Big to try and take this to overtime. It's quad AK-47s. And MBT looking a little concerned.
But please no, guys.
Yeah. Well, 3 of those 6 tests passed. Another 3 to go if Big want to secure OT and avoid that 3rd map.
In reality, it's 2 gun rounds. I mean, and this one isn't great to begin with. There's 3 Galils, a MAC-10, and an AK. And it seems like a repeat of that round that we saw early on in the half from Monty, right? The A executes, but they all go through. Rugs come down. And Cribmo has been playing a good game, so let's see what he has in store for us on this hold. Support from Sin. They have 2 molly. Smoke, use something.
Oh, well, Crimbo's locked out. He can't do anything right now apart from trying to assist Sin with the flashes, and it's working out really well. Sin gets a double from the back of the cake, and now Crimbo can leave that wall and peek out from the top of the bricks, and he'll take himself the kill that closes the round. Fantastic hold from Big, in particular Sin again, who's had some really nice rounds over the last few. They're not 2 away from overtime.
And this is just pistols for Monty. So 1 gun round away for Big. Obviously a couple of different things in this round. First, Voro died immediately on mid, so that could have also been a tell for Big, and then great anchor play from Crimbo. Getting it done, buying time, good. We saw some of that counter utility. So we'll see, there's a good chance LMBT is just sort of calming the players down a little bit and giving them the call for the final round, what he wants them to do, not necessarily for this one. Sure, obviously they're still trying to win it. What I don't want to see here is people spending too much money, Alex. And Voro is already on like only 1,200. So if they don't plant, he's on 4,600. That's no op, if you even want it, but let's see.
Let's find out. Monty, conservative. Some more than others. Demka, the audacity to try and counter that one league against an AWP. Certainly backing himself.
This would be the typical round for Monty to win. Just take 16-13 on the back of the pistols.
Yeah, I mean, considering the weaponry they're up against, it would be very hard to imagine this going wrong. Got Mantu and Sin, a little bit of proactivity on their mid defense here. Waiting for that fade, drop the incendiary. Mantu's got the doors swing covered, and they are preparing for A, so keeping these mid players busy is an achievement. They've left him a smoke as well, that's interesting.
Testing A again, and this time Crimbo is going to be up on the fountain. He'll be involved in the early fights on the attack in with Sin alongside of him. Sin with the first. Crimbo will die for a Sin to let him step up with the follow-up kills, and just SDY in middle. P250 will try its best, but it is shut out. We're going to need all the rounds here. Monty looking to close out the second map of play, or Big forcing us to OT, with the hopes of a 2-0 win in the best of 3 still open up.
Let's see now what Monty has in store for us. That's a 5-round win streak for Big. We're down 15-9. And now, you know, it's not just about the CS. LMBT actually taking 2 timeouts in a row, really trying to, you know, get his point across and explain to them, kind detail what he wants him or the team to do, and perhaps some of the timing. So let's see what Monty does in this round. It's also important, you know, it's like, oh, they're coming back. You thought you were like, this was in the bag. We're going to close it out. We're going into a third all of a sudden. you're one round away from overtime.
This would be quite the comeback from Big, and on the harder side. I mean, this has been a very impressive run. 5 in a row.
Well, there is about to be a pop from Monty into this B side. They've got no control elsewhere, so it has to be quite committed in towards this side of the map. And Mantu doesn't get the peak on the first kill, and it's now going to be Tapson and Process having to step up. And Process overrun, Crastal in with a double, and they've got the B site. Monty with a simple call, and it might be the one that gets them the win here.
Nade looks good for some damage onto SDY. One-shot headshot potential for this comeback. Retake from Sin. He's been great. Crimbo as well. 2 of the high flyers from Big just to try and force overtime. And now with Crimbo gone, it looks like they've done enough. This is Krasnal 4 on for the ace. He's got his team the round they needed off the back of the timeouts. LMBT, surely he's got to be happy with this one. There's no time in this one. No time at all, Sin. He has to find the headshot. Krasnal ace to secure it. And we're off, going the distance. We will need that third map. Ancient required. Big and Monty, this story continues in 30 rounds. A long, arduous task to take it there, but Monty, they keep their head above water in their opening game of Group B.
Yes, I know we're not the same. I'm so tired of playing games. You don't have to be so hard. Just tell me your dreams, the things you like. What turns you off, what makes you doubt. I'll tell you my deepest secrets. I wanna let them out. Hiding a million different things.
see you keeping me wavy. You are made of dreams. I'm into it, just moving like a shot in the dark. My heart, it goes hazy. Too much symmetry. Fall into it. I wanna drift asleep, tangled in your sheets. I wanna hear you say my name forever. Tell me I'm ecstasy, everything you need. I wanna know you'll chase me to the clouds. I can see it in my head, it's better than the others. I know it could be the best, yeah, I could be your lover. You don't cross my mind 'cause you're living it. If you were all mine, it'd be a thing. Baby, let me love you, yeah, I wanna be your lover. Slow motion falling into your emotion. Don't stop, yeah, you know I'm into it. Just put your hands on my body. Yeah, you already got me. Oh, come take me home. Fall into it, yeah. I wanna drift asleep, tangled in your sheets. I wanna hear you say my name forever. Tell me I'm ecstasy, everything you need. I wanna know you'll chase me to the clouds. I can see it in my head, it's better than the others. I know it could be the best, yeah, I could be your lover. You don't cross my mind 'cause you're living it. If you were all mine, it'd be a thing. Baby, let me love you, yeah, I wanna be your lover. I wanna be wherever you are. I wanna see the same stars. No, I don't care if you break my heart. I wanna be wherever you are. Take me on a trip out of the real world. No, I don't care if it falls apart. No, I don't care if it's where you are. I just wanna be with you. I can see it in my head, it's better than the others. I know it could be the best, yeah, I could be your lover. You don't cross my mind 'cause you're living it. If you were all mine, it'd be a thing. Baby, let me love you, yeah, I wanna be your lover.
Yeah. Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, 'cause homie, we get here. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really tryna come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting to the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, 'cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all in my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Look in your eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You were the champ, but I'm taking that buckle. You a Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing 'cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over 'cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies. Better sit down, better be humble. Hope you ready into the jungle. It's all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting to the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, 'cause this is our battle. Into the jungle. I've been contemplating all my time. My thoughts make me tired, just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I could find, instead of always being on the grind. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I can go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear. But your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear, running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. Look at the lights, they flashing while I'm driving back home. 11 at night, in parties, but I'm feeling alone. All the stars in the midnight sky look pretty. Baby, I'm rolling, can you please come with me? Cause I'm tired of the pop life and I need you. Late nights, early mornings, I'm cruising right around. 90 on the dashboard, figuring out life. Yeah, yeah. 12 o'clock in the club and I can't leave. My sports car outside doing top speeds. You're choosing up and I hope that you choose me. I'll be everything you want plus what you need. No car service, I'm driving.
Bucket seats for you when we riding. And we high off like we doing 90. And the highway car right behind me. Paranoia really untimely. Am I going crazy? I might be. For somebody else like me, that's unlikely. They flashing while I'm driving back home. 11 at night. In parties, but I'm feeling alone. All the stars in the midnight sky look pretty. Baby, you're rolling, can you please come with me? Cause I'm tired of the pop life and I need you. They flashing while I'm driving back home. 11 at night. In parties, but I'm feeling alone. All the stars in the midnight sky look pretty. Baby, you're rolling, can you please come with me? Cause I'm tired of the pop life and I need you. I need you. I need you.
I go home when I win. I'm alone when the wind blows. And I won't lie. Oh, I'm hoping I get advances. This increases chances. My life is like a prom, but there ain't no dances. I'm standing in this hall getting funny glances. I was raised as a youth, but was missing parents. I was raised by my granny. Shit, I miss my granny. Hardly raised by my daddy, but I miss my daddy. Wasn't raised by my mother, but I miss my mother. I ain't get to know my mother, but I actually loved her. Strange. I made the studio my home. Every time I touch a microphone, I'm at home. Every time I hear a metrodome, I get in the zone. Every time I get into the zone, I'm usually all alone. Home, it's where the heart is, pop. It's where our art is, usually goes the heart is, pop. It's where our art is, showing them that you are hip-hop. Long as you finish, doesn't matter where you started. Home. When I win, I'm alone. When the wind blows. And I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home.
So home is where the heart is, yeah. I said I'm in love with my hood, just know my love ain't lust. Haters said he had my chick, just know my broads ain't touch. Don't be snitching on my clique and get my dog caged up. Look for smoke and get you all blazed up like a chimney. Aggressive with the ace when I hit your face with the mini-me. Have to switch the plates when I use the K on the enemy. I shoot it's automatic like bad habits and tendencies. All in the back, puffing the remedy. With a 9 on my lap, she like a 10 to me. I started from scratch, now the epitome. These rappers all my sons, y'all motherfuckers be kidding me. I'm smoking blunts out the Range Rover, the chain smoking. Dangerous, pretty ugly with Dracos if you ain't noticed. My hometown is a war zone and it ain't bogus. Fridge is filled with a gang of coke and it ain't soda.
When I win, I'm alone. When the wind blows. And I won't lie. Oh, at home, I get home, go home, get home, go home, get home, go home, get home. I go home when I win. I'm alone.
There's definitely he definitely didn't do this for no reason, Hugo. He must have had a really good reason to do this.
I love you, Yanko.
Because he, as you can see, got 3 kills in the pistol round. Oh wait, he didn't. So no extra cash, really. Just decided it's more fun to play with the P250.
Sounds like you're a big fan.
I'm looking at
BIG.
I'm looking at the big picture, bro.
Yeah, I wanna see where this leads, right? You can see how he's distributing his troops. Really, he's there for the trade with the P250.
Yeah. Okay.
Bit of a different call.
And, unfortunately for them, or fortunately for Big, depending on how you frame it, is that by wasting all this time, they were hoping to waste through their util, but they all went for M4s and rifles. There wasn't that much util to waste.
Morrow now, it's a huge round, it's a huge opportunity. Bit of damage, a repeat, and he's dead. So $300 wasted, but, you know, small loss in a grand C. in a big game.
Oh, so they get how much money do they get, Hugo? 10,000?
I think 20 is the cap. Dude, bro, if he had a PG50 right now, this would be a ball game. But now it's just a kickabout.
You're telling me that P250 was more worth it than having an extra smoke, an extra molly, perhaps for maybe a flash. Now he has only a smoke and 150 in the bank, so he could have gotten 2 more flashes for the price of that P250 when the rest of his team is in a Glock equal.
But tell me how you really feel.
2-0 is how I feel. I feel like Big are about to make it 3. Even though they're going to get Monty's rifles out, they've got their first intentions. Their game plan is set. Demka's going to be working on A main control. Smoked off on B completely, but Big don't have confirmation that's been respected. Tabson as well, no info on mid. They smoked it off, and he's just going to keep jumping to try and clear this out. They're very procedural on this now. They've got ledge control. Cave to be tested. Red as well. Tabson just jump peeking. Nice nade. Thrown out by Tabson. Puts SDY on notice. Man looking to play a jiggle smoke defense of Donut. That's surely enough. That's enough of a sound cue for him. He's patient with this. I guess he just wants to lock him in. Because the bomb's going A main. Now drops that smoke, and it's going to leave them with about 20 seconds, 30 seconds tops upon the fade for this final commitment, Hugo. They've got 2 smokes. Make it 3. They can certainly get the exec out, or they're just going to contact in.
Still nice positions. That drop-off is awkward. Mantu's going to have to watch Donut now, and he's on a bit of an island, swinging out with a clean shot. Warwick kills his teammates. That won't help the money or the score either. Process picked. Mantu backing up. This is fine. There's a 4v3. Make it 2. Tabson throws himself into the site, and now he's got an AK. He can win the round. They line up, and they knock down as Big find a 3rd.
Damn.
That's a crazy play for Tabson. 4 on 3 rather. He goes swinging in through CT, comes out with an MP9, but because of that front donut smoke, Monty have to go through. They have to trade their teammates, and Tabson just mauls them.
Something that we've seen so far from this series in Monty, there's not a lot of finesse to their game. You know, a lot of the stuff is pretty straightforward. I don't want to really say telegraphed, but there's not too much faking around. The sort of more just getting in their faces and getting the kills or getting the trades at the very least. And now they have the side.
Yeah, they could have the round as well if Crimbo's not careful. Wants to try and hold on to his position, hold on to the back of the cube. Oh, Mantu adjusts. It could have been at the end of the round. Instead, he gets 2 down. The rest committing in. Lots of damage dealt to SDY there, and yeah, he's next to fall, so this one petering out into nothingness despite Krasnal catching that free fire. Yeah, 1 more for Process. Quad kill total, Big still undefeated on this 3rd map.
Can't believe Mantu sees the bomb, knows he has it locked down in the doorway, and he doesn't play it at all. He just goes and plays the timing and beats them to it. Chases in cave, almost gets caught by that corner player, and just swings into the site, finds 2 kills. That's the last thing Monty were expecting. And Big just pepper through those B smokes. Monty may get position, but they don't get a plant. They will come back in with a buy. Warrow, no AWP.
And no kills. -1. To that donut exchange. Crimbo's teaching us all a nice couple of nades. Chips away. Krasnal. Susceptible to the M4 bullet to the head. A couple of AKs in the mix as well for Big. So they are starting to build quite a solid fortress on this defense. Ramp is smoked, cave is to be tested, and Crimbo, he wants to tuck in with Sin calling for the cross. Here we go. Tested, Sin burning, still stands and delivers. He will be traded out by Bro. But Crimbo, surely going to be overlooked on this one. Rotation going to come through to hold the ramp side. Tamsin worried about red gap. But here comes Crimbo. Perfect headshot. Executes, bro.
Now what do you do? Re-smoke down, 35 seconds. They try and take mid-position, but that's when the AWP rears its head. And Monty have been locked out of both avenues of attack. They try and jump it, and they will make it across. Manju doesn't need to reface here. He can just hold out as his team come in for the backstab. 1-for-1 will do with 20 seconds on the clock. And Waro, he may be on the board, but still 0-4 and maybe 5-0 for Big. As Waro is lost in the mist. There is not a kill in sight. And so he will have to save.
When you hear a random high-pitched like sound in your ears,
tinnitus.
Well, no, but like when you hear it, and apparently it's when you're losing like.
Why? Okay, now that's insanity. Break it down.
No, that's great. I mean, he can buy a P250 now. He's got 450 in the bank, so enough money for a P250. I don't know, man. I don't know why these players do the things they do.
If you did,
they just be wild in. Like, I don't know. He was -1 and 4, so he got that 1 kill. I was like, oh wait, I got a kill. I'm still on 0. Let's try to get that 0 out of the way.
But I mean, to clarify, right? $450 is less than $3,450.
Maths. Yeah.
That checks. That checks.
Had to do a quick calculation.
So just tuck in that corner in temple, and that's it.
3, 2, 1. Then the time was
is over,
up.
and you're still searching
It was
for
the last second, like of the.
This guy shouldn't be the in-game leader. I'll tell you that. Just focus on the AWP, bro. Try to shoot some guys.
Which he can do. I remember that redemption arc, that revenge story when he took down Narvi on Nuke no less, top of the tables, SDY as well. It was such a beautiful. You know, pillar of their history, but seems it was short-lived. Not hard to replicate that level of dominance. As right now, yeah, looking rather rudimentary.
So, ringing in your ears.
Yeah, so I was saying, like, apparently, you know, that means that you're losing a frequency. You, like, no longer will be able to hear a frequency every time you get that little...
How many frequencies are there?
I don't know, I've lost a few.
Yeah, I'm running out at this point. Death, and maybe blind.
Nothing from one and another. They've kicked open the door. Brute force has led to a plant. And maybe a round. Oh, it's a round for sure. Look at him. Oh, stagnate onto Krasnow worked. That's nuts.
Warrior's going to clear this.
Lost his timing. Now he's going to get cleared.
Yeah, as the smoke fades. Is that donut smoke? Crimbo, you geek. Flashes him up. Oh, it's so good. Absolutely beautiful. Will SDY present anything clutchy? There's plenty of kits to go around, but SDY, he's got time on his side. A missed AWP shot. What was that? Mantu's let it go. They know where Crimbo is. He swings through. He's won the round. SDY clutching up for the boys. And if that's what it takes, if that's what it takes to win a round, I mean, gosh, Big. They concede that one.
Take what you can get, I guess. That's a bit awkward for Crimbo. He's a little bit too late after he gets that kill. I think he's just trying to play the cover back in CT. He's scared he's going to get swung. Mantu knows he's got a lot of rune there. And Crimbo, as Mantu misses his shot, can't pounce in time. SDY plays that to perfection. Isolates both fights. Covers behind box. Last bullet, Tech9 tap headshot, and hey, Monty are on the board, man.
Yeah, and I don't want to point fingers either, but I think Mantu did take a shot from that temple fight.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, just rushed it, perhaps. And Crimbo, yeah, well, I mean, he had no other option. He just had to swing through.
Bonk.
Oh, he actually kind of baited him as well. You can see Mantu just pulling his crosshair away from the swing.
I know how that should have never been a 3v2 for Monty to begin with.
It's a donut split.
Big was there real fast, just couldn't really hit the shots.
Oh, it's the first taste of victory for them on a must-win map if they want to start off and stay in the upper bracket of Group B.
Winner going on to face Heroic, who took down a bunch of chickens earlier on, a rooster even.
Yeah, so they wouldn't be chickens,
yeah,
would they? They'd be
yeah.
cocks.
Yeah.
I asked Stone if he ever had Coco 1.
What's that, sorry?
That's a roost. That's like a French dish. It's like a rooster in like wine and something in
coq au vin.
sauce. Yeah, exactly.
What he
He
said?
just looked at me funny. I said, I don't think so. I said, you'd remember it if you had it, bro.
Yeah, it's very nice.
The taste in your mouth, exquisite.
Exquisite, delightful.
All the senses. I don't know what the taste in Big's mouth is right now after losing to those pistols.
It's sour.
Mantu looking for redemption.
Yeah. Not far off
He
on
hits
it.
that online, I think.
Process is in a super deep position, so we'll see. And he has a smoke still, which isn't great from that position, but there's a molly in CT spawn still, so.
Yeah, Tamsin's got a lot on his plate, and even more so now. A good shot out of Waro, but he's going to overlook Crimbo. They're in B. Oh, they were. Ooh. Tamsin just escorts 2 off of the premises and might even run down this planter, knocking his boots off, and wallbanged for good measure. SDY charging in and covered by Crimbo. Wow, between the two of them, that's 5. Yep. Tamsin and Crimbo getting the job done and immediately returning Big to their winning ways.
Crimbo's nuts, man. He really is the real deal. Like, for a long time, we didn't have that second generation of German players in Big. Forever left with the Nexus, the Spiddies. You know, Tamsin obviously holding on at a decent individual level. We saw high peaks, but finally, in the last couple of years, we've really seen the rest of the German scene rise to the occasion and see players like Sin, like Crimbo, like Process come up and look as good as they do. And Crimbo, very smart guy as well. We saw him on the desk back at, I think it was Rio this year. You know, he's talked about how he wants to be on the cast this week as well. So hopefully we can grab him later on in a couple of days. It's all going to depend on the success of Big inside of their group. And right now things are looking fine and dandy.
Yeah, most definitely fine. At this point, it's going to be coming down to an all-in, it seems. So, what, SDY searches A and then exec B? What's the...
I think it's a deep lurk, you know.
Okay.
Like they're going to work B, maybe use some nades, right? And then he's supposed to start lurking, and then maybe the bomb will be in a position where they can still go A, right? If he gets the whole side for free, or he's just supposed to be a lurk in a similar way to what Blame does. Or maybe he'll just play first.
Now they have to flash up ramp, but there's a flash in response. There at least was for Tabson ready. He's pulled back. There's only 2 at B now for Big. Smoke trying to be blocked by Crimbo. We've seen Big spam kills through these smokes already, and with that gap created by Crimbo, he can play on the edge.
Yeah, but his teammate's in cave, so maybe he can find a different angle. Sin, that's great work for the first, but down goes Crimbo. Demka double. This is looking good for a plan as Tabson's made a meal out of his
How's he alive?
I don't understand.
He's dead now. Of course, 2 on 3, 20 seconds.
Look at their health. Oh God, they're so low. 5 HP, 2v2. They're gonna win it. It's up against an orb. If only he knew. If only he knew.
Classic.
Unless that nade. Oh no, this is so unfortunate. Mantu not going to go for it, and with 5 HP separating Monte from the grave.
That was all the team flash. Just thrown out there. Tabson completely killed Crimbo. Whether, you know, you never know who's at fault really. Did Crimbo play early? Did Tabson just go, I'm flashing, and Crimbo swing? You know, did he call that you need to turn? Where's the flash popping? All these problems. They were lining that flash up from earlier, but that was earlier. This is a different situation. Crimbo has a gap. He's made his gap. He's playing off Sin in the cave, and Tabson pops him as soon as he comes through. Look at the frustration. He did not want that flash.
You want to flash? No flashing.
Been there.
That's what that was.
I'm the guy who says flash. I just throw it. I just throw it. Harry's had enough gripes of me.
These last 2 rounds, like, are so bad.
Crimbo is set to completely win that round there as well. He didn't even have process long. Oh.
Yeah, Big are
they communicating in the same language? We're sure about that?
German
like it's English across the board?
Yeah, it's
definitely that's the rumor.
Not like, as Dinko said, Crimbo is writing out hieroglyphs during the game. You know, that's why he's so sick on Anubis.
If you communicate
that was great banter from Dinko.
Some of his best work. 5-7 can do well up close.
Not when you're blind, though. Not when you're... Well, Tabson, long range has found himself enough. That was one of the rifles that they brought into the fray. He goes down after the 2. Mantu still poised with that AWP. A FAMAS and a pistol alongside for the ride.
Good luck. Get it past the orb. Smoke will come down for Crimbo. Can he hide in the corner? They spam him as it blooms. Peaks a little too soon. And now they know that Krasnal is locked in at the plat. He's also got the bomb. So while Waro checks the flank, gives himself some time, Krasnal has to get out of this position. There's one flash on Waro. Does he want to use it?
Just hiding in plain sight. They don't know. They don't know. Now he reveals himself for the finish. And he got Mantu and needs a double dink. Krasnal. A huge round from him. That was a quad kill again. We've seen this man find some big impact towards the tail end of Anubis. He's done the same here now on Ancient. And that's broken big.
It was about time, right? We had these two very messy rounds for Big, and they forced up anyway. They had good reason to with an AWP, with a rifle, but now it's finally been broken. And Monty, who have had to work very hard for these 3 rounds on this T side, now get all the rewards of that opener on this T half. Double Mac 10 into flat USPs. They're just going to rush a donut and win the round off of positions alone. So, yeah, no longer a one-sided game that this once was for Big.
Yes, indeed, much more interesting now.
Yanko Pavlovich.
Dude, it's like, so that last round, why is Crimbo like pulling out the smoke, drop the smoke out temple in a 3v2? Just have your gun out. Like what? Some of these, like some of the individual decisions that the players have made in the last 3 or 4 rounds, for some of the guys from the start of the game, it's just like really hard to explain. Even if you take into account like what his POV is and he doesn't have X-ray and whatnot, it's still like, so he shot, so they knew his position, so he's thinking I'm gonna pull a smoke because they know where I am. Is okay, so you still just have your gun out, and if he comes, that's a fight, and your teammates might be able to take some other space or trade or do something. So you're just giving your life away for pulling out nades in a sort of clutch situation.
Yeah, mid-tested this time, and good nades landing on that BS Salt. Look at that.
Ouch. Through volley.
Oh, still goes down.
This is the second time he dies like this in this half. Without doing it, because he throws a nade, and they're beating him like with just rushing cave. You died 2 times without having your gun out. It's like, come on, guys, please.
Does he have cave spawns? I haven't been checking, but if you don't have spawns, going for that insta molly drop can be dangerous, considering T's almost always will take their opening spawn for that position.
So you're saying you don't want to do that cave molly unless you have the best spawn?
It certainly helps. You know, if you're fighting the best T spawn and you're like 3rd CT spawn, you're gonna get rushed. But you can throw the molly and back off. He's trying to play Jag. He wants to play in the room, but he just doesn't want to give away the space. He goes 1 for 1. He does damage, but he could live.
Yeah, well, they are looking to convert. I mean, there's a heavy advantage now in favor of Big Clan.
This is certainly not one yet from positions. No blocking utility. Mantu's on glass. They can throw a smoke into B, and if you get a bomb plant here, Big, they're the ones in trouble. That's huge, though. Bomb dropped through smoke, and they had no kit in this round. Big needed that frag, and Crimbo's going to play off sound. He has a 1v1 right now. They don't know that. He's going to make a play anyway. That flash was called for, and that round falls apart for Monty.
More like it. That's more like it from Big. Monty boasting 4. And with furrowed brows, Big Clan trying to put to work. This is an important win, I will reiterate. Though there may be multiple lower brackets, with the uncertainty that the desk have discussed, you know, about surrounding all the teams that are not Ents, you really have a bit of a black box for some of the names in this group. Big Clan, one of them, Monty, another. So getting this win, getting this scalp, huge leg up for you. And talking of legs up, Waro has been boosted up.
And unlike some of the previous round, okay, they're running up.
Yeah, they're just charging. They're just charging. Oh my goodness, and Bro's going to get away with one. Fully flashed on the Deeg. Sin, flashed in. Can't connect onto Demka, cowering in the cubby. Don't have the bullets for this. Sin needs to fall off. He lost his life, and now the spam has saved them. A double out of Tabson's M4. Waro in the clutch.
Oh, they keep blocking these smokes as well. I don't know if that was the case there for Big, but whenever they're on long and they see a smoke coming, we see players jumping for it. also smoke spams. Big are just winning rounds off of smoke spams. Crimbo last time, the previous B-hold about 4 rounds ago, and right there, great smoke spam coming in for Big. Monty running out of room. Or
Yeah,
B2.
they're relying a lot on those rounds to work, right? Where they're exploding and to at least get the bomb down so they can keep the pressure up. But such a hold without even letting the bomb go down for Big makes it much more difficult from Monte. But I was going to say, the 2 rounds ago, the SDY pushing right, it looks silly, but it's not. They're actually using nades on B, so they're putting pressure, and he's trying to hit the timing, right? But Tabson just 1 step ahead. Okay.
Slaughtered.
Right, all cool.
Yeah, not a fun one for Tabson, but all good in the hood. 9 already on the CT side. You've got to be happy with that one. Demka frustrated. Monty motivated to close strong.
Big can go, definitely 2 for 1 here, because Monty will obviously buy 15, and it won't be too bad if they get a bomb plant with this loss bonus. But at the same time, Big opportunity to run away with this CT side on a map that, you know, Monty have made a mainstay. Anubis and Ancient have been real, you know, home ground really for this team. We saw it across Paris for Monty especially.
Tabson really had an opportunity to pad his stats even further there. He was at 140 ADR, 100% KAST.
Damn.
3-0 in open in duels. 5 multi-kill rounds as well, 16 kills for him.
And then you die to a Glock.
And then you die to Glocks, and they were all coming your way. You had them. You had them.
Heartbreak.
The dream forward never.
Blame that face palming, watching that round.
For sure, for
That's
sure.
not how you do it, Tabson.
They're still playing Jag. Crimbo, though, this time. Presumably would spawn.
Hello.
Oh, that's so annoying to be getting respected in your default all game. And now, finally, second last round of the half, and there's a flank.
A very juicy flank from Process. He's locked the door on elbow. You cannot leave. You're committed to middle. And he's opted to go fully round the world. Okay, this is cool. Especially, though, if Crimbo lives.
Oh, no, he's dead in spawn. Oh, he turned around. Warro was running back from mid to reset. Bro does find that B space, though. And bomb getting planted. 1 lurker left in middle. He needs this kill. Sundar Young calling for support. Process is coming from bottom mid at the same time. They are so focused on this kill right now. If he can take 1, that'd be amazing. But Big will ice him out. And a 4v3 post-plant ensues.
This is going to get very messy. Mantu will flash him. Pushing in, spotted 1, but Krasnal strong for the first. Tabson trades, 2 on 3, time sensitive. We need to see a defuse. The spray's only 1. It's still on to Demka. He's got the position, and he's going to have the round as well. No way for Big Lad to win this one.
Nice.
Takes it all, and Monty will secure at least a 5th. Despite all of Process's hard work on that flank and aggress out of A main. And yeah, Crimbo just caught off guard by that fast progress up ramp.
It's, you know, it's fine for Process to not flank mid there, but when we have everything on the minimap, we can see just how viable that round was to win from his position. He tries to go for even more by going through T-Spawn, but there were probably 2 kills in mid for him if he just took his instant timing. Then he goes back to T-Spawn, then he has to run mid to help find Sundar Young. He's all over the place, and Big didn't have a lot of time on that clock in that 2-on-1 either. Last round of the half here, and Monty, this would be the cherry on top if they could find it.
Very aggressive from Mantu. He's rewarded for his aggressions. Process. Ooh, I didn't see him. He was flashed. They were all flashed. Everyone's flashed. And that's the frags. Just like that, an easy shutdown for the 10th. Clean as you like. 10-5. Big plan there in pole position to start the day off with a W. 6 rounds separating them from success. Join us after the break.
Said it's strange, yeah. so. Fuck these other bitches, girl, I only want ya. But you always build me up to let me down. To let me down, down. You build me up to let me down, down. Now you got me running round, round. You build me up to let me down, down. You build me up to let me down, down. You build me up to let me down, down. Now you got me running round, round. You build me up to let me down, 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 down. You build me up to let me down, down. You build me up to let me down, down, down. God, I'm trying, but I feel like time is wasting. I don't know how much more I can take this. Got everybody in our business talking about it all. Baby, when I hit you up, you don't wanna talk. You ain't pulling up, baby, like you used to. Fuck these other bitches, girl, I only want ya. But you always build me up to let me down. Fuck these other bitches, I only want you, you. So why you put me down, girl, the way you do? And no matter how bad you treat me, girl, I'll be there for you.
Let's see what Heroic are up to. Hi guys, how's it going? I see coffees all around. Early morning. You can say it's coffee.
Yeah, it has something else. You can take a guess.
Something else?
What does he look like?
This is so ominous. He gave me the look, like we can taste it if you want. Tea?
No. More childish.
Monster.
Maybe Red Bull?
Hot chocolate?
Yes.
Hot chocolate. All right. That's amazing. I feel like that would be great to start the day. We come over here, Stone. Like, what are you looking forward the most in this Pro League group? Is it table tennis? Is it Sunny Malta? Is it spike ball? Or maybe Counter-Strike?
You got spike ball? I actually didn't notice that. I like that game a lot.
Spike ball has been underutilized so far, to the much disappointment from Henry G. Are you bringing spike ball back?
Maybe. I mean, I haven't played it inside, but I mean, maybe. I mean, I like to play it at least. So yeah.
Nerf guns.
Nerf guns. Are you as good with the Nerf guns as you are in game?
I think Rasmus is probably better with the Nerf guns. He used it quite a lot the last time. But I mean, yeah, I mean, we're looking forward to play some CS as well.
So Shush, you are the resident Nerf gun specialist?
I don't know if I am. I remember last time someone headshotted someone, and I don't know who it was. It was Jakob.
From your team?
It was Kadian who headshot Jakob.
How does that make you feel?
It was not nice. I mean, we wasn't on camera, but somehow it got on camera. So
We have it in slow motion, so play it right now.
And next time, you just put hot chocolate in his face. Yeah, we had it before in the first group. Someone was like hitting headshots all the time. But so tomorrow, your guys' first. Do you like French food?
Tartar is okay.
You ever had Coco One?
Coco One? No.
It stands for like Rooster in something.
No, I tried
it, like,
snails. Snails is pretty good, but
really?
Yeah,
I haven't had snails.
Yeah.
I heard they're legit.
I think it's pretty nice actually. I didn't think I would like it.
You're a man of taste, Shush.
Yeah, thank you.
That's nice. Okay, so another thing that we have, but not right now, it's being set up. All those people there, the tech stuff. It's going to be a 2v2, Zoomers versus Boomers.
Okay.
Are you going to take the challenge?
We're playing against?
I think at the moment it's Henry and Chad. Those are the best of the best of the best, sir.
Yeah, I watched the Danger Zone stuff.
But it's CS2, it's not CSGO.
Okay, then it's gonna be easy.
Did you get to play it at all?
A little bit. I played the show match in Game of 8.
And
that's it.
That's it. All right, so we're gonna keep it moving here. I'm gonna go over to my friend Exist and ask him about MR12 thoughts.
I mean, I think it's gonna be good. Only if they do some changes to the economy, right? 1400 reset is kind of bad. Maybe make it 1900, and we can see what happens.
What do you think about so for the CTs it can't be lower than 1900, but the Ts can still get reset to 1400. Do you think that's fair, or both teams should be at 1900 minimum?
Yeah, maybe it can work like that because the economy struggles the most at CT, obviously, like you said. I mean, I'm down for some different tests, to be honest. Like, let's see what's the best.
All right, and a little bit more serious now. Since you guys have started off the season, not exactly how you would have liked, but it's been a lot of tournaments as well. So did you have time to sort of discuss and kind of maybe work on some of the things that you thought were missing in the last couple of tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really started this season as we want. We've had some bad results, and it's kind of weird because we ended the season with a win in Washington, right? And then we haven't really found ourselves so far. It's a lot about the mental game, I think, and like as a team, we just haven't found it yet, and we're working on it.
How does that work coming into a tournament like Pro League, which is more laid back, more chill, still obviously competing, and there's a lot of games? So what's the approach for that one in particular?
I think it's a great opportunity for us to like try to find our game, if you can call it like that. Yeah. I mean, I think we really want to win this one. It's a great opportunity to get a win this season, right? And maybe start something for the Intel Grand Slam as well. So I think this tournament for us, it's really important.
All right. Up next, Evil Geniuses, and Chad has somehow used his sleazy little powers to bait them into getting into this 2v2 setup over here that him and Henry have set up to have beat the Boomers over there, Zoomers, Boomers, or all kinds of scoreline, as if anyone would want to risk losing to Chad and Henry. We'll see. Chad might looks like he's old, but he's a gamer at heart and grinds that match every day, probably more than some of these guys. So let's see here what we're thinking. Junior. So do you think like this 2v2 is worth it for your teammates?
If they lose, their confidence is just going to be gone.
Exactly.
So I don't think it's worth it, honestly.
And Henry and Chad look like they don't know what they're doing, but they've been grinding the whole first week just preparing for this setup.
I mean, they've been playing Counter-Strike longer than most of us have been alive, right? So
I heard something about George, you were in diapers when Henry was in CGS.
I wouldn't doubt it, honestly. So like they can't lose, right? If they lose, then we might not even get past 5 rounds this tournament.
Of course, I mean, they turned it into a CS2 competition, something that they have definitely more hours than anyone else. So do you feel like your teammates have gotten into a trap?
Honestly, I think they played us here because we're playing CSGO tournaments, so we can't play CS2. So they 100% trapped us into this.
Exactly, and I know there are some extra rules, to make things as easier for the old guys as possible. But yeah, I don't know. This is going to be interesting.
Are our players playing on their setups or like their peripherals?
That's a good point. I don't think they are. You tell me. Oh yeah, they brought their own stuff. Chad was here 2 hours ago, setting everything up, death matching, playing aimbots, practicing his nades, all the stuff he already has, all the spawn smokes for Mirage for CS2.
Damn, this is doomed. There's no way we win.
I think you guys I think they have a good chance though. It's still just Chad and Henry in the end.
Well, worst case scenario.
CGS was a long time ago.
That's true. George will take his time, jiggle every corner, jiggle every angle. Like Rops, clears angles like Rops. So I think George can 1v2 them probably.
All right, now that's some confidence now. So it's been a couple of months now since the season started, right? How are you guys feeling that you're coming up in the last 2 months?
We felt good. The first Blast tournament, we had a long boot camp where I think we showed signs that we could actually play against these top teams. And then since we came back from Europe like a month ago, we haven't really gotten obviously any practice, and we didn't get an EU boot camp before this. So I think we're just gonna keep trying to show that we can like compete at this level, even without like the practice that all these other teams are getting.
All right, thanks. I'm gonna move close to you now. I think I've bothered you enough. I'm gonna sit next to Tim, he's having a great time, as he just loves to see me right now, don't you, Tim?
Yes.
All right. Your thoughts on the 2v2?
It's gonna be good.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Tim. You're doing a great job here. How does it like? Well, who's your new best friend on this team? All the old guys are gone. You're the oldest guy now.
Yeah, I don't really like anyone.
How does that make you feel?
I don't like anyone here. They're all really young. They use terms that I'm not familiar with. They reference videos that I've never seen. So
did you have to install TikTok when this lineup was formed?
Yes.
How much pain does that cause you on a scale of 1 to 10?
So much. So 10.
10. All right, I feel you. It's rough out there for us boomers, even though I'm 7 years older than you probably.
Yeah, it's very rough.
Nice. So, when's your birthday?
It's actually coming up soon. September 10th.
Great, man. Happy birthday. You're soon good. I don't know. You're not giving me too much to work with here. We're going to keep it moving. Next. Are you surprised by Tim's statements here?
No. He's shown no interest in this team whatsoever.
And he has been very cruel to you?
Yeah, there's been some situations you can classify as abuse.
Like hazing is the term?
I mean the softer part of it, yeah.
I heard there were reports of a guy in underwear last night running around and yelling, "I'm sorry, Tim, I'm sorry, Tim." Did you hear anything about that?
I mean, that may or may not have been me. There's a small chance, but yeah.
I heard that the reason for that was the coffee, by the time you brought it, was already not the optimum temperature.
I accidentally put a little bit of sugar in it, and he yelled at me and told me he took it black. So
he gets cranky when that happens, no?
Yeah, just a bit.
All right, so does that gonna make your shit talking even louder now because you have so much rage against Tim kept up?
I'm definitely gonna project on other teams. Yeah, all the anger kept up inside because of Tim. It's it's taking a toll.
So once ENCE loses, we can say that the reason was this was all due to Tim and the harassment that you've endured, and now they've had to suffer.
Yeah, for the past year, it's all built up against ENCE, and I'm gonna let it go.
All right, man. Good for you. Embrace the dark side. Rage is a weapon. All of that good stuff. All right. Thank you, Evil Geniuses. Let's check out how much they're wrecking Sponge and Henry. Hopefully they're wrecking them. You're not live yet? Yeah, I know. George, do you feel like this was the trap card that's been played by Chad and that you've fallen into his trap?
Yeah, I don't know. We just got in. Now we're getting tested here. You're gonna have to.
Like what is the win for you guys here? There's no good outcome for you here.
Yeah. I mean,
why have you done this?
If we win, nothing really happens. If we lose, it's gonna look pretty bad. So
that sounds like a great bargain. Volko, do you have any different thoughts?
No, I'd say that's consensus. I think we don't really gain anything from this, but it's fun.
But you know what that makes you guys? That makes you good sports. And we're all about good sportsmanship here. We love it. I'm sure that Henry's going to take it easy on you guys. That's the only way he knows. So, yeah, that's it. Tune into ESL Pro League to see what happens in the 2v2s and do the boomers. Beat the zoomers. Well, that was fun. Hugo, still pretending to be working, are you?
Every day of my career, yeah.
What do you have over there?
Not much yet. We're at the whiteboards right now. We're getting ready for Group B, day one, and we've got a lot of prep to do, a lot of planning.
Can we catch the whiteboard here for a second? Can we just, you see here, that's not how you spell castle.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a T.
I didn't write that. I don't want to dox anyone in, but that is not how you.
You were literally standing here with a marker riding on that thing.
Yanko,
we have it on camera. Hugo, you can't lie your way out of this one.
Why would I be writing last week's schedule, Yanko? I'm clearly getting ready for next week, Group B, and a lot more teams.
Because you don't know what you're doing, Hugo. You're just impersonating Henry. Like, that's your whole shtick.
Is this an attack? Is this, are you ambushing me right now, Yanko? I'm trying to work, as you can see.
All right, what are you working on, Hugo? Tell us, please.
We got some segments planned for next week.
Like what?
We've got some...
Give me one specific segment you have planned.
Through the history of Nuke, DE Nuke, I was just planning it with Reese. We're going to break down Source.
So it's a collab. It's not your thing. It's like you and Reese?
No, it's the ESL Pro League is a team game, Yanko. Everyone has to work together. I see you're not really understanding that right now, but we're all going to get together.
Can you explain it to me, please? Because I'm stupid.
Explain what?
Dumb rider.
What am I?
Teamwork.
Teamwork. You've been a coach, Yanko. You should know a little bit about teamwork, but not a coach anymore. So
there's no I in team.
But there is a U in something. Trace Stonasaranthus over there taught me that one.
Working hard or hardly working? We will never know, really. Okay, Hugo. What about all this here?
Yeah.
This is all stuff you brought from home, right?
This is from my private collection. I got some props. I got some wigs. I've got a. This was from Mac, actually. He donated this to the cause. I think you would look really good in it. It's like a wrestler's mask.
Yeah, but I prefer in black.
Okay, well, I'm sure...
With a whip.
Okay, I believe that one, yeah. We've got... I don't see any golden cocks this season. I don't know where they went, Yanko. Did you take them all home?
Well, we're blowing the whistle now, so, a bit of a different theme. Hugo, we have themes here. Some counterfeit money. Those are not the golden ones, though. Those are just prop whistles.
Oh, well...
You can blow them anyway. Nice. What else? Oh. A stethoscope. You want to hear my lungs?
Wait. No, turn around. No, that's... Yeah, there's no heart in there.
Yeah, it's not ticking.
I'm not surprised.
So everything's like it should be. Nice. All right. This has been a lot of fun, Hugo. Thank you so much for this.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure for you, I'm sure. Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
go win. Through the pain and the struggle, I survived top 5, now I'm going with the win. Hey, I'm going in. Right here, right now was a whole lot better than the place I've been. Man, I gotta be stronger, wiser, better than I was before. Gotta stay on guard, and I know that's hard, cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go where to, don't know.
As the MOUZ song goes, welcome back. It's time for our second and final game of the day, second series of the day even. Players are once again live from sunny Malta. The t-shirts are out, the shorts are out as well. Get your farmer tans in one way or another. Hawker, how do you tan? Do you tan or do you burn? You look like a burner over there.
I think I tan a little bit, more than you'd expect. But
okay.
I'm not gonna lie, normally we've got the sun cream on, so we're not tanning much.
You secretly Italian?
I don't know, maybe. I actually need to do like a heritage thing. I'm sure I'm just very British, but
Check out.
deep down, I pray I've got something.
Check out that farmer tan. I am as white as you. Like if I did 10 years in prison, I'd come out pasty as hell, man. So better stay on the outside instead. Anyway, that's enough about tans and so on. We have some Counter-Strike to play. We had a very one-sided match in our opening series. Heroic taking the Aussie boys to town. Not had a good run in Group A or Group B. Have the Aussie boys in either side, in either team. But we have a new match for you, of course. Our second in the bracket is going to be MOUZ and MIBR. I'm back in the room. Welcome back. Bro, it's very warm today, okay? It's very warm. It's going to be a closer affair than we saw previously. Rank 10 versus rank 28 MOUZ and MIBR. Handsome rosters, top to bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking good on both fronts. I'm liking the new look MIBR. Drop and safe into the mix. Get some of the players who were not wanted by Furia. They are still very capable players. And then MOUZ, recent move bringing Yimpat into the lineup. Someone who's been hyped as quite a while as a young up-and-coming player. He's only 16 years old. He's already made it up from MOUZ NXT to the main roster. So definitely players to watch on both sides. I think we're still waiting to see Yimpat fully show us what he can do, but really the main man on MOUZ for the longest time has been Frozen. He's one of the best riflers in the world right now, and I hope this team around him can play to his level, because if they can, MOUZ can be a very good team.
Historically, as an organization, MOUZ have never been shy to make big changes over the years, you know, often around majors, setting a baseline for a minimum that they want. If they don't make it, then they will make changes. And often those changes have shown promise, and we've had great runs from players on their team, some of which have gone on to do bigger things in bigger plays. They've never been shy to do one. They're willing to make the brazen change and do something strong. Now, on the MIBR side of things, I think the lack of headliner on the squad, the usual suspects, if you will, maybe gives them the space to make something of their team. Whereas if you have like one of the classic like major winning names on that squad, then you're going to have to play around that. But maybe they can find the right pieces with this team lacking one of those names that's on Furia.
Yeah, I actually think they're a pretty well-rounded roster. I don't think they have one player who's going to be that far behind the rest of the pack, which is already a great sign. And Safe is someone who, before he joined Furia, he was putting up fantastic numbers on Pain. He was looking like the next big author in the region. And maybe his time on Furia was a little tumultuous. We've seen a lot of authors struggle on Furia. And I think now that he's back on this team, I expect that Safe will be a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see the best of Safe again and he starts putting up those big numbers we were used to seeing.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what this MIBR team can do in general, and I think again Pro League is a great place to have a run, because I would imagine, you know, especially in the Brazilian team, there's certain people who they'll give you a shout and say come, and you'll always answer the call. But I feel like the lack of player like that on this squad allows them the space to maybe become more of a unit, more than like a dependent on playing around one person and what he wants. So let's see if this is a better fit for the team overall. We've got the vetoes coming through now, and Vertigo is where we will begin.
Vertigo coming in from the MIBR side. Then we get the Inferno from MOUZ, and then Mirage coming in as the decider in this one. I think the Vertigo pick is an interesting one. We haven't seen much of MIBR, so I think it's kind of hard to know exactly what their map pool looks like. The most recent tournament, they played the Gamers 8 event, where we saw them get that unfortunate draw first round against Vitality. Didn't really get a chance to play there. That was a few weeks ago now, so I think MIBR should have had a bit more time to practice, and maybe they could have snuck some other maps into their pool as well. So that's going to be something that MOUZ have to try and figure out in this series. Maybe a bit of unknown quantity coming in from MIBR here.
Always good to see an unknown quantity. Make for a very interesting time. Very curious to see if MIBR can develop their own sense of flair now. Again, with this roster without that kind of name value star power. I think it's an interesting experiment, especially for the Brazilians to see how successful it can be. So here we go, MIBR begin on the T side, sending it straight up towards the A bomb site. No messing about, but not onto the bomb site itself. Up the ramp, they'll wait, look for a response. Drop lurking has been dealt with by Exertion immediately. 5-on-4 then for MOUZ, the team with Util as well. Exertion's carrying a Molotov that's been picked up by Drop. Dropping Drop even. 4-on-4 then, Frozen's been popped, and now so is Chewy. Tawzy going behind the smoke to try and find an angle, but that bomb will get planted. Even in the pistol round, those smokes are so important for the A bomb site. So far, so good for MIBR. Man advantage now as Tawzy and Yimfat try to finish off the job, and now it's just the latter, 1 versus 3. They'll face at the same time, and MIBR will take their first pistol.
Nice fast swarm onto that A bomb site, and MOUZ can't really slow down the push at any point. MIBR just get onto the site so quickly. Really felt like an avalanche there. As soon as these initial frags came in, that's the first one from Birenazan. Or Breno, as we've been told we can call him if we struggle with his name.
The less syllables, the better. Breno sounds good to me.
Work.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, what a start. MIBR will be very happy with that. MOUZ have to go for the heavy save.
Straight for the rifles as well, which is so this round is working out well for them already, considering the lack of the force fight. Still with some util though. But that util suggests a potentially slow round for MIBR. Again, against USPs, that's fine. If there were more menacing pistols behind it, then I'm already scared. Let's see what the timing's like for MIBR, regardless of the weaponry which MOUZ are wielding, although they may take the fight to them. Only looks that way. Bells are being rung already. Abusing a numbers game. They've only lost 1 player, MOUZ, in this situation. Will there be any weapon disposal? Oh, more bells are being run as well. Awkward.
I think they've at least got rid of that rifle that was dropped. So at least MOUZ can't get that.
Exit and Breno, they could just get popped. They could get 1 popped by these pistols. This could be lost. It's unlikely, but there is a chance, and it's scary. Oh, and here it comes! It's happening! It's happening! Breno's got 25 HP, but Drop will wipe out 3 of the remaining 4 very quickly indeed. Oh boy, I can see the chaos in my mind. I can feel it. I can smell it.
Yeah, that looked so uncomfortable. My God. Insani struggling a little bit from that quad position, gets dealt with. Thankfully drops there to mop it up. Otherwise, that would have been a disaster. This Galil just gets a big old lineup at the end here, with Breno helping him from the back. Either way, that is a big bit of damage with all those rifles being lost. That's an early kill from Drop, though. Exertion tries to move down, and Yimbat also caught on the fallback.
This is monstrous from Drop, and Sani's here, shoulder to shoulder, to get that final kill on the bomb site. I don't know how much there is for the remainder of MOUZ to do in this 2 versus 4. No position, no help, no one on the radio. Be admiring the smokes. That was so fast. MIBR with a fast pace to the right bomb site at the right time, catching MOUZ as they move into position, and as they retreat as well. No escape in this spy round for MOUZ.
no problems for MIBR to come off to a great start. That's a really nice round for them. I wasn't expecting Drop to be so aggressive in general on this team, but I think that's just a spawn-based thing, where he gets that initial kill, spotting exertion on the drop down, says, okay, let's just keep accelerating, let's go. And Yimpat is someone who is having to learn on the job here at Tier 1 Counter-Strike on this MOUZ lineup. And he's had a couple of rounds in the past where I've seen him get caught on these retreats where he's not really able to get back quickly enough. That's a scenario where Drop catches him from behind, flash assist helping. So MIBR off to a brilliant start here. Still 2 rifles saved by MOUZ. Let's not discount them out of this round. Shuhei's taken space as well, down towards B. While MIBR will reply with some control towards ramp. This A site very susceptible right now, though. Looks like MIBR have figured that out here. Renault's going to get all the way through before MOUZ have any answer. They don't realize just how far up he is. He'll take one, but eventually it looks like MIBR will be in good shape thanks to the shots from Insani. His aim looks so crisp when he gets the kills. Real highlight, real stuff. Looks like MOUZ are screwed in this one.
Yeah, I think this is, as you mentioned before, a journey of discovery for MOUZ, for MIBR. And I think so far, so good. We, again, the simple two-man plays we're seeing on the T side, the trade frags and so on, are pretty good, and it's very important. So the simple stuff is being done. So in a small sample size we've seen from them so far here at ESL Pro League, so far, so good. Minimal complaints.
Absolutely. Insani is a really fun player to watch, just because he's got that sort of snappy headshot aim. Looks really promising. That's a promising start for MOUZ, finally. Borgi's picked up the opener with the AWP. First time he's had the chance to pull out his favored sniper, and he will make the most of it, giving his team an early advantage. Now MIBR, for the first time, have to try and fight back from a man deficit one of these rounds. So far, it's going pretty swimmingly for them. This one, they're down 4 on 5. This ramp control is being contested by MOUZ, at least briefly. She's going forwards. They're flashing in at the same time. This smoke working wonders for Shuhei. Flashes over the top, set up his success. Now MIBR need to find a plan B in this round. 3v5 to come back from.
Time for Exit to come alive. Still looking for his first kill at present. Investigatory flashbang. Investigative. I don't think investigatory is a word. Investigative is
You said
fine.
it with confidence, so I believed it.
I know, that's all you got to do, really. No gunfire heard, though. Drop looking for an entry. He was good last time. Did I just hear a Glock? 25 seconds on the clock. Things are becoming more urgent. As they look for some kills on the bomb site, there'll be more CTs on the way as well. 15 seconds. Someone's got to commit to that bomb plant. Shoulder spotted. Drop clearing the bomb site. Bomb carries on the floor, though, as is the bomb. Stereo frags for MOUZ as they find their first round on the B bomb site.
Clean sweep from MOUZ. Not losing a single player in that round, and that's actually really important when you're on that CT side. You've got to get that economy going if you've had a slow start. It's the start from Borgi, making a nice difference. And the retake protocol there on ramp was fantastic from MOUZ. You saw the utility come through, flashes alongside that smoke. MIBR struggling to deal with it. That allows them to stack the B site heavily, but it's back to fast aggression. Oh, the drop down is so risky, and Yimpat will fall. It's a 3v3 after quick initial trades, and Shuhei's going even more aggressive.
Yeah, they have to find a way back into this one. Only 3 CTs and 2 bomb sites to cover with 1.5 minutes on the clock is simply bad numbers top to bottom. So they've got to find a way into this. They've got to find an advantage, and urgently. And maybe positionally, this information will allow his teammates to focus elsewhere. There'll still be a numbers advantage for MIBR. We've seen the shoulder-to-shoulder plays already in this game. So individual performance will still be required. Exertion holding down 2 jobs, repositioning away from mid just as they start to appear. He's got a bad angle now, but he's got the information and escaped for free. 1 minute on the clock. There's an eon for MIBR to make more plays.
Oh, this looks good. Ollie down, Frozen with a gap, and he lines them up. That's the bomb dropped. And Breno can't even get it back. He's getting shot from behind. Too tricky here to try and win this round, surely. That nade nearly does it, but it's Frozen alone with a massive triple kill.
Frozen, we spoke about his fragging ability at the beginning, and there's another demonstration of it. Really nice work from him. A gap in the smoke, brutal for MIBR. Certainly something to look at in review. Because look at the impact that's made for them. They have no money now. They are broke as pocus. P250 and a dream for MIBR. MOUZ look to take control of this game of Vertigo now in this first half. Perfectly timed flashbang. Stops any desired nonsense from MIBR. Now MOUZ can abuse some range with these guns. Not shy to take control of ramp, and they've got a good grasp on what MIBR might be up to. There's Inside popped. Fast reload, but it's being covered, of course. We're going to have gaps like that from MOUZ. MIBR will try and concentrate the numbers elsewhere, but look at this lack of respect. This is great. Again, we spoke about spatial awareness and aggression with Rogue. We see the same here from MOUZ.
Safe will find one, but it's just the MP9 dropped, and MOUZ can afford to lose that. Unfortunately, he's going to be buying the AWP anyway. So, yeah, really nice stuff there from MOUZ, just making sure that they are as punishing as possible. You can see Torji has indeed picked up that AWP. $7,150 spent. Spending the big bucks. But we saw how important that AWP can be in the earlier round. Good to see Yimpat having a bit of impact as well over on B. He will be slowly growing into this team. Just 16 years old, Yimpat. I'm sure he's got a long future ahead of him. It's just taken big damage there, down to 26. No outright kill at the start of this round. And again, this ramp control looks like it could be a common theme here. MOUZ don't want to give this up without a fight.
Wow, pop flash for the AWP. Let's go. Very careful though. Torji's showing some shoulder. Not the best angle for him to move into position with, so he's very careful indeed. But this is crazy. So many targets. An expensive setup for MOUZ, but there's still a chance for them because Frozen. Is anything else needing to be said? 3 kills for him as Safe will trade the frag. 2-on-2 now on the bomb site. MIBR quite tagged. They still have a minute. They can cut noise. They can fall back, change positions, force a second MOUZ player towards the other bomb site. And indeed, they will disengage for now.
Safe's going fishing. Really wants a fight. But no need for MOUZ to give it to him. Hasn't got enough bait to bait them into the open. So he has to come forward. This is a little uncomfortable now for MIBR. Do have a smoke, but that bomb is still back on ramp. So it might end up being the AWP trying to cover the AK. It's a smoke down, bomb planted, Safe misses! And that nade will do enough. The double combo comes in from MOUZ, and they've brought it back to an even scoreline.
Now we've got a test for MIBR to come back from adversity. They started well in this one, but how long did it last? There's more work to be done, a lot more work to be done by MIBR. That's kind of the journey that I'm going to take in this series, is just having the magnifying glass over MIBR and seeing the measure of the team versus MOUZ at the moment, win or lose. The different scenarios and so on. Now MOUZ are building momentum. You can see they're vocal. They're giving good energy to their teammates beside them as well. How do MIBR respond to this? Well, the main response will have to wait because this will be somewhat of a poverty round for them, but there's a lot of utility here, which would suggest they've got some kind of executes in mind. It will be a pistol buy, but this has to be a very specific, deliberate buy to spend this much money in a round such as this. I'm very interested to see what they will be offering. Saw them previously with the pistols, try to go for a fast play towards the A ramp. This time, they will offer some grenades and maybe keep people entertained. Give them a fidget spinner towards the A bomb site, maybe try and invite a third rotation. In fact, wondering what's happening on the other side, seeing nothing just yet. MIBR maybe trying to set up a light trap, easily avoid the flashbang, but look at the drive-by from Drop. That's the bomb seen on the radar. Instant response. Keep an eye on that radar. MOUZ are fully charging over to the bomb site, and MIBR have got the world at their hands. They've got so much time. They will continue to execute on this site. In they go. Exertion hasn't been discovered just yet. Now he has, and he has to be traded. He will be. These pistols are successful so far. They've got a 4-on-2 on this bomb site.
MOUZ are going to hang around. Drop is going to run back with that AWP, and they're all safe on the MIBR side. It's MOUZ who have to take initiative. They found the first back. It's full rifles for MIBR in this post plant. I'll still have nades though. A smoke and a molly could be really impactful here. There is a molly down. It's forcing exit right into the open. And now it's into a 2-on-2. Both players back on the stairs. This could be very awkward for them. That bomb being defused. Drop wants to move in. He's got the first. He'll move in for the follow-up. And MIBR steal away the round.
What a wonderful round. We could see from the buy that they had intention. Even with all that utility, you still have to deliver with those pistols. This drive-by from Drop is so fast. Not able to respond in time, then the P250 putting in work on that B bomb site. A 4v2 post plant from MIBR in an eco round, essentially. That is wonderful stuff. And again, we speak about the measure of the team. That is depth that we're seeing there. Somehow, amongst all that, Exit is still looking for his first kill amazingly. But that's a small point. And the main takeaway there, of course, is that MIBR have got detail and depth in what we're seeing from them so far.
And you just see Insani's individual ability. Oh, that's almost a lineup. Drop will get one, but Exertion there to trade. Does have assistance here. Frozen is close by from mid, but Exertion's already fallen on the bomb site. He was not ready for them to accelerate so quickly. It's a couple of rounds now where MOUZ are getting caught off guard, but they're still in this one. It's a 3v3. It's not an easy retake on this B site.
B bomb site, very attractive to MIBR so far in this series. And let's see if they can convert the post plant. Torji is in trouble health-wise. He's one of the two with the kits, but those flashes are wonderful. The chain flashes are awesome. Frozen's expired though, and it's low health Torji remaining. 1 versus 2. How do you avoid getting traded with an AWP and 22 HP in this scenario? That bomb's quite ticked as well. Doesn't work out. Drop is a problem. His entries on the B bomb site are causing havoc for MOUZ.
Ooh, Torji is okay. Well, he might get pushed for a second there. You're right, just these entries have been huge for MIBR. I think these anchor players for MOUZ maybe need to start playing a little safer. Just seeing them fight pretty aggressively over towards B. That round, the boost up is kind of what allows the fights to come in. You see Frozen just burn in his own molly there in the midst of all the madness. MIBR, they are making this game chaotic right now, and it seems to be benefiting them. Okay. That's a strong start from Exertion. The Deeg has come out to play, and now he's got an AK.
Straight juicing with that Deagle. This is suddenly a considerably more dangerous round. Let's not forget what we saw with the USPs earlier on, but now they are flanked by an AWP and an AK-47. And this is where playing the super slow round, I feel, can become scary because it could provide opportunities for MOUZ, especially if you've got an AWP in an unknown position. I imagine we're going to see a smoke execute on this bomb site. And there is no utility response to be had here by MOUZ. And so it begins. Oh, the double nades as well. All right, then. Dotting the I's, crossing the T's. The AK-47, though, is still active, as is Torji with the AWP. Creeping, trying to find an angle, looking for a shotgun position. Oh, he's close on that one. But how much does he want to risk this AWP? That AK is very much still in play. He's at the point of no return exertion. And while he's standing, TTs may be encouraged to try and find something. The Infat creeping with that USP, looking for a second. Still, Torji's one of the kit. Needs to be given something. If MIBR stay where they are, then that might mean the end of the rounds. Unless Exertion can get something done here. But that bomb is so far ticked. They're risking losing everything. They've got the money. Maybe not for the AWP, but they will disengage. I think this is the right decision at that point.
Yeah, I think so too. The bomb was planted so wide, it's so hard to steal that defuse away. You've got to be concerned about the ramp side and construction. That's the two nades that really help just accelerate this push. Exertion looked like he was going to be the difference maker. Around that scaffold side, around that short side, he couldn't get as active as he wanted to. I think they were a little concerned about the push that maybe could have come into CT as well. Saw Torji was looking that way with the AWP. It just got a little uncomfortable there for MOUZ. But we are seeing glimpses of what Exertion can show us with his individual skill. I've seen him solo carry maps in the past, so good sign for MOUZ if he can keep showing up. But for MIBR, really has been a great start. As you pointed out, Drop having a really good game. Sani starting to deliver. And Exit hasn't even been needed so far in their 7-round wins. That's always a good sign.
Yeah, he's just hashtag happy to be here. This has been a pretty good game of Vertigo so far. Seven for MIBR. They'll be content, but rarely are players happy. Drop, what are you up to there? Maybe his best days are behind him in this half, but inside he could pick up the slack. Oh, these bursts are devastating. But there's one more CT to go. Does he choose to engage earlier, wait for reinforcement, for pop flashes maybe, some swings from Frozen as he looks to try and... Oh my days, that peak is so nasty. It's gruesome, it's grotesque. That is post-watershed from Insani. I can't believe these frags. But then MOUZ are still going for it. A 2 versus 3. They can only give up. They can only save so many times in this half. More is there for Shuhei to do, though. Again, if they don't give it to him for free, they don't give him an early frag. As he go all the way in this 1v2. 22 HP. Got half the info. Looking for a trade fragger. That will never come. And round 8 is here for MIBR.
Insani is so fun to watch. His aim is so crispy. It's not quite Scream reminiscent, but like it's close. We don't have many players like this nowadays that I feel like go for the burst headshot almost all the time. Maybe Twist is the comparison. Ooh, so clean.
Wow. Looks like he's got a glass mouse pad.
What?
Right?
What did he see?
Is that just a pre-fire?
That's got to be a pre-fire.
Dude,
man.
what is this, man? Report.
Oh, my.
Oh, it was so outrageous from the other POV.
Yeah.
Oh, that is... Dude, there are certain websites for clips like that. And it ain't YouTube. It's not YouTube, man.
Get it on x.com immediately. That's what I'm saying. My God. That is crazy. Insani, I think, is going to get a lot of fans. If this MIBR team can become strong, he's a pretty fresh player, only 19 years old. And he's showing us what he can do on a big stage here. And MOUZ are feeling the pressure right now. I mean, we heard Cadian earlier say he thinks MIBR could be a sneaky upset team in this bracket. MOUZ are going to have to deal with that early here. The anchor with a P250 for Yimap. Not fun. He'll call for assistance from the M4 of Exertion. Sunny's so tempted. Let's see. Just thinking about having a look. Decides against it. Now Exertion takes some space back. That's a really positive sign for MOUZ. They've denied the early B play. Got Exertion forward. The flash is good as well. Drop blinded down below. Exertion able to get activated early. That's a fantastic flash coming in from Yimpat there.
Heading towards the 40-second mark for MIBR to find a 9th. Might be just the right ingredients for MOUZ as Exertion tries to defend. But what is behind Exertion? Yimpat with a P250, good for one at the very least. But now the numbers are even as MIBR take position, and they've got the util as well. And we know they have the detail. The MOUZ have got plays to make, also eating a fat flashbang, and there's only one left now. Frozen with the French gun, 1 versus 3. Is the FAMAS going to be enough? No. 9 rounds for MIBR, so the 4 of MOUZ, a rout on the T side thus far.
They are finding quite a bit of success on that B site. It's been great to watch. A lot of teams will go for those A plays, but I think we are seeing that B site become more and more involved on Vertigo. Exit finally getting on the board alongside Insani. Safe on that AWP. Hasn't been required too much. He's been going for the rifle a fair bit. We'll have the AWP out in this one, though, into round 14, and it's a full buy from MOUZ. Insani trying to fly up the ramp. Frozen so blind. It's Breno who gets the opener. And MOUZ are going to have to concede unless Shuhei wants to go in behind them.
Yeah, that timing really didn't work out on the team flash. Torji really hungry for something. Shuhei's surely got the sound cues, but is this the right time? That's the bomb carrier passing him, unbeknownst to him. Looking to activate now as one makes their way up short. Torji falling back, trying to show presence, trying to run distraction with that AWP. Oh, the trigger discipline from Shui. Says hello now. Drop tries to reposition, and they line up. Take a ticket for Shui. He finds a 5th for MOUZ. Perfect timing on the flank. Did everything that needed to be done.
That's brilliant. It's not easy to play in those positions. And also credit to Torji. Battle sniping on the site, and his AWP kills slow MIBR down enough that Shuhei can get in behind. And MIBR have been going for a lot of those quick plays. So I love Shuhei just getting caught up in the chaos himself and realizing if they slip past me, I've got a free round in my hands. And he executed absolutely perfectly to give his team a 5th round, a chance at 6 as we head into the last round of the half.
Aggression from MOUZ in mid. Makes his patience may be rewarded. We shall see. Exertion's got the angle he wants, and that can allow the AWP to move elsewhere. Distance may be required over towards B as Torji was heading towards A, but now, or at least back a mid. In the meantime, Exertion's jiggling. His timing has worked out really well for him. But can he find something good? He sees the bomb at the very least, but can't win the duel. Very awkward through the corner of the door. Well, it's not going where he wanted. And that gives a 5v4 for MOUZ, for MIBR, excuse me. With 40 seconds left on the clock. They've been quiet so far. They have a fair amount of util. And they do like themselves a B bomb site. Breno moving through that mid position now. There is a split on. He's got help on his 6. And Safe has got security with that bomb also. Breno moving his way into mid, into the B bomb site. Caught Frozen. And maybe trades now. Torji focused on the other angles. That allows Exit to come through. Baiting his teammate. Has taken position for MIBR. Very strong play there. Shuhei's got a lot to do. 1 versus 4. Got to go for it, of course. But I do not fancy his chances. And Sani with another headshot to finish off the half. A great half. So a great half for MIBR. We'll see how it looks, though, once the map is finished.
Taking out the bag of a fine chick riding a dino. His Mr. Uncontested, that's my answer. Final. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat. Foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat. Foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw. Foul, hit a heat. Foul, hit a heat. You know, it's your road. It's your road. It's your road. It's your road. It's your road.
It's a beautiful day at the beach. I was losing my mind for about a week until I could call you up. I'll meet you at the waterline. Birds are flying up above. We both need a little love. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for the night time to see what it brings. And I'm still living deep in my head. Sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, baby, take our love instead. Yeah, I'm still living deep in my head. Sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, baby, take our love instead. Yes, I know we're not the same.
We are back for the second half of Vertigo. As far as the MIBR are concerned, so far so good. They're showing lots of promise, they're showing depth, they're showing strategy and tactic. It's great to see, great aim, great entries as well. But perhaps now it's MOUZ's turn to do the same. 5 rounds in their first half. Do you think they'll be satisfied with that, Hawker?
On the MOUZ side?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think they're going to be pretty frustrated, honestly, just with how many of those rounds went against them so quickly. How quickly they were losing the rounds has got to be frustrating. There's a new dog in the yard. It's got a loud bark. But let's see if it's got the full-on bite. Can MIBR close the map? This mid stack looks very good for them. MOUZ could be about to fall foul to this. Insani waits, but he does get dealt with. And Torshi's found 2 openers. Drop will try and deny, and his teammates are here to help him. 3v2 in favor of MIBR, and Drop gets 1 more. It's all on Frozen. He's got that bomb, but where does he want to end up here?
Fast-moving round. Fast-moving pistol round, even. The very important one. Frozen cannot make a mistake here. He's got to find a way to convert this round. He's got a minute to do it also. He's got the range with the P250. MIBR will reposition. Hard to fully clear a bomb site here, though, with only 2 players, of course. They are very likely to be split. Breno's having a look-see. Frozen looks to his left and takes one in the air. And MIBR will win that second pistol. That is a very big win for them to start their CT side.
Massive round. That is now both pistols going away of MIBR. Could allow them to convert a clean map win here if they can keep this up. And there was part of a question of, was this a bit of a punish pick going up against MOUZ? This is not a map that MOUZ have played too often. Last time they played it, they lost 16-5 against Eternal Fire. So maybe MIBR have done a bit of homework, prepared well for this map. I don't know if that smoke is what Insani wanted. Or sorry, what the See what they wanted here, but it'll work out. Can keep MOUZ at bay. I think MOUZ will just try and wait out the utility in this one. Really not much to work with.
MOUZ are looking to sprout a plan here. Plan has been sprouted. A story in 2 sentences by James Bardoff. Minutes on the
Actually
clock.
a bit too long for me. Can you, cut that one down, please?
Yeah. TikTok era after all. But this is almost like some kind of round-the-world strat. They're just trying to draw rotation, draw the CTs away from where they ultimately want to go. But as they did, MOUZ, on the CT side, MIBR will take aggressive positions, but will they have the same success? They've got the same support inside. It needs cover for that reload, doesn't have it. And we've got 2 pistol frags for MOUZ. 40 seconds to capitalize on this chaos as MIBR rotate their way to support. Drops found an angle. Safe is able to fall back into a safer position, no pun intended. Trying to get that bomb plant. There are bonuses to be had here. That's a great shot. But such an expensive round for MIBR. X is the only man standing at the end of the round. They denied a bomb plant, but at what cost?
Yeah, good work there. That came so close because of Frozen. And it feels like Frozen is just the final boss whenever this MOUZ team are getting round wins or getting competitive in rounds. Even though he's not massively above everyone else on the scoreboard, feels like whenever he's involved, it's finding success on the MOUZ side. Still not enough to win them the round, though. Exit making sure to hold on despite his slow start. He's started to pick it up here. Now this is a key gun round for MOUZ, and they've taken early damage. These smokes down nades as well. Exertion forced all the way back. A ton of damage dealt to him early.
Very important swing round here. So much potential for MOUZ. They are off to the races if they can break MIBR in this round. Such an opportunity. So much of an overperformance in that last round in terms of the damage they did, how many frags they got. You saw the urgency for MIBR to afraid to compound the problems by letting that bomb plant. It cost them so much. Can MOUZ build on that? Taking the B bomb site. Now they are all over this bomb site. 10 players still standing on the site, on the server rather. Who will fall first? I think we're going to see a flurry of frags here eventually. CTs are repositioning now. Bomb is planted. Smokes are still up. A full 5-on-5 retake with 1 flash and no defuse kit for MIBR. They're all here though. But who goes first? Where's that flash coming from? Maybe waiting for a key angle. There's Drop. He's the first one to take it. 2 for Yimfat so far. He'll be traded. 3-on-3, then make it 2 as Shui is lost. MIBR trying to hold on to that 7-round lead and extend it, and they're doing well. But Exertion's coming in from the back. So many targets. Renaissance with the kit, and the retake is successful. Only losing 2 players as well. They went into that retake with just the 1 flash, 5-on-5, and here they are, standing with 3 at the end of the round.
Felt like it was going to be a round of pure chaos on the retake, but there's quite a lot of order to this. Honestly, the trades were so efficient from MIBR. That's the second swing from the site. Breno doing so much work. Had to switch out to the MP9. And then Insanni's ready for the flank. Just turns around, realizes it seems a bit off that there's one more player that hasn't shown themselves. Great retake from MIBR. Did not expect that to go their way comfortably, but they make it work in the end. And they look like a real problem right now. I know it's their map pick, but this is still a really promising start for them here.
Yeah, you want to see these teams from different regions doing well. MIBR are certainly doing that for the time being. There's plenty of play to come, though. Potentially in this map, but also in the series. Oh, hello. Through the wall. As not being given an early frag in round 19. Now at this point, they have 1 flash and 1 smoke, MOUZ. So this is not going to be easy. However, they have the talent to deliver. How do they find a way in? Who's going to be the can opener? Down to a wide swing and a trade? Or...
different pacing here between the two teams on their T sides. MIBR with a lot of quick rounds. MOUZ taking their time, but don't have much utility left now. They might just feel they have to commit into this A-bomb site.
Again, these smoke util plays to try and get that bomb planted. Renazan through the smoke will be traded. Is one enough? That grenade will certainly help. They try and stop the bomb from getting planted. Can't do that though. Lots of spray through the smoke. 3-on-3. MIBR in some trouble now. They've got a flashbang, but apart from that, how do they find the defuse here? They've got to get all the kills, surely. It's the first one. Insani with the transfer. Oh my days. He's got position as well, and he finds the third. What an outrageous second frag. That's unbelievable.
It's so rare to hit those spray transfers when it's a player peaking headshot height like that. The raw mechanics of Insani are on display in full force here. MOUZ are feeling it. There's a nade onto the site. This is really the moment. I mean, that's not easy to do.
How many shots into it is that?
It only looked like a couple. Looked like a little adjustment as well.
That's crazy. That's such a big frag as well. I mean, so much in this. It stops the comeback for MOUZ. MIBR are in trouble, I think, if he doesn't get that one.
You can see why he's got the 1 AK on CT side right now. He is a beast with that AK.
Is crazy.
8 multi-kills for Insani in 19 rounds played. Has been so impactful. This is a real shock for MOUZ, though. Even if it's not their map pick, they would have expected more out of this one. Still have AKs in this round. Let's see if they can make something work here. Again, they get that ramp control, but this time it's a boost for Insani. Ooh, good angle, and the spray will do the trick.
Promising start for MIBR. A fine beginning, you might say. 4-on-3 then. As most of MOUZ show presence on the ramp. What is Yimpad up to though? Well, Frozen is looking for an entry and Safe continues to lurk. What's his timing gonna be like? It's gonna be bad on this occasion. Opportunities are opening, doors are opening for MOUZ now in this 3-on-3. Still players defending that B bomb fight with 20 seconds to go. This time, there's no miracle from Insani, and surely this is a MOUZ round.
MIBR nowhere near this the A bomb site. They're over on B with their final 2 players. This will be a much needed MOUZ round. I think this game has been a pretty good example of the anchors on MOUZ really struggling in that first half. It felt like MIBR were exploiting that pretty heavily. And MOUZ just being so far behind that once they lost that second half pistol, it feels like they're almost too far gone at this point. But still important that they put up some rounds here, get themselves into this series somewhat. After all, MIBR's pick. Plenty of time for MOUZ in the rest of the series with Inferno as MOUZ's pick coming up. I do like the boost coming in, but it doesn't work out in the end. Torji just catches that re-aggression, and that was the moment. They've got a good chance at just getting onto this site. Insani can't deny. MIBR's Miney finally on the verge of being broken here. MOUZ could win this, then they can try and keep that CT economy down, and that's how you have to pull off these sorts of comebacks.
What is the play here from MIBR? Insani with the Desert Eagle. Exit and drop with the M4s. Tower of Humanity on the A bomb sites. Not the only tower. Only 2 numbers on the radar for MIBR. There's so much boosting going on. Running out of bullets is drop. The flashbang won't help either. Desertion's been dropped in the meantime, so I think they have an idea of where the numbers are, MOUZ. And they've taken position then, and the bomb site, and that'll be that, I think, for this one. Don't throw the good money after the bad. This round is lost. MOUZ will be moving to half the score of MIBR. Much work to be done in this first map of the series. If you're joining us late, MIBR putting on a very good show so far. But again, I do wonder, without suggesting criticism of others, but you know, when you've got a big name and you've done a lot of things and you've got a lot of accolades and you come into a team like MIBR, I think you may end up having the rest of the team following you to some degree and giving you the space to do what you want to do. But that might not necessarily be the right formation for the squad. What we've seen from MIBR so far has been great on Vertigo. Sample size is small, of course. There are certainly more maps to come. Inferno and Mirage, should it be required as a decider. Vertigo to pick of MIBR. So far, so good, but it is time to close. It will soon be time to close. Again, it's another ropey buy for MIBR. More or less what they saved in the round prior. Time for MOUZ to build some momentum.
Sandy's sense looks pretty high, doesn't it, when he's flicking between those angles? Have to look up exactly what he's playing on. He has got that flick-heavy aim style we've been seeing. That mid information be fairly nice. They tries to go further. Frozen with the fast denial of that attempt. Safe was the man who didn't really have much to work with in this round. So not a big loss. Just got a couple of rifles in play here on the MIBR side. Breno was double stacked with Insani. Smoke up is going to make life really awkward for the Deeg, but the AK above might still find a line of sight. Doesn't look like that's the case, though. In fact, he's taking a shot from the AWP instead. Denying this bomb plant will be really difficult here. They don't have the nades to do it. This looks like a well-played round from MOUZ so far.
Yeah, just hold on to that M4 really at this point. And the Kevlar. No need to waste that. I do wonder if how many pros in Counter-Strike and beyond use glass mouse pads, because I think they're super rare. But I did see a review of one recently. I think that one of the downsides of a glass mouse pad is the wear on the feet, the mouse feet. But I would like to experiment with a glass mouse pad at some point. Not suggesting that he's using one, but I don't think I've seen one in a match in the last 10 years. I feel like
I'm with you.
I think Nothing may have used a glass mouse pad at some point, or at least has experimented with one. I could be wrong about that. I might pop him a message. Actually, I will message him right now.
They look pretty cool. I've never really seen these. Yeah, I'd be interested.
Yo, dude, bro, have you ever used a glass mouse pad? Yes, congratulations on the new baby.
We will await our response. Meantime, we'll find out if MOUZ can continue this comeback, because it is the full guns now for MIBR, including the AWP out for safe. MIBR using some of that utility of their own, Exertion. Man, who's the magnet on ramp right now, taking a lot of damage whenever he's in this position. He's down to 3 health this time. That is the life of being that first forward player on ramp on Vertigo. You are very much in the firing line. Now MOUZ will try and double back to B. Rob only has that SMG on the B site anchor position again. He's just put this smoke down, so that will buy him some time. He will now have a rotate in for assistance. His exit here to help.
Look at this execute from MOUZ. Molotovs flying all over the bomb site, and Drop disengages, falling back to try and retake with his teammates should they choose to go for it. Another 5-on-5 scenario, but this time MIBR on the other side of it. Make it 4 as Exit is taken down through the smoke. 2 flashes unsafe. Apart from that, no util. How much do they invest into this chase here? Drops shot. Oh, what? Wow. Okay. I expected him to get pops there. But I still, like, is this something they go for? Even with 4 people alive, they just don't really have position. Like in many cases, they're just going to run into the meat grinder, fingers first. But they will just look to replay the round, essentially, in the next one.
And listen, that first half from MIBR was well played, but it was a lot of similar rounds, a lot of fast aggressions. You wonder if now MOUZ on their T side are showing that bit of class that we were expecting from them. MIBR not able to deal with just this full-on execute. I think it has been a problem as Drop lands that reaction shot. It's been a bit of a problem that Drop hasn't really had a proper rifle as that B site anchor. I think that's why he's having to dip out of the site a little sooner. So maybe now that they've got the full M4s, they'll be able to try and delay and deny on the site a little more aggressively. See MIBR wanting to make sure they close out this map. Had a very convincing scoreline, 14-5 at one point. MOUZ just starting to drag themselves back into it slightly. Still a long way to go if they want the full-on comeback here.
I like the color scheme of MOUZ's jerseys. Good contrast. Five rounds away now. You can see how important it's been for MIBR to try and keep as many buys going as possible, because this is concerning and nothing should be taken for granted. There is a barbecue below the B stairs. That leaves 4 for MOUZ. Trying to fish for something, but they are being denied. They have burned a lot of util though for MIBR. Made sense that they wanted to set up for something. MIBR with no flashes left, just the one smoke in the hands of Exit. And their guns. Their firearms.
That's a common theme. Really burning that utility early on the MIBR side. And I wonder if that's going to be what MOUZ continue to try and exploit here. Late round, go for these executes. It's much harder for them to delay now without those nades.
Gonna have to go guns blasting, but will anyone check for Exit? Waiting for distraction from his teammates, but Frozen is swinging with that AK. That's such an important frag for MOUZ. Could be curtains otherwise. 4 on 3. They've lost position, but they've got the man advantage, and surely that will spur them on to go for this one. Bomb's been planted by MOUZ. Pressure's on for MIBR, and in they come, and just like that, MOUZ are getting wrecked. Flash has been found for Drop. Torji's here with the AWP. Got 10k in the bank, but he's lost all position. He can make it expensive for the CTs, but they will keep him entertained as that bomb is defused. Game point then for MIBR.
Yeah, they just about found those flashes, which definitely helped them out on that retake. Again, MIBR pretty happy playing conservatively around this B site. That was good timing from Drop, and this time, not the same smokes from MOUZ onto the site itself, which allows that player from further back to make a big difference, to have impact. They also missed their molly onto default, which could have had some impact on their execute. It is now map point for MIBR. That is not ideal, though, for MOUZ. They lose out early, not ready for safe on that angle.
Just standing there waiting. He looks like he'd been there for a while. How do you turn this around then, MOUZ? Noble comeback attempt may be stopped short by MIBR if things continue in this fashion. Minute 20 for them to figure it out. On the plus side for MOUZ, they have a lot of util in this spot. A lot of util remaining. Tiny looking for some information. There's a lot of information for him. We'll choose to fall back then. Interesting smoke, but he won't be able to... Exertion won't be able to get anything done here. 3 on 5 then for MOUZ. Unable to respond to these frags. That's normally the strength of the T side, is a trade frag, but they've got nothing to show for their losses so far.
Looks good. Big damage onto Breno. You have one more nade, but it's not quite towards ramp yet. Oh, it may help though. Oh, the headshot's delivered without even needing the molly. Breno's dealt with. It's a nade in reply, though. The nades are on point in this round.
Yeah, this is killing the time for MOUZ, though. Having to deal with that sandbag's position leaves him with 25 HP, but Frozen is determined. How on earth did they get through that? I have no idea, but MOUZ are forcing their way back into this round. Drop's got something to say about it. 15 seconds to plant a bomb, and that's going to be that exit. The last man standing is MIBR. Secure Vertigo.
I just wanna disappear. Running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose. I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching. You're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away.
Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time.
My God, he's a viral! The best in the game!
A fine start from MIBR, opening the series with a win on their map pick of Vertigo. They showed promise. There was a lot of coordination. They had some deep strats as well, especially on a very important eco round we saw in that first half. It makes me wonder how deep they can go in their map pool in general. But for the beginning map of this series, I think we saw a great performance from MIBR.
I'm with you. It was really impressive. There you go. Yeah, I was going to say.
Boom. Ooh, didn't even see the bloody internet connection. Okay, there we go. Don't want to see that.
There we go. Yeah, no, it was great from MIBR, honestly. And we were saying ahead of this game, we haven't seen them play in about 3 weeks. So we're hoping as a newer roster with 2 recent moves that they'd be able to show us what they're capable of. And they definitely did exactly that. I think it was just such a strong start for them. And really, that pure aggression early in this game, especially over towards B, was pretty devastating for MOUZ. They got rushed down in a lot of rounds. Their anchors were struggling to deal with the fast plays. And even though most people would say MOUZ should be favorites and should be getting this opening game, I mean, we saw glimpses from the MOUZ players like Frozen, but not enough here. MIBR were all over them.
Yeah, they really were. And I just love the coordination we saw and the promise and the plays from MIBR. I think for me, that was the interesting perspective going into this one. You know, MOUZ are a known factor, a known element, but for MIBR, look at some of these frags as well were utterly outrageous. But yeah, again, so far so good. Like Vertigo was a great map for MIBR. They looked like a unit. Question is, can they look like that for the duration of this series? I think that's the second question for me. But yeah, noble comeback effort from MOUZ, but there were some individual performances towards the end from MIBR which kept things in their favor as well. So a lot of things going in MIBR's way. That's a perfect example there from Insani. That transfer was utterly outrageous, not allowing any chance for a trade frag there. An overperformance from him, not the first one in that game, really kept MIBR with their foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah, definitely a good showing from Insani. I think he's definitely making a name for himself as he develops on this team. And it's great because I'd say he's still fresh enough where you see glimpses and you see games like this where he looks great. And he's not going to play like that every game. But just the fact that we see that sort of promise from him, and I think he's still got a lot of time to develop, is a really good sign because he's clearly got the raw skill. And if he can just round out his game a little bit and become more consistent, he looks like he's going to be a problem.
Have a look at our aim high heads ahead and see who were the problems on that game of Vertigo. On this occasion, we are looking at Exertion versus Insani. And man, as you mentioned, like, we saw some insane frags. That was like a highlight reel, I think, from multiple players. But Insani especially had a great time on that map of Vertigo. But Exertion was putting up some numbers as well.
Yeah, Insani, just the AK kills, crazy. 19 AK kills, barely had to use the M4. He got that AK on the CT side as well. And I'd say these two play somewhat similar roles in that they're both aggressive riflers on their team, trying to get early round kills quite a lot of the time. But Insani clearly had so much more impact than Exertion throughout this map. And when that happens on one of your aggressive players, it is going to be a huge difference maker, and we saw that exactly with some of these shots.
Yeah, that transfer was quite special, but man, the entries from multiple players on that T side as well. But again, and Insani especially was quite special on that map of Vertigo. I do wonder though if it can continue. Obviously, that's a comfort pick for MIBR. We can see that they came into that one well prepared. But what of the pick for MOUZ? Now, this is going into the first map, the questions for me were what kind of shape were they in? Do they have synergy and so on? We certainly saw that. But moving to Inferno, the pick of MOUZ, can that continue? Will they have depth for enough of a, for a 3-map series? Is that something we can expect to see from MIBR, or are things going to get, are we going to see some shortcomings really quickly once we get into the second map?
Yeah, that is the question. I think MIBR showed enough there, but at the same time, I don't know if they had to show much of any different style of play. Like, a lot of the rounds were quick, and I wonder if that's something MOUZ will adapt to here on this second map. Inferno, oftentimes a map where you can get caught up in choke points if you try and go for a lot of those quick plays. And I also felt like maybe there was some of MIBR actually trying to target Yimpat on that B site as the recent addition. So I'm really looking at Yimpat as well on this next map to step up and show what he can do.
that is coming up very shortly indeed. A quick break. When we're back, we'll see how deep MIBR can go on the pick of MOUZ Inferno.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy, 'cause you rise to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Since I blew up, everybody telling me that I'm the man. Same people gave me the finger, they reaching out for me to give a hand. In a different city and my pills came, 'cause this tour don't happen, I feel pain. And the girl with me say she down for life, but she don't even know what's my real name. Just try to get what she came for. And ain't nothing I got safe though, 'cause when the money go wild, everybody get a piece. But it's looking like I ain't on the payroll. Got a big house made out of Play-Doh, and a plastic crown for my halo. But still a long way from my tank low, 'cause my Tesla charged for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy, 'cause you rise to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
We are back. It is time for the second map of this series. We'll see if MOUZ can enact revenge, having lost the pick of their opponent, Vertigo. Can they win their own pick of Inferno? Not long until we find out. We saw some nice frags from both sides. Again, my focus was on MIBR for that first map, and they were well prepared for wonderful eco round they won. Some important frags, but a lot of utility. Can MOUZ answer back on their own map, Hawker?
I think they should have a good chance here. I feel like they started to show us some of their individuals stepping up as the map went on. And in general, listen, MIBR got a very hot start, but Vertigo is not a map we see much of from MOUZ, whereas Inferno, maybe not as played as you would like, but it's still a map that they're clearly much more comfortable on. So I would say that they should be good to come back here. They are the favorites for this series. They've taken a bit of a shock there. I like the nice, calm, relaxing music heading into this one. Now, it's early in the groups. We don't need to get all intense. We can have a bit of fun. Let's hope MOUZ have a bit more fun on this map, because that was a pretty tough start to that map for them, even if they started to show up a little later.
Let's see then. The classic of classics, Inferno, is upon us. P250 is out early. Love to see that on the T side. Probably the biggest fan of the P250. If it was a person, I would let it sign my forehead. Exertion and Shui are going to have the util for MOUZ in this round, this pistol round. This opening round of the second map. That's a great pop from Insani. That man is dangerous. He looks like he's been doing warm-up and had 500 frags minimum. The way he's going on, but Exertion will enact revenge. 4 on 3 then, as Safe is lost as well. Dropped force back by the Incendiary. MOUZ considering their options, but this is still a volatile round for both squads. Torji just jiggling, looking for a response from MIBR. Drop will hold his position for now. He's got the Julies. He will have a nasty surprise coming his way. Can he escape this position though? Can he stay alive? He might have to buy time for his squad. He will hold his position, avoid the flashbang for free. He's got sound cues towards long as Breno will get information towards mid in the most painful way. Look at this angle from exit. Torji still creeping. 2 on 2. That's such an important shot with the Glock. He's carrying the bomb as well. That was a must win. Dropping a 1 versus 2 then. Making his way towards Banana. Might find a 1v1 duel with Frozen. There are multiple angles to hold down. Picks up the USP and delivers immediately. Now Torji can take any angle he likes, and he's got way more health, although it may just come down to that headshot after all. No kit for Drop. He's got to get his skates on. Now Torji can toy with him. Wait for him to touch the bomb if he wants to. Drop has to find Torji quickly, because again, oh, he's just about seen him, but now the run is going to be on. Just run away, hide, make him, draw him away from the bomber as deep as possible. Delivers the headshot as well. MOUZ take the pistol.
Yeah, got that important kill into CT, allowed them to wrap onto B. Pretty back and forth pistol. See Insani with that shot to start, but that was Exertion with a great reply. And then Frozen coming into play in this pistol. I think we saw glimpses of Frozen in that first map. We saw him have a couple of big plays, win a couple of rounds. I expect that to be much more consistent here on Inferno. Frozen can be incredible on this map. Seen him do some great things around that banana area before. See how early that comes into play here in this one, as we do have the Force Spy out from MIBR. A rare CZ on the server from Safe. Like it's mostly 5.7s these days.
MIBR waiting for their time to strike. Oh, Exertion's solved part of the puzzle at the very least. The Infant moving into a more defendable position. Exit tries to use his time wisely. There's a lot of util for MIBR at this point, and MOUZ understand that they need to force the issue. They have not challenged these positions enough to deal with all the util. There's that HE grenade for that default spot, and again, we saw MIBR with an eco round and plenty of util on Vertigo. We're seeing the same thing here on Inferno, and there's still a ton of junk for them to throw at this point. They are fully committed to this round, taking angles now with some flashes, but not getting anything on this occasion.
Big kills all over the B-bomb site. And this was the force buy, so for MOUZ to get this so convincingly, going to be a really good look for them here at the start of this map. And look at some of these kills at the end with the MAC-10. A rapid fire with the SMG. MOUZ clearly waking up, looking for vengeance on this second map. To a great start. See if that's going to continue here. SMGs, I'm sure, will be hungry for action in this round. They should be aware that MIBR are on the low buy. I have a question, James.
Yes.
Of all the players on the server, who do you think would die first? Zombie apocalypse.
Oh, I think Yimfat, because I feel like Frozen would trip him up to save himself.
Honestly, that's genuinely what I was thinking. I was like, Frozen is going to be out here leading stuff. I don't know. That's the vibe I get.
Gotta make a sacrifice, man.
Yeah. Glad we're on the same page. Bit of an awkward start then. They lose a player on B. I think MOUZ have realized A is wide open. That's always a nice feeling.
You can see from the plans that MIBR have had now in eco rounds on multiple maps that they've been working really hard as a unit with some really significant strats, which is great to see. Like, sure, that one over towards B wasn't successful, but the fact it existed is indicative of a hard-working team. And I think that shows some promise. But again, MOUZ on the back foot in terms of the series, lost MIBR's pick. Need to show their strength now in Inferno.
It's a good start for them. Little surprised they're hunting so aggressively here. Not too much to take away from MIBR. Nice shot from Frozen though. Oh, Drop's actually stolen the AK. That's the risk you run when you go hunting like that. We saw earlier what that AK can do on the CT side. MIBR will be pretty happy with that outcome. Honestly, they won't mind that at all.
Yeah, free rifle, AK no less, will be taken happily.
I thought Drop was going to drop an AWP, but he's just bought grenades instead.
Maybe
Fair
they
enough.
plan to take Torjis later on. We shall see.
Ooh.
Very fast positioning. Got to be careful about showing your elbows exit. That is a hell of a jump peak. All the airtime in the world from Breno. Lucky to be alive on that one. That was a hell of a flick as well. That's a lesson learned without it being too expensive. Awkward to duel now. Can't really take a fight with 16 HP.
Smoke up. Sani forced to play behind it. Banana control looks like it's been established enough by MOUZ. They will now turn their attention towards top mid. The flashes not doing enough here. Drop's actually doubled down, and Sani's found one through the smoke. Out of nowhere, MOUZ get absolutely denied. Completely shut down in top mid. Is there anything for Frozen and Yimpat to do here? Doesn't look likely at this point.
Awkward because you want to make it expensive for the CTs, but also Torji's got literal zero money. And Exertion won't have great money either. So they could drop some rifles, spread the wealth if they stay alive, but it seems they'll prioritize the damage. The attempt anyway. Running low, Jimfat gets there eventually though. No response from the remainder of MIBR. Playing quite passive at present. With 20 seconds, surely they'll be disengaging. AWP collected as well. MIBR have no business chasing anything in this round. They really need to get their economy going.
Yeah, that was a nice round for MIBR, just keeping so many alive. Really just that choke into top mid, something that MOUZ weren't able to get past. Looked like Drop wasn't affected by nades on that short side. And it was that CTAK that delivered the early fragging output for MIBR there. See just the difference that can make.
All right, I have a response from Nothing. If you weren't tuned in earlier, I said to him, yo, dude, bro, have you ever used a glass mouse pad? He said, I have. I'm not a fan as much as the rough plastic. The smoothness actually creates more friction than you'd think. The little bumps on pads like the won't mention help create better speed that I like, but they wear down quick. So there's some nerddom on glass mouse pads for you. Plenty of research to be done on the internet. Getting back into this one though, both squads will be on the bye once more. MOUZ saving a few tools towards the end of that last round, and it might be our find themselves on the scoreboard now. Breno still looking for his first kill. Swing towards Banana, but MOUZ will not show their cards just yet. Again, didn't learn from the last time.
Yeah, I thought they'd have been aware that the AWP likely is still there in this round, but maybe not. So Torji gets a pretty easy opener. Thought it was going to be Frozen getting the entries on Banana, but so far the AWP has had its chances and taken them. Now MIBR will feel as though they have to take a risk here. 4v5 on the CT side of Inferno. You really don't feel comfortable just playing with 2 on either bomb site. Those rotations are so long that it's really hard to win the round from that. They take a risk by stacking a 3rd man over towards B. Doesn't look like the right call right now. Sani is so low on A. It's going to be so hard for him to deny this. He's going to go for it. One in the back, but now he's trapped in the corner. Luckily, no nades against him. Oh, he nearly dies to the flames. He steps back to safety. Bomb still drops. This is a bit of a delay for MOUZ. 12 seconds. They've got to get this down. I think they'll be okay, but that got scary.
Yeah, that really did. Going for that strong plant. Best place to plant the bomb on that A bomb site. Make the CTs face the wall if they want to go for it. And indeed, MIBR being really careful. Again, we saw this on Vertigo as well. Not going to throw money away if they can avoid it. Now, just a quick note on moving to MR12 and CS2. Some pros have said that this kind of saving will become more likely because there are less rounds, but we'll see how it shakes out once that all begins. But again, very expensive to buy on the CT side. They might be holding on to what they have. Very impressive to try and retake the bomb site. 4-1 for MOUZ. So far, so good on their pick of Inferno.
Being solid on the MOUZ front. Good to see them showing up here. Again, a similar play where Torji just catches the player in the air. And as soon as you take this risk, even with Insani getting 1 kill, not easy to get back into the bomb sites on Inferno. See if MIBR take any risks in this round. Nades down mid. A deep smoke allows the nade damage to be significant. Won't commit any further, but pretty good early damage, even if it is unconfirmed off the back of those nades.
Chicken causing havoc in the apartments. Go to Bermuda to find chickens roaming everywhere. Maybe the inspiration for these chickens.
Sani's getting inquisitive. That's got him trapped in right now. Might not matter if MOUZ completely overlooked this. He could have something for free. Indeed, he does.
Traded. But now there are 3 remaining. Exertion's been popped as well. Safe repositioning to a very unlikely spot. Scope has surely been heard. There is util here, though. 39 seconds on the clock. He can't have been expecting that Yimfat. And then there were 2. Where is the bomb, though? Creeping towards the bomb site. How do they get a bomb plant here? Have to go for the very defensive one. Exits looking over the top, though. 19 seconds on the clock. Shuhei goes for that usual, well, not usual, but the bomb has been planted. 2 on 4 then. Spots the arm. Can't deliver the goods, though. So many targets for Shuhei. Down he goes. 5 HP for Frozen. 1 versus 4. So many targets, so many angles, so many places to look. MIBR standing with 4 at the end of the round.
Good to see Impact coming in from Safe. Mentioning him in the pregame as someone who I was excited to see step up on this new look MIBR lineup. Could be getting more space on this squad. And this reposition into the apartments was lovely. Impact not having enough backup from his teammates to trade, so it's an easy shot for the AWP. Sets up the retake quite comfortably in the end for MIBR. That round did look maybe a little discoordinated on the MOUZ side, so a timeout taken by Cyclone here. A couple of the players now on the team formerly came from the MOUZ NXT roster or formerly played there at some point. Cyclone used to be the coach of that MOUZ NXT lineup until he got promoted to the main squad himself. See if that helps MOUZ turn things around then. MIBR still with a good buy. Still with money in the bank as well. Starting to actually build up some cash on the CT side. Our MOUZ are the ones who could run out of cash. They're not careful. There's that entry from Frozen though. Can be so good on those banana openings. That one just straight through the smoke, denying MIBR's early play.
Promising start for MOUZ. All quiet then as we head to the minute 20 mark. Wanting to give anything away for free to MIBR. Slowly moving into position. Safe has an angle on Banana though with the AWP, so there is information for MIBR which allows him to keep 3 people on this A bomb site. Exertion jumping through. He's in isolation though, continuing to swing, but the flashbang is perfect. So is the trade for drop. He's got more work to be done though. He could find a third one here, popping Frozen, but Shuhei will keep position. Smokes are up. Man advantage is good. Safe moving down Banana now. If that bomb crosses mid, no, it does, just as he's elsewhere. He had an angle for a brief moment. There was a smoke as well, though. 40 seconds on the clock as Insani hides on the bomb site. They have the time to clear positions, but will they clear the site fully? Indeed, they will. Devastating headshot, and Safe will walk to his doom. That puts MOUZ on 5. Very expensive round for MIBR.
Yeah, got that man advantage early, grouped up towards A, and really wreaked havoc all over the bomb site there, just as it looked like MIBR was starting to find a foothold on their CT side. It's Frozen who gets a couple of big entries. Still seeing Drop play so well, though. He was the player that nearly brought that round back for MIBR with his double kill. Great seeing Drop have such a starring role on this MIBR lineup. To this round, it's actually a double AWP setup from MIBR. Switch up for them into this round. And Frozen has taken big damage on his move up Banana. Always got to be ready for those nades. See this double stack in the apartments. I don't know if the impact will go around the corner though, considering he's here solo. Much more likely that MOUZ are going to focus on B. Oh, he does go around the corner. That is Safe missing a sitter there.
That was quite the peak, and look at the position they have taken, charging in. The flashes are so good for MOUZ as well. Really helps secure them as they hold MIBR in so much trouble on his B bomb site. Breno trying to deal with that headshot position. Okay, Drop's the only man with a flash, and he's on the A bomb site, but Breno's found too. Disaster strikes for MOUZ. 3-on-4, bomb by the fountain. Work to be done. MIBR need not peek though. They could just wait out this util. Put a smoke on Banana and try and isolate these fights. That bomb will get planted though. Full commit as Shuhei goes for that reload of the AWP and gets there, but there's only 2 left, including him. Pulls you with an AWP as well. Insani over the smoke with the MP9, and there's just too much for MOUZ to do. Such an awkward position for MIBR, but somehow Breno turns things around and gives MIBR a chance.
Yeah, that secondary AWP comes in and has big impact there in this one. Definitely getting an important couple of kills from that B site. Playing around this smoke, that first shot was lovely. Exertion was really trying to close the distance quickly on the site. Eventually, Shuhei on the other side of the smoke puts him down, but it was too late. Sani comes in with some incredible work on that MP9. Many players softened up, but still great to see that MP9 having fun. And now MOUZ a little short on cash in this round. Only 2 AKs for them in this one.
Love the brazenness of the play from Drop. Not successful though. MOUZ look to retake control. What an angle though from Breno. Starting to warm up now. The AWPs continue, the double AWPs continue for MIBR, puncturing MOUZ left to right, pillar to post. Giving MIBR the advantage. 4 on 3 now. And they're still being proactive, still movement on Banana for them. There are duels on long, but they're walking into a trap. They've lined up perfectly for Torji though, and it turns around again. They've lost all position on the A bomb site, and there may be little for MIBR to do at this point.
Shuhei even entering the chicken onto the bomb site. But it was Torji who did all the work. That lineup so devastating for MIBR. They try and make the forward move on long. They had the man advantage. They just needed to get some reasonable trades there to keep the round hanging in the balance. They already had the lead in the round. The lineup goes against them. MOUZ looking pretty good here, and that's despite Frozen getting denied on Banana. That's a good round for MOUZ to recover, considering the initial difficulties against that double AWP setup. They'll be really happy they were able to turn this one round and even steal away an AWP for Torji as well.
MIBR have got some fight in them in this game of Inferno. But that long situation was a rough round to lose. I felt like there was potential for MOUZ to be walking into a trap there. They managed to avoid the AWP shot, and then they were just taking tickets for Torji in great fashion. He took the opportunity afforded to him. That's had a devastating effect for MIBR. The window to head closer to the score of MOUZ closed for a moment. Still a reasonable buy though, maybe missing a few bits and bobs, but there are plays to be made here for MIBR. As for MOUZ, do you feel confident for what you've seen so far in terms of a third map on the cards, or too early?
I'd say so. I'm fairly confident. I think that MIBR are showing, again, that they're competitive. But at some key moments, we are seeing MOUZ swing rounds in their favor. Should just have the pedigree to come through here. Wait and see, though. Again, the promise is there from MIBR. A couple of their players, Drop and Insani, have been the standouts so far. Flash into top mid. MIBR have taken enough control on Banana. They're rotating 4 CTs back to A at just the right time. Top mid has been taken by MOUZ. This stack from MIBR looks good. Oh, and there's the push from above. Safe doing work from below. Gets 2 headshots on the AWP, but look at the response.
MOUZ everywhere, ran at A bomb site. Nothing but X's left for MIBR. There were just people everywhere. There was a traffic jam. They were all holding AKs. Nasty work done by MOUZ. 2 for Yimfat in quick succession. Lightning bolt on the A bomb site, and MIBR are completely gone. And so is their economy as well. This is a big round for MOUZ. And a bit of back and forth. Been closer than they might have liked, I'm sure, but this has to be the time they pull away now.
Looking good for that to be the case. Nice seeing the impact from Yimpat as well. I think it's definitely going to be a slow process for him to adjust to top-level Counter-Strike. So I think anytime we see promising signs from him, it's a good sign. Yimpat, as I was saying earlier, now 16 years old, and also Sergey's younger brother. Sergey hasn't been playing CSGO for a year or two now. That was part of the ENTS lineup that was so successful for the Finnish scene when it broke through. Maybe Yimpat will be carrying the torch for Finland on this MOUZ roster. He's got a birthday coming up, Yimpap. A couple of days' time. Be over in Malta when he turns 17.
17.
Yeah, man. Born
What
in
is this?
2006.
What is this?
I always find it funny that if I look at Sergey, it's like, oh, he's retired. He's 21. It's always weird, esports. What a life.
Yeah. I feel like left of the game is more appropriate to say at that
Yeah,
point.
that's exactly, yes.
Yeah, you know.
I like the idea of this boost. Yeah, Chewy's clueless. Oh, exit! Makes it a second. MIBR with another trick up their sleeve. Maybe this round is in the cards.
Yeah, they've put some hurt on. And they've got the numbers to swarm as well. I want to see MOUZ put a smoke up, and I want to see MIBR just run through it, like at every possible angle. That would be wonderful. But Frozen, all right, he'll try and do this job. 1 for 1, though, is not ideal. Torji has some angles. That's a great start from him. He'll cover from Yimfat as well. Oh, he's got being lost, and Yimfat's got so much to do. Robbery from MIBR, a fantastic boost from Exit. A command you can't type in CS2, but very effective in CSGO.
I mean, if you're going to commit daylight robbery, leave no witnesses. That was really the way that MIBR went about that round, because my God, that boost from Exit. I mean, listen, in-game leader of the team, I reckon he called that for himself, and what a call it was. Get the first 2 kills, Frozen swings in with the flash. All that allows is for Exit to get another headshot. An incredible quad kill. And really great to see MIBR have this depth in some of these low-buy rounds. You can see they're a team that are really trying to maximize every single round available to them. Sometimes it pays off for the round win like that. Now safe with the orb. Oh, the timing goes against him. But elsewhere, they do find the opening pick.
Still some fights in MIBR in this first half. Concentrating on the small detail. MOUZ in a 4-on-5 now on the T side. Have got some work to do. Dershan trying to show a little elbow, but Safe has a different angle. Not happy with that Grenada's exertion. Heading toward the 50 seconds mark as Torji looks for Brennazan again. Maybe a late round here. There's minimal util for MIBR as well. Big pop flash though. When you send in Sani and you know it's going to mean problems for the opponent. MOUZ getting melted in round 12. Their money is disastrous at this point. MIBR are fighting to win this in 2.
Yeah, saving kind of sucks here as well. You know your teammates aren't going to be buying alongside you. I guess maybe you're going to have to force buy anyway, so save a couple of guns and just commit to the buy in the next round. Still would not be great for MOUZ, though. We're talking about how we were waiting to see what sort of level MIBR would show. I feel like MOUZ are in a weirdly similar position, because over at Cologne, they beat Na'Vi in the group stage, but then they got some pretty tough draws. They got sent down to the lower bracket by Vitality, and then they got eliminated by Astralis. So MOUZ only lost against teams that made the playoffs over at Cologne. But here, not looking too great for them in this series. MIBR definitely putting up a fight. What is the call in this round? I think with the save guns, the force buy might be the final decision. How do you make the most of these 2 AKs in this one?
Not going to be easy. Flashes will certainly be required. Torji will pick up a Desert Eagle as well. And the infamous, the notorious, the feared Tech 9 will make an appearance. free at the beginning for MIBR towards the A-bomb site. It goes quite immediately. Had a lot of quiet rounds, explosive moments, a lot of creeping in this half of Inferno so far. Minute 10, just the chirp of birds. In fact, he's looking for that first entry. Oh, he's been spotted, but still he stands. That's why he has the AK. Disengaging now, or suggesting he is. Heading towards that 45-second mark. And MIBR have done a great job of holding on to Util, but again, MOUZ have not been making much movements. Just allowing a little jiggling, a little dueling. We can see third man Safe will head towards that B bomb site, deploy some util for his teammates. But Long has been lost at an awkward moment. And they have lost position in MIBR. Things are getting awkward now because there are a lot of T's to deal with coming towards this A bomb site. And only 2 of them to work with it. 20 seconds to get this bomb planted. Drops used a lot of his ammo, and he's only good for 1 frag here. It's Insani though in the pit. Has a quick jump, spots 2. 14 seconds. He has to try and stop this bomb from getting planted as best he can. The bomb's made it onto the bomb sign. There it is on the floor now. That's the key frag that he's found. Constant jumping, information seeking and peeking. And that job's been done. Enough if Exit can stay alive. Oh my, that became expensive real quick.
Oh, so close from Shuey with that Tech 9, but Exit stays far enough back to make sure they win just by the clock running out on the MIBR side. Insani making a big difference from that pit position. Obviously just playing for info, trying to deny that bomb plant. As soon as he gets the bomb on the ground, it is his team in good position, even despite Shuey's best efforts. I was worried Shuey was going to die after time, but just about saves, and MOUZ will keep what they can into this one. But look at the aggression. Insani just about able to adjust onto that first frag. Try and pull back. Torji has the angle. He hasn't been able to land the shot. Exertion still coming in, but looks like Drop will just about get back to safety.
Very interesting back and forth affair we're seeing in this first half of Inferno. MIBR proving to be a challenge for MOUZ then. Hard workers. This is an awkward round for MOUZ, especially considering what they will have to bring into the next one. 1 minute on the clock, 3 on 4. Torji has an AWP. Walking towards Safe, who's alone on the B bomb site. He's been given all the keys. Elbow spotted. Oh, that's such a tight shot from him. Wonderful stuff. Buying time for the rotation as well. How much more is here? Frozen respecting the Molotov. Such an expense for him. There's the rotation. Where's the communication? It was shut down from the bomb site, but Safe is still here. 28 seconds on the clock. 3 on 1. Frozen in the clutch. As he slink away and try and save. $50 in the bank here. And Safe will put him out of his misery. The score is tied as we move into the last round of the half.
Safe 1 step ahead on a couple of occasions there, especially on the decision to take that tight shot on Banana. Really love that he just went for that. You've got to have confidence as the AWPer on the team. That's the shot that makes a big difference. Despite Exertion's best efforts, he eventually hits the deck. Safe ahead of Frozen's decision to try and flank in that one. So MIBR with every chance of coming away with the lead, thanks to 4 rounds in a row on their CT side. AKs are out for MOUZ alongside some Galils. Safe has got himself established on Banana early. Looks like MIBR have enough info. Confident this is clear. Frozen playing a dangerous game there, but looks like MOUZ want to pounce on this A.
Pop incoming. There's the flash from Frozen. Torji's here as well. Drop realizes what might be happening. He knows there'll be players in mid also. He has support. Shuey hits the flash though, and we've got some hesitation. We've got some awkwardness for all concerned, but Torji's good for 2 at least. Coming round from that short position, Frozen holding his ground in mid, cutting off that rotation. There might be an 8th round in this half for MOUZ. 2 on 4 for MIBR. No more saving to be done. Safe creeping with the Deagle. Frozen waiting for him, delivering all kinds of headshots. Leaving exit as the last man standing. Maybe the last one to fall as well. That clock is really ticking though. He has a kit. He isn't close to that bomb site just yet. They're not going to be saving. He'll do what he can, but it's too much to ask on this occasion. MOUZ in a back and forth affair. Lead at half-time.
Eating up this beat, break bread, where your sandwich at, y'all? Thought I was done? No, this beat ain't like Kobe, I'm 2-4. My God, took old mode, he too cold. I'm skating on beats, froze on with the flow. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat, bro. You know, it's your road, it's your road. Yeah, they call me in just to murder the flow. Mr. Heathcliff Huxtable, my low sweater's dope. A little Ali, yeah, I wrote it a dope. Roper a dope, till down Frazier go. Last on the cash flow, off to the next show. This year OP, on the track smashing. Live off Michigan Ave, fresh out the mansion. Sale clerks say, he's so handsome. From Heathrow to LAX, I drop anthems. Put the words together and they fall so random. But when I say them, little dudes throw tantrums. Oh, grow up, I'm over your head like a viaduct. That's how it's what? Smoking something louder than a fire truck. Try and duck, but words penetrate ears. The man you should fear. Good luck with your career. Yo, I'm out of here. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat, bro. You know, it's your road, it's your road. Definition of breakfast with your miss having a taste test. You could take 100 rulers, couldn't measure my greatness. Flowetry say yes, channel say bless. I'm just saying you stand would be the greatest. The champs laughing, load up, your future showed up. Yeah, I tried to listen to him. I'm like, so what? It's so nuts. Pecan, pistachio, cure the flow no matter sample. Or Casio, so casual like Ivo and khakis, bro. I know you know this would sound good on vinyl, colored albino, sticking out the bag of a fine chick riding a dino. His Mr. Uncontested, that's my answer.
Second half is about to begin. MOUZ lead by just the 1 round at half-time. MIBR kind of sneaking into some rounds again, but it shows the spoils that the victor has when they pay attention to detail. They've been working hard at MIBR, and again, that is quite clear. They've got lots of setups. One question coming into this map was it just their pick, Vertigo, where we would see detail from them? The answer has been no, but now they move to the T side. This will be the real test in terms of detail and depth. If MOUZ can put them into a bad position, how will they respond? But MOUZ's POV as well. I'm sure they would want more rounds from this first half, more confident half as they look to take it to a third and deciding map.
A bit of pressure on this pistol for both teams, especially when a game is so close like this. P250 is out for MIBR, as well as some utility. There is a smoke available for MOUZ here in the hands of Frozen. We'll see if he can put that down at the right time. Smoke should give him an early warning system that he needs to deploy his. Exertion will drop down and try and get down and dirty with the dualies. He's got one, he's got two, and they can't go through the smoke, not comfortably, because Exertion is denying everything. Another one through the smoke. And Exit sitting there wondering what the hell he can do. Exertion wanted the ace. He gets denied, but what, maybe 490 damage that round from Exertion? Not too bad.
That was outrageous. Smoke shenanigans, very deliberate positioning we see here, and look how it pays off for him as well. Wonderful stuff. Spamming the inboxes. Mailboxes are completely full after Exertion's deliveries. That's an important round for MOUZ as well. Momentum, the potential for some. We don't see a buy here from MIBR. Let's not forget those eco rounds we spoke about earlier on. This one is a flashbang. $200. And that is it. That's the investment overall, top to bottom, straight up and down from MIBR, which means they must have big plans for the next one. I love the discipline in this. When do you see a second round like this? $200 spent, and that's it. No one's like, oh, I'm going to buy a pistol, some Kevlar, buy too much, be short on grenades, blah, blah, blah. Just a flash, and that is it for MIBR.
Yeah, confident that their upcoming gun rounds will shine on through for them. They are sitting back here. Always a decent idea to make the CTs use their utility for some reinvestments. Rooster's having a great time, though. He will make a ton of money with those SMG frags. It will be a easy round for MOUZ in the end. Oh, I don't even think Torji was able to kill that chicken in the end. Oh, well. That chicken will live to fight another day, as will MIBR. They are back with AKs.
Is that a flat tire? How unfortunate. Is that a tire or is that a tread of a tank? Anyway. This is what MIBR were waiting for. This is what their discipline led to. Basically, maximum available utility in this round. Not full utility, but maximum available utility. Save for that $200 spent in the round prior. The AKs are out. They can't see anybody, but they've lost 2 players. Exertion finds 2. That's a fantastic start from MOUZ. Again, they really want to pull away from MIBR early in this second half and have some momentum after a back and forth affair in the first. That's a great way to start things off. A fight for banana, seeing no one, and yet coming away in a 5-1-3.
Site setup looking solid early. Frozen and Exertion both tagged down low. They have called for backup to be close by. Shuhei is in CT, ready to rotate if needed. Still an incendiary for Exertion as well. Now that they are playing back on the site, does he get the timing right on his counter utility? Sani is already investigating. Doesn't look like that molly's getting thrown, so there's going to be the chance for the fair fights. Now that molly goes down, it will delay things. Sani's actually burned down to 21. He still wants this initial opener, but it's the double stack, different angles of elevation. That makes it so hard to deal with. Exertion does get run down. Shuhei's stuck behind a smoke, so bomb plant looks likely here for MIBR.
AKs will be dangerous, but the Shui is better on this occasion. Ready with the FAMAS to out-duel safe. That changed everything. Dropping the clutch now. Needs an ace to convert this round for MIBR. This is where the individual performance could be really good for them, but it's asking a lot, especially with the incendiary there. Comes out delayed, but there's only so much he can do. MOUZ, keep the wheels moving. Keep the wheels turning. Keep the train moving. To an 11th round now. This is the momentum that they didn't always have on that first half, but in the second half, things are looking great for them. Look at this start. They don't see the players, but they know where to look for them. And Exertion finds 2 through the smoke.
Very nicely done. And then Shuhei just being in position. Make sure that there's not a chance for MIBR to try and steal away the round in those circumstances. Looking good then for MOUZ at the start of this second half. Those nades are devastating though. Exertion very low on health, out of ammo. They don't know he's here though. They don't know he's in the smoke. It might not matter. His teammates are cleaning up the kills. Exertion simply a spectator at this point. He's let them past. He hasn't got the reload off, but the USP will do the damage. One headshot behind, make it a second kill. And somehow it is the default pistol that makes the difference in this round for MOUZ.
Wonderful work. Great discipline from MOUZ. Going from strength to strength in the second half. Swiftly as well, promptly, urgently. And Sani needs something insane in this one. Even more than previous. Quick look from Torji. He'll try and isolate some fights. Willing to go for that duel though. There is time for him. Full reload is in. That's a lot of important information. Exertion pre-firing through the smoke while in the red as well. They're trying to stop the smoke push as he commits to the bomb plant here. And Sani's got 2 more to go. This is very doable. 17 bullets in the picked up AK-47. Oh, it just doesn't turn around in time. But indeed, that aim is swift. That sensitivity is quite high. Looked dangerous, did his best. But again, MOUZ just keep on trucking.
Exertion stepped it up big time on this CT side. I think he only had 5 kills at the half. He's up to 15 now. Very early on here. See the confidence to make that play with the USP to stick in the smoke. What a bad effort from Insani, but Exertion too quick on that emergence from above. And MIBR need to dig deep now. 5 rounds down. What does their T side have in its back pocket? Smoke into top banana. Control taken there. While Torji was thinking of looking out mid, it's actually Breno who's got that entry onto banana. Exertion falling foul to the AK this time. Breno doesn't have much backup, but he looks tempted to keep going here.
4 on 4 then. Minute 20 on the clock. Reinforcements are coming towards the B bomb site, looking to make a play off of exit's position. He has some angles, but Shui's looking for him. Gotta be careful now. Support flashes into the bomb site, and that's perfect. Frozen cleaning up at the front from the back. Taken down finally, but Shui is here, and the flashbang support continues. MOUZ as a unit have taken control of this game, and MIBR have been unable to answer them in the second half. Kept it close in the first, but this is slipping away from them round after round. They must have felt like they had a chance to do it in 2, but in this second half, it has felt night and day from the first, as far as MOUZ's momentum is concerned. Safe in a 1v3 now, looking to be given something, but MOUZ are static. That might mean a save for MIBR.
Shuhei's flash assists have been redonkulous on this CT side. He got 4 flash assists in the pistol. I don't know how blind exactly those players were. But overall, 7 flash assists for him now throughout this map. Shuhei again in position there to line up those flashes for Frozen when he got the double kill. See just how much of a difference having that floating player between the bomb sites can make. He helps out with those flashes at the right time. Really help Frozen on these peaks. Safe eventually trades, but not before the damage was done. Shuhei even arriving on the bomb site to help out. Another flash assist from Torji. So it looks like MOUZ are really on point with their CT rotations here and utility timings. And that's something that MIBR are struggling to deal with right now. Maybe just that lack of experience on Inferno coming against them on this one. Not easy to know how to deal with those CT rotations. I think in that round, though, Breno got the early opening on Banana, but they didn't have the players ready to follow up. So by the time they were in position, it gave a bit of time for MOUZ to be prepared on the hold. See if MIBR try anything faster here. MOUZ go for that hot mid-smoke early. Quite standard nowadays, allows you to throw deeper nades. Sani will try and get up close behind it. Not a great deal of damage done early here. Just safe chunk down to half health. Just re-up that molly, so this flash is going to take even longer to be deployed. Finally, Torji forced off the angle, while Exertion just straight up takes the fight on Banana and takes 2 with him.
That's a hell of a result for them as well, because they ate a massive grenade top Banana earlier on, but they've delivered all that they need to, and Shuhei will do exactly the same. 5-on-1, MIBR still with no answer to the CT rounds from MOUZ. I don't know that MIBR have won a round in this half so far. MOUZ have been on an absolute tear, and this is a great opportunity for them to secure their economy, but they will chase Exit down mid. Close the net on him. They'll give them nothing for free, regardless of economy. Exertion leading the charge in red health, allowing Shuhei to trade. They want to take everything away from MIBR.
Yeah, you're right. Not a single T round for MIBR so far. And Exertion has been such a different player in this second half, it has to be said. And that banana hold has been brilliant because of it. MIBR have rarely got much ground towards B, and even when they have, the rotations and the flashes have been there for MOUZ to deny. MIBR facing a map point against them. If they lose this round, have to go down to pistols for round 22. Ooh, I don't know if I love this from Exertion.
I want to see it. Make it happen. Oh, that's not what he wanted to see. He didn't see anything. And he definitely doesn't see anything now. Frozen has a decision to make because rotation is required for MOUZ. He'll fall off from Banana. And indeed, there are problems arising late for MOUZ, at least in this round. It's recoverable, though. But look at this utility from MIBR. Great timing on the smoke from Shuhei. Good position as well. Oh, the flashback comes ahead of the smoke. Does he go through it, though? Frozen's on the site itself. The shooting gallery for MOUZ, and they are figuring out the task here. They understand the mission. Safe 1 versus 3. Picks up an AK-47, but only for a moment, for 1 step, as MOUZ go to gain points.
Maybe just a slight misjudging of the opponent's economy with that early aggressive play. Oh, yeah, the leg is just spotted there at the bottom of the smoke. Good recovery, as you said. And honestly, I think Shuhei deserves a ton of credit for his role as that rotator. I feel like he's not really put a foot wrong playing as that rotator back to the B site. Called upon in a couple of rounds. Always coming in with the utility and solid fragging. It's looking good for MOUZ to take us to a decider right here. Mirage would be that 3rd map. I'd love to see a matchup between these two on Mirage. There's Torji also getting active with the AWP. Nothing doing for drop early.
Nothing doing for MIBR in this whole half. Credit to MOUZ. You can see the preparation from MIBR, but MOUZ pulled away. They've been unseen since at the beginning of this half. Storming to gain points. 5-on-3, very comfortable position for them. Maximizing the pressure on MIBR, just hounding them, chasing them down when they could. Demanding that 3rd map, and then there were 2. Bomb not even planted just yet. Exertion not shy to go for the full mag, as Exit desperately tries to find a bomb plant.
That'll do it. Good retake coming in from MOUZ at the end to make it 16-7 on Inferno. They stomped the CT side of their map pick. And now this series will be decided on Mirage. We'll be back with that coming up next.
need you.
Yeah, I hope you're ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you're ready for the, yeah, I see it's time. Press play on the tape, no rewind. No delay, put it all on the line. Only going up, ain't no room for the climb. Meet me at the top, or you won't ever see me. I'm making dreams come true like a genie. I'm making moves soon, you gon' have to king me. Checkmate, crown, you gon' have to bring me. Ain't no other way. Up next, then I'm putting you away. Yeah, maybe another day. Give me a trophy, I'ma put it on display. Hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you're ready for the. I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. Yeah, I hope you're ready for the comeback. I think it's time for the comeback.
MOUZ then enacted revenge on MIBR after MIBR had a good showing on Vertigo, back and forth in the first half, but MOUZ brought it through in the second from start to finish. And you can see the body language towards the end there, how vocal they were. They felt that they needed that for their own confidence. That was a very good performance from MOUZ. To measure how good that second half was, I've brought measuring tape, and I would say that it is maximum performance from MOUZ, winning all the rounds they needed to. That was a great route from them in that second half.
You didn't max out the measuring tape though, James. I thought you were going to go like round the room, get excited.
There we go.
To be fair, you're tall enough, you might actually be able to max it out. Just
exactly.
Reach. All right,
super long.
You. No, yeah, very good, honestly, from MOUZ. All round, gotta be happy with the second half, especially. I'm really happy that Exertion had a good game because I think recently his form has dipped a little bit. I remember back at the RMRs a while ago, he literally solo carried a map against FaZe. He was going crazy. So he's clearly got the raw ability. Definitely saw that shine through here. And even just seeing Shuhei play that rotator role so well is really promising as a fresh in-game leader to the scene, one of the up-and-coming in-game leaders that MOUZ have taken a chance on. It looks like he had a clear understanding of where he needed to be, and that's a great sign going forward for this MOUZ lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see the synergy and how strong they were defending in that second half, really not allowing any MIBR. But again, the presence of mind as well to be like, nah, we want to take everything away when they had the opportunity. Like some teams would be more passive and try and build their, for like worst case scenario, but they want to be an aggressive team and seize the opportunities and control the match. And they did a great job of doing that, which makes things really interesting as we head towards a third and deciding map. Again, there were multiple questions going into this one. Can MOUZ respond to that first game? Do MIBR have depth in their opponent's pick as well as their own in that first map, or is it just a one-trick pony? I think all those questions were answered. We saw the comeback from MOUZ. We saw that MIBR had depth with what they were trying to do. Obviously, they didn't win any rounds on their T side as MOUZ controlled everything, but there was some potential there. No, I do wonder. I feel like we probably favor MOUZ slightly going into the last map of Mirage, but what do you think?
I would say so. I still think the upside for MIBR is that you would hope, you know, Mirage, a bit of a more open map in general. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of their players like Insani have a bit more freedom to make solo plays, whereas Inferno oftentimes comes a bit more down to that team play and those timings. But at the same time, MOUZ have got some great individuals, and we've already seen that from Frozen. So I would expect MOUZ to be pretty decent favorites here. But whatever happens, listen, MIBR already showed up well on that first map, and I wouldn't be surprised if this third map is much more competitive than a lot of people would have given MIBR credit for. So we'll wait and see, but already I'm really happy with this series. I've had a lot of fun like watching just the first two maps, and I think the third is going to be fascinating. We don't know exactly where it's going to go yet.
Yeah, we've more or less seen something from everyone, which I think is a great place to be as we move into our third map. That comes after the break, so stay tuned. We're into that deciding map very shortly.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
Don't know what it is that made us so indifferent. We're drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high, then drop me low. You got something I can seem to let go.
that to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no
My God, he's a viral! The best of the game!
Oi, oi, Savaloy, as they say in the pubs down south. Welcome back for our third and deciding map in our second game of the day on Stream B. It's Mirage, it's MOUZ, it's MIBR. It's a game of promise that we've seen from both sides, but only one can take it. Only one can take that first victory in their opening game in the B group. Who's it going to be, Hawker?
I still have faith in MOUZ. But MIBR have certainly shown us that they can be competitive in this series. In the first map, they started really strong, so I think it'll be closer than people were expecting when this matchup was announced. But I still believe that MOUZ should have the pedigree to shine on through in this one. Never happens. Let's hope for a good map of CS here. The first two, fairly one-sided. Neither side in their loss able to get double digits. 16-9 on the first map, 16-7 on the second. But I like a competitive third map between these two. You don't always get what you wish for in this world, but maybe this time we will. Let's wait and find out. Is MOUZ the favorites going up against MIBR? With a couple recent additions to their roster, they're looking improved. Improved enough to beat MOUZ though? That is the question. Double dualies for MIBR starting their CT side, and MOUZ move up mid.
Wow. It's almost like he half pulled the trigger before he got domed, but he got deleted in very fast movements from MOUZ as they swarm. They're like the Zerg army on this A-bomb side. They're everywhere. Sliding along their creep, and there is no response to be had here from MIBR. MOUZ make a statement in the opening round of Mirage.
All right then, Yimpat. What a start from him. Bottom fragger of the series so far for MOUZ. He just runs into connector, couple of entries, bosh, that's the round. Second player there caught out, and then you see Yimpat just fighting into CT. Doesn't give a damn. That flash didn't really do enough to blind him. Very quick and easy pistol for MOUZ. And yet again, it's that similar blow by from MIBR. Not investing anything into these second rounds.
That's one of the fastest pistol rounds I can think of in recent memory.
It's up there.
It really is. Turbo mode from MOUZ, maximum success. Rifles are out. Shuhei solves the puzzle around connector. Good team kill, but they won't really care about that at all. Just the one frag, and there's no bonus money in that frag for MIBR whatsoever. On to the next one. A fast eco round is a good eco round. The rifles will be out for the CT side.
Got to remember, when you heavily save that second round, the CT utility will kind of suck. They're going to be missing some pieces of utility, but at least they're all on silenced M4s. That means that it's a little cheaper. Get just one more flash eked out. Already seeing MOUZ take a few liberties in this round. They look like they might pressure this B side. It's exertion. No fear with the MAC-10 in first, and drop was not ready. Breno's trying to see what he can do in reply, but he finds nothing. And MIBR could be shut out of this round entirely.
Yeah, that's the round over. Exertion finding a great angle in that smoke, considering there's a silencer on the end of that gun. Not sure if MIBR were prepared for the sheer pace of that play into the B bomb site, perhaps catching them off guard. Perhaps they just couldn't deal with it on this occasion. MOUZ with a fast pace from the first round to the third. MIBR trying to hold enough together to have a good buy or a reasonable buy for the next round, but that's been denied by MOUZ, as we saw them chase when they could have opted to secure their own economy on the previous map. They're doing the same here. As far as the former part is concerned, just hounding MIBR, not allowing them to save anything as a priority. Working to great effect once again.
You need to see Exertion so animated. He is brimming with confidence right now. And I really feel like when I've seen Exertion have his best games in the past, he's almost getting these awkward timings where he pushes before you expect the set play to come in. And that was a good example of it with the Mac 10, where he's just quite a few seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. But you could see that it absolutely caught the CTs off guard there. It can win you the round sometimes if you get that unexpected timing window. So huge props to Exertion. He started so strong here. And MOUZ looking like a different animal here at the start of Mirage. Man, Drop's getting bullied on that B site.
Yeah, they encroach pretty damn quickly. PDQ on that B-bomb site. And again, they'll try to not allow them to take anything from that. We'll definitely try to scavenge for that rifle and connector. MIBR waiting to get started on Mirage. Very fast-moving first half from MOUZ, showing why they're so high ranked. Win or lose here, I feel like MIBR will be moving through the ranks as they move through this bracket. Excuse me. But yeah, great showing so far. But I feel like MOUZ have come to life now. They've taken the momentum from that second half of the last map and taken it straight through into Mirage. Firmly in the driving seat for the time being.
Yeah, that might be worth keeping track of, actually, because MOUZ won 8 in a row to close out Inferno. Now they've won the first 4 on Mirage. So if you carry it over from the previous map, that is now 12 rounds in a row for MOUZ in this series. And honestly, MIBR have literally got 1 kill in the first 4 rounds. That tells you all you need to know. This has been so dominant from MOUZ. Just the way they were winning that round with the gun round earlier looked so clinical. MIBR have got to show something here. See if someone can step up. Safe, the only man with a kill. MIBR has that orb, and that nade is pretty on point early.
Oh, it's a rare miss.
Yeah.
He may have started moving before firing the shot there. One kill at the start of round 5 on your CT side is rough. Increases your requirement for a comeback. And it begins with Insani and Connector. That's a great second kill there as well. But it's a pot for Shuhei, but this is going to come in time just about. That was a little late from exit. Maybe entertained in that Palace position. Torji's here with the Julies, and the bomb's going to get lost. There might be a first round here for MIBR as Frozen's in a 1 versus 3.
4-0 to MOUZ before Frozen had to get a kill on the board, but now he needs plenty more. And Safe will shut him down at the end there. 2 AWPs now for MIBR into the future rounds as well. And a pretty convincing round win there for MIBR, denying the mid play early. As you said, that little bait and switch in Connector worked out beautifully. I love that the player trapped in Connector jumps up just to make himself really hard to kill. And that means that Exit can just swing out and trade in time because his teammate doesn't get headshotted straight away. Safe, just waiting patiently for Frozen at the end. So MIBR finally on the board. Now let's see if they can keep it that way.
So much confidence from the play of MOUZ that we're seeing on Mirage right now. MIBR have got their work cut out for them if they want to close this deficit. A lot of util to fight for position, and Shuhei's going to make his way through without losing too much in the name of health. Now we'll lose too much. Big headshot from Safe. 5-on-4 for MIBR. Comfortable with the loss of mid. Can't plant the bomb there. 50 seconds to decide which way to go. We're Frozen on the ramp. Surely it's the A-bomb site. Bomb carrier in mid, though, in the hands of Torji with the AWP. exertion has been dropped as well. The money's starting to sink for MOUZ. They need to do some damage here. They need to find a way to get back into this round because this 3-on-5 isn't it, but that might be it. Safe getting dropped, and Sani's soon gone afterwards as well. Exit will drop the bomb carrier and find a second and a third from the shadow position, doing everything that's needed and keeping the numbers up for MIBR.
Big impact from the in-game leader of MIBR. Not always easy to multi-frag from that under palace position. In this scenario, not as many nades up against him. That helps tremendously. Even though it looked a little back and forth earlier in the round, that's the moment. You see the celebration coming out quickly from MIBR. They knew they needed back-to-back rounds there. Don't want to get your economy reset early. Pulls MOUZ into a fairly early timeout here on their T side. Still yet to see Frozen really have the big highlight plays we know he's capable of. Sure they will be coming. Has been the top fragger overall in this series. Normally Frozen doesn't go quiet for too long. Let's see if they can activate him a little more here as this half goes on. Oh, that was the double AWP setup from MIBR, dealt with early. Torji just takes that straight up fight over towards the apartments. So a clean man advantage for MOUZ. Great opportunity for them to bounce back here.
The edge of their economy. Well, both teams are to some degree. MOUZ with a nice opening frag. We saw an Inferno just quietly moving into position on their T side. A double peek though. Well, the bomb hasn't been seen. We've just got an AWP on the ramp. Nothing too untoward about that. Or is that enough information for them? You can see Frozen retreating to some degree and having a big headshot onto exit. Gave himself a great angle. And still that bomb hasn't been spotted. Just lurking around on the ramp as MOUZ moved to a split. But the CTs have lost position. What remains of them anyway. Drop and safe. Extracting themselves towards that B bomb site as MOUZ's job is done.
Yeah, well handled here by MOUZ. It's mainly just Torji just winning some fights early though that really helps them in this one. Wins that first duel over towards the B apartments. AWP v AWP. He's quicker on the trigger. And then just getting that shot to land just before he's traded in ramp is a massive help, because it means that you saw Frozen was pretty quickly aware there might be some CT aggression now. With MIBR down in a 3v4, there's a chance this A player feels isolated. And the standard response, if you're alone like that on A and maybe you don't have help from mid, it's pretty common to want to push into Palace because it's a very safe position to play from. It's sometimes hard to flush out. So Frozen just very ready for the aggression that comes his way. Allows a clean round win for MOUZ, who are now 5-2 up. The favorites showing what they're made of here early on Mirage.
Such a satisfying frag, especially with a good spawn for mid. The other option is heading towards B apps. Catch a CT hopping up early, especially on the van. Right, then Breno any underpass. But with full grenades as well. It's posting up. Often if CT's going to make a play all the way through to the stairs, they won't buy full grenades because they are likely to die at some point, so it tends to be a waste of money. But he's holding position with his teammates. Close. A support structure. Then Sani gets one for free. But what now? How do they reposition? What does Yimfat do? See the jump peaks coming in from Insani. Renazan holds the lower position. In the meantime, Safe is focused on that ramp area. Drive peek from Shuhei. Safe will deliver. 4 on 3 now as Frozen is barely standing, dropping exit. Trying to make it winnable. Torzi's been exploded though. Shrapnel will send him packing. In fact, go through the smoke. And Sani is here and ready for it. Right place, right time. Frozen then with 2 HP and a dream. Chip in a chair, as they say in poker. 1 of 4 achieved. Flashbang goes up. Has he seen a player by the stairs? Counter flashes from MIBR as well. 40 seconds. Bomb is towards the ramp. Surely this would have to be by elimination.
Oh.
5 bullets in the magazine. Put out of his misery. 3rd round on the board for MIBR. And just as we saw in Inferno, they'll keep it close. They'll start to creep up to catch up. Don't take your eye off them.
That's initial mid play. Just an off angle from Insani that was not expected. Then MOUZ trying up the pace towards A, maybe thinking there was a big stack on mid. That warp in CT is always going to be in a power position if you don't use any nades onto that A bomb site. Drop hasn't had to get a frag yet on CT's side. As that B site anchor, he was tested early. In recent rounds, MOUZ have turned their attention elsewhere. There is still a buy from MOUZ, but it is suboptimal. Only 2 premium rifles in play. Some Galils in the mix alongside them. Shuhei selling some nades towards A. He drops down, but he'll just spot this ramp aggression. Flashes, force the CTs away. The bomb is not here to follow up. This is mainly a fake. I don't know if Shuhei can sell this. The counter utility is so strong. The B site could be open though. The rotate has come away from B, and Safe's forced to concede.
Drops in the shop. We'll have to be patient though. What? Excuse me? What have I just witnessed? That jumping, this is so awkward. What has happened? Someone's got to rescue the bomb now. Frozen's on the way to do it with his Tech 9. They've really cut the numbers, have MIBR. Safe with some shenanigans. I have to look at those later as they start to move through now, MIBR. Bomb has been planted. Drop waiting for his teammates to get into position. Exit joining him soon. In fact, waiting for a peek. Will he pick the right time as he starts getting closer, getting deeper? Exit double drills him though, leaving Frozen in the clutch. 1 versus 4, made 3. Just too much to do. What were those frags from Safe?
Yeah, I was convinced he was just going to have to give up the bomb site, play back from short, maybe try and get 1 kill and then play for retake. He ended up catching a player in the apartments at first. It was the denial of the fake, which really helped MIBR. First shot, oh, it's not even an easy one there, but the second kill. Oh, man. The jump
That's
back.
rude, man.
Yeah.
That's disrespect.
So risky. It lands at just the right time.
Can't be out here doing that.
Glad we got a game on our hands, though. Like MOUZ might run away for a second.
Yeah, well, this is similar to what we saw in Inferno, and we know it was night and day in the second half. Hopefully it's more competitive once we get there, but there's plenty of play left in the first. It'll be rough on this occasion, though. MOUZ with a slim lead, carrying secondary weapons only into round 10.
I just feel bad for Drop, man. He's living the life of a B anchor, and then in that round they go B, and he doesn't even get to defend it. What a shame.
What a shame indeed. Impact has provided opportunity, picked up a rifle, and compounded the problems for MIBR. They can't really afford to lose this round. They can't really afford these trades either. Numbers advantage for MOUZ. They've got flashbangs. They've got util. And MIBR have got problems. MOUZ don't want peace. In fact, close. 12 HP. That smoke might give him some extra space. You might say thank you for that. It might isolate some fights for MIBR as they hold edges. MOUZ, Frozen creeping, trying to run distraction. No one holding on to that bomb just yet, but surely that makes things worse as Frozen emerges. And this round is being lost by MIBR. Drop, has he got time? Oh. This is going to be such a close one. He has a kid, but I really don't know which way we're going to go here. Oh, smell you later. That one was too close to call and way too expensive for MIBR.
Honestly, so scary. As Yimpact goes for that second swing. Because that's the only way they lose the round. And it was closer than I would like. That's all I'll say. I don't think if I was Yimpat, I'd be swinging off the back of Frozen here. His second swing, oh, it scared me. It really scared me. But dropped just a little too far from the bomb. Did they celebrate? Did they celebrate too early? Oh. Insani looked like he got a little excited there. Either way, such a close round. A fair play to MOUZ for shining through. Frozen patient in the palace. And now Exertion dealt with early, but the A site's open.
Frozen swinging, looking for targets. No one is offering just yet. Retake territory for MIBR. The heat map is firmly focused on that A bomb site. Drop repositions to deploy some util. An attempt towards CT. They take even more position. Will there be support for Shuhei? He's on an island. There are some flashes for MIBR. There's the first one. So far, so good. They'll take two, in fact. Shuhei and Yimpat isolated, separated, and gone. Torji then 1 versus 5. Do you even try to clutch this? Looking on his 6. So many people coming his way. Eats a big flash, and he cannot reasonably defend this round. Gotta try and hold on to this AWP. And there it is. 5 standing for MIBR at the end of the round. There's a lot of fight in this team.
Scrumptious round from Safe. Got a triple in the midst of the retake. We saw that early move up mid from MIBR, got them a man advantage, and you can very much play retake on that A bomb site on Mirage. We see it quite often. So especially if you make a move elsewhere and get a man advantage, it's a very realistic way to win a round. That's what they do. Now, MOUZ don't have much to work with besides that AWP saved by Torji. So he will be one of the utility men, and they'll go for the Palace pot.
Fast surge into the bomb site. The pistols will swarm, and Exit could be in some trouble here. Reveals himself to Torji, and down he goes. Position and rifles collected by MOUZ. Not done with this round, not done with this lead just yet. MIBR thought it was safe to tie the score, but they've got problems. 3 players remain for them. Again, how much can they afford to lose? If they're not given something soon, will they throw everything at this? That could end in disaster. Exertion with the rifle, switches to the Tech 9. 2v2, there are kits for both of them. They're making enough progress to go forward and potentially lose everything. Clean shot from Torji. Brenner on that bomb. Tech 9's got way too many bullets, way too much damage, way too much armor penetration, and indeed, they make enough progress to go far enough to lose it all.
Great to see how active Torji was here. I mean, first, the pop out through Palace just distracts Exit enough that the AWP can emerge from ramp. And even though Torji isn't the man to get that second kill over towards jungle, he was the player that took initiative. And then just starts to sit back into ramp, even though there's a smoke on the bomb. His teammate can handle that. That's a brutal round loss for MIBR because now their money is broken for this round. This looks very likely to be a MOUZ favored half, unless something goes terribly wrong for them here. Careful Exertion. Your corners. Oh boy. Well, that's an AK for Insani. They're actually stacked on B as well, MIBR. Hang on a second. Is there really a chance? Maybe not.
Oh, that'll certainly help. Hitting numbers is always good. The AK is still in play, but less swarm, less chaos. Clearer comms makes a hell of a difference. Shuhei chasing, carrying that bomb against the P2000. Nothing terrible is happening. Heading towards the dying rounds of this first half then. This AK could be important for the round to come. And Insani will try to hold on to it. MOUZ moving to an 8th round. Love the scrap we've seen between these two sides, but I do wonder what will happen once we switch sides. That's not for a few rounds yet, though. Potential for 7 on the cards for MIBR if they can take the reins once again in the next round. But for now, it'll be a 3-round lead for MOUZ.
MOUZ will have the lead at the half. Just a question of by how many. 8 rounds confirmed. Kill distribution looks lovely on the MOUZ side as well. No one really falling behind. Exertion, you can see just by his deaths, very much the most active player on the team. Quite often around mid, quite often flying in early in these rounds. Seen Frozen play around the palace pretty often. That's his favored position on this map. Lurking around there, trying to have impact later in rounds. Round 14 underway then. B site is not tested as much as of late by MOUZ. The gun rounds at least. See if anything changes in this one. It has been taken early, but they're prepped outside this B site with a few players. I think MOUZ might clear out mid first though, and then decide from there. Oh boy, was that just through the smoke? Chue gets an entry into connector. Safe will do his best to reply.
Gonna be hard, but the team are doing work, including Safe, finding a second. Infat making his way in, but that smoke will work either way. No, it won't. He's been barbecued. 3v2 advantages for MIBR, especially with dropped angle. Are they ready for it? Apparently Frozen is ready for anything. Brenizan caught with a grenade in his hand, and that's a game changer. That makes it a 2v1. That makes Exit the last man standing. A solo mission now for him. Creeping towards the site in the second last round. He has a kit. Does he have the clutch? Where are these teams? Well, there's Frozen delivering once again. 3 in the round for him as MOUZ move to 9.
And unfortunately, Drop has had a good series up until this point, but throughout this map, as that B anchor, haven't seen much from him. Safe doing what he can, helping here with the AWP. Eventually got burns though, even though it looked like he might have extinguished that molly. Somehow still went down to the flames. That really helped MOUZ get full control of the B site. Now into the last round of the half. MIBR's buy is weak. Very real chance for 10 T rounds for MOUZ here. Looks like an A split is on the cards, and MIBR have got a pretty good setup to counter that. Heavily stacked on this A site right now. Actually watching Connector actively right now. Here, I've got to make sure they're aware of that fact. Oh, and now they take one for the team.
Gets hot pretty quickly on this bomb site. Drop's got a great angle though. His Carnage are just coming from all angles, and Torji finds himself alone. So much silence in these rounds, creeping into position, leaving Connector open, but still MIBR find themselves at an advantage. Drop stuck in the corner, but can Torji find an angle? This is killing Torji's time. The brazen jump from Drop. Commits to the bomb plant. Torji in the clutch now. So many 180s. Safe will finish off the job there. So there will be a 6th round in this for MIBR. The score will be reasonably close at half-time, but will MOUZ run away with the second half as they did on Inferno? Not long to find out.
Say what you want, you dumb fucker. If you want trouble, mention me please. One verse will make your lungs burst, you physically bleed. My tongue is made of razor blades. I think my body's made of steel and flames. It feels like fire when they speak my name. I think I'm good. Boca Raton, gangers be stroking your mom. She just broke up with Sean, now giving dope in the thong. We just be cloaking along, bit what you're focusing on. The locs on the bomb, bronze, blonde, posting the guam. Kissing your freak, have you straight kissing your teeth. Do 6 in the week, shows in the chicks in the sheets. Vixens who frisking the meat, missing and piss on the seat. Fixing up dishes and treats, with persimmons and leeks. Yeet, lest we forget what I think with the gut. Smoke cigarette butt. She willing to cut in the opium den with the lowliest men. She said, "Cloak me, my friend. Let's do it again."
I think my body's made of steel and flames. It feels like fire when they speak my name. I think I'm bulletproof.
Hey, yo, hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright, nigga. You tough, right?
When I'm walking through the streets, so clearly I can see a vision right in front of me. But it seems so far to reach. Now it's standing right in front of me. Feels like something I should need. Now I know where I'm meant to be. Might change my number, switch up my hair color. If people start to wonder where I am this summer, I'll be living in my passion, my fallen love. I'll be living in my passion, man, I'm on
My God, he's a viral! The best in the game!
One more half then. And MIBR on the comeback trail once more. But let's not forget how brutal, how fast, how violent that first pistol round was on Mirage. It was a fast-forward round for MOUZ. It was drive-bys from start to finish. And that really dictated the momentum for much of that half. Things slowing down later on. But now MIBR on the T side. Let's see what they have in mind. It will be a fast one as well. A beautiful sailing pop flash into connector. No one there to receive it. Exertion taking some pot shots through the smoke. The position has been taken by MIBR. They are all over this A-bomb site. Safe just taking the bomb through from ramp now. Going for that short plant. We've got Exit lurking in that mid position with the Glock. As Shuhei and co. 4 players on road come in from that CT position. Brennazan gets taken down for free. That's an important frag for Exit. That gives a man advantage for MIBR. Looking for more now. 3 on 4. Shuhei doesn't have a kit. No one does, in fact. They've all got Kevlar. How do they solve this problem? Imfad and Frozen remain. There is Kevlar to lose here. 10-second defuse is not going to happen on this occasion. Exit picks up the USP and the final kill. The man in position to do the job does the job. Pistols taken by MIBR. Their turn for momentum, perhaps.
Yeah, quick swarm onto the site, even though Shuhei gets one out of there early. Look at that from Insani. Quick flick up. His form has continued throughout this series. That first half, Insani had only 10 kills total, but 5 of them were opening frags. Which just goes to show the sort of player he is. Loves to get involved. Now MOUZ taking a page out of MIBR's book, going for the full eco in the second round. 0 investment means basically 0 chance for them. Always got to leave the door open. Shuhei was firing some warning shots, but I don't think he's turning them away from this A site. Actually, not now.
Bullet sponges. Shuhei. Remainder on B. So MIBR start with Promise. D-squad splitting the pistols. Being conservative on the second round. Haven't seen much in the way of force buys. in that respect. And again, if things go wrong later for MIBR, I do wonder if they'll have another eco round half buy with lots of util and promise, as we saw on the other maps. It seems we will start with a close scoreline once these buy rounds come through, and I think that is a great way to set up who will take the first win between these two in their journey in Pro League in the B group.
Elsewhere, looks like Ents have secured their opening win against Evil Geniuses, 2-0. There's all eyes on this matchup, deciding map between these two teams. MIBR came out of the gates early in this series with a great map win on Vertigo, 16-9, but then MOUZ very quickly bounced back. Both of those first two maps were fairly one-sided, so glad that we've got a close one on our hands here on Mirage, at least right now. Here come those rifles out for MOUZ. Impact a rare, unsilenced M4 user on the CT side. Going to see early lean from MIBR over to A. Already a couple of smokes into this site. See if they follow up on that.
Such minimal utility for MOUZ. Gonna have to rely on teamwork, positioning, what is afforded to them in that respect anyway. Oh boy, the drive-by from Exit is outrageous. MIBR keep the numbers even until they take advantage once again. 3-on-3 was good, 3-on-2 is even better. Hot flashes are pretty good also. 8 bullets for Exertion. Might be enough. He's buying time, showing presence for Yimfat to get into position, but where are MIBR off to?
So delayed on the bomb plant, it's allowed Yimpat to get all the way behind. He's got the first for free, but now they know positions. They've got the bomb planted for them, so MIBR don't need to force fights. Sani's stuck at stairs, though. That's not a comfortable position to be in right now. Drop's got both out of there.
Wow.
Great work from Drop to tie things up.
How did he manage to collect both of them? I don't know, but that was a great job. Indeed, it does get worrisome when they really slow things down. CTs will only get closer as you do that. That is nasty from Exit. Jumping like he's holding an MP9. That's a hell of a frag. Frozen's got to be pissed off. That's almost a desk puncher. I think some people are punching their desk when they get popped like that. When it leads to a round win and puts you on eco as well. How much you can say when that happens. He was victimized. He was a passenger in that process.
Yeah, it's also wild because Frozen normally so consistently reliable for MOUZ, but there's not much you can do sometimes when the jumping Mac 10 gets you. And if he'd have got a kill on the hold, it could have made a big difference there. Getting into that late round with how close the numbers were at the end. Instead, it's MIBR with an excellent opportunity to take the lead. Showing us that they are going to be a real threat here in Group B. Whatever happens on the rest of this map, they have pushed MOUZ to the limit here on Mirage. Got a couple of Eagle Blazes in play. Warning shot from Exertion. And Shuhei, though he does tag Drop.
"38 seconds. Could play into MOUZ's hands if they can keep the numbers up. Position has been taken, but jungle's still a problem. Imfat has lost his position now. Breno's made it to the bomb site, and I think the threat is over for MIBR. They'll be taking the lead now. Pressure rises for MOUZ to start delivering on this second half.
See if MIBR want to punish entirely. I think if I were them, I'd probably focus more on my own economy. Drop will try and keep them locked in. He's low here. This AK may well be lost. Good headshot. Now he decides to tuck back. Smart decision there from Drop. No need to give the AK away to the CTs. Despite the pistols being split on this map, MIBR have been doing good work in the gun rounds to get to this point. A 10-9 lead for them. Bit of pressure starting to rise on MOUZ right now. Torji has that AWP. It is a full buy for the CTs. But look at this. The first timeout taken by MIBR. Goes to show how comfortable they must have been.
Nobody wants to take an L in the first series here at Pro League. It's a close one. I think this is quite unpredictable. I feel like MIBR might be a little beyond ahead of what their current rank is coming into this. So it's difficult to place. I think you have to favor MOUZ on paper. But they're fighting, they're scrapping. They had a good start with the pistol, but now we've got a very good buy for MOUZ, and maybe we'll see a closer round from the MOUZ squad. They've got some intel in what we've seen so far. Drop moving very quickly below the window.
Time to slow it down. Doesn't have the help from top mid yet. I do think for MIBR, a lot of their success has still come from fast rounds throughout this series on their T side. So I'm really intrigued to see if they can keep it up with a slower paced round like this one. Can they show that same level of cohesion and composure? Currently, we've got a mid stack from MOUZ. One man watching underpass, one man watching top mid. So that's something that MIBR would have to overcome initially if they want to get this mid control. And AWP of Torji has to be denied here.
Wondering if Drop was offering some deliberate footsteps earlier on. Either way, Torji has delivered big frags from that short position. Very important advantage for MOUZ as they move forward. In fact, take a hidden position before that smoke dissipates. MOUZ may have a good opportunity to tie the score once more. We'll see if he in fact will be checked for as Drops. Got a grenade in his hand, pulls out the AK, may have just seen something. Delivers a big headshot, but Frozen is here, and Frozen is always a problem. Looking for a second frag on that bomb carrier, but he'll be denied. Down to a 2-on-2. 14 seconds to get that bomb plant. Exertion will show presence and rotate. See how long that flash will keep the focus for. As Juhei makes his way towards the bomb site. Has he been detected yet? I don't believe he has, but Insani is very fast indeed. That's the play Exertion was looking for. AWP versus AWP now. Safe up top. Exertion creeping. Makes his way onto the bomb site. Who's going to be faster? Who's going to have that quick scope ready or the shotgun mode? Switched out for the M4 as Exertion and delivers everything he needs to. Has the kit. Scores tied again. MOUZ are back.
Big round there. And Exertion started out this game incredibly. He was 7-2 at one point. Then he slowed down massively as this game has gone on. But that is a big round from him. Sani did so well to pull the AK out. This was Drop clearing the corner initially. The Impacts had some struggles in these anchor positions. But the rotate enough this time for Exertion. Then the tension in the 1v1 was really high there. You see both players trying to make moves both ways, trying to figure out where they needed to look. It's Exertion who gets the better of the one-on-one. The thing is, on the CT side, your economy is constantly under threat. And even with the round win, we see that come through here. 2 FAMASs in play. Not an ideal position if they were to lose this round especially. So pressure is very much still on MOUZ as they take the time out ahead of this round. At least that's one step in the right direction here. Their first CT round on board.
Very aggressive rounds. The angles from the Orcs on both sides as they search, but Safe will be the first one to deliver. A focus on Frozen now. Trying to hide in plain sight. There might be our creep. Version's pretty committed here as well, but these positions have not been detected. How long can C stay alive now? Will there be the trigger discipline? He's losing teammates left, right, and center. Two go past him. Surely he's got to go for both. A great transfer, but there are too many man on road, and Torji is not in a position to do anything about this.
Yeah, Exertion knew he had to pull the trigger eventually there. You can't just sit in the corner and hope for a ninja defuse. Maybe a matchmaking, but not at the pro level. Someone's going to look at you eventually. And unfortunately, too many of his teammates had fallen. What a round from Insani again. His entries are unbelievable. That's his 7th opening kill, or 6th opening kill rather. Safe got the first one in this round, but just the work he does on these entries onto the bomb site. You see the impact of his play. And for MOUZ, this is a devastating round loss. Even if Torji saves this AWP, his teammates are going to have awkward money. Maybe Exertion and Shuhei could scrape out a buy. There's a big decision to be made. I think the half buy has to be the call here. It's close. It's so close. You're so tempted if you're MOUZ. If you've got confidence in your CT gun rounds, you might be better off taking the half buy here. Frozen getting caught out like this. You don't see that too often. Sani delivering massive impact in this round. Despite Exertion's best efforts, it's MIBR back in the lead. And the final timeout taken.
I'm really enjoying this series because it's just like, you don't know what maximum MIBR is. But again, from the beginning, the magnifying glass for me has been on them, and I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. They're definitely like for the whole as a team. The discipline is there. They had difficulties in that second half in the last map, but they're showing that they might just have the depth for the series. A formidable opponent in this first round for MOUZ. Pressure on them now. The much higher ranked team needs to deliver. Don't quite have the tools to do it on this particular round, but they certainly are dangerous enough. They've got the talent, even with these pistols, this MP9, especially with this AWP in the hands of Torji, who gets the opening frag in round 22. It'd be hard to retrieve that gun, but the man advantage is always good in a round such as this.
Torji looking solid again, activating with that AWP. The bomb is not currently towards B. This utility is just to keep these players in place from drop. The bomb will move back towards A. That AWP of Torji looks pretty hard committed to the B bomb site, so it looks as though those weaker weapons have to be the difference makers, and Frozen playing a big off angle, but one that works for him. Bomb dropped. Exit has to recover, but too many CTs against him. It looks good for MOUZ right now, but drop will start to bring things back. Exertion brings it back for MOUZ though. It's all on drop. He'll get one through the smoke, and there's no more to be done. Exertion pushes ahead, and it's MOUZ able to bring things back and tie things up.
And that's why MOUZ are MOUZ. That's why they've collected these players, because they have the talent to make the unlikely rounds work, to find edges when there's almost none. Look at that angle from Frozen, the wide peak for CT, and he's like, surprise. Well, I guess scrappy. It makes for a tight and unpredictable game, which is great to watch. 11 apiece. Time for MIBR to use some of those timeouts. But who really has control at this point? Post pistol and so on. Score's been tight, the game has been tight, round to round. The AKs will be out for them though. MOUZ have done more with less, but now they are far better equipped.
Loving some of the active play we're seeing from Torji as well. He's got 5 opening kills now. Yet to have a single opening death either. Pretty involved when he's needed to be with that AWP. Here's some more initiative taken by Torji, and it could pay off for him here. There's a few players in Palace, including the bomb. MIBR, I've got to be careful here.
Torji again. Yeah, Heavy artillery in the hands of Torji, dependable to get the 5-on-4 for the CT side. Takes the pressure off just a little, just a little. Now the onus is on MIBR to find a way in. Now MOUZ will use that util. MOUZ, that was the first smoke MOUZ have thrown in this round. They've got a minute on the clock. The bomb in Palace, there might not be time to stuff the choke points with these smokes, but there is one sailing in with very good timing. MIBR, from what we can see, could be in a lot of trouble here.
Good info as well. Frozen can now just jiggle peek that angle with a smoke ready to be deployed. Try and slow MIBR down from ramp. Did that Palace play still work though? Frozen's put down the smoke ahead of time. Now he can look back at Palace. Torji's here alongside him. Frozen putting down the covering fire. He will fall, but Torji misses his shot. That means there is a chance to get onto the site for MIBR.
There's no one in jungle either. They don't have all the angles covered. That smoke is up. An exit could be walking into a trap. He's found by Shuhei, and that's going to collapse the entire idea for MIBR. They've got to find these frags and drop to the 1 versus 2. Make it 1v1, but there's no time to plant that bomb, swinging through the smoke and hoping for something. But he'll be left with nothing, wondering what could have been. Took the wrong angle there. And again, there's just too much util for MOUZ. They put MIBR into an awkward position. Putting back to the ramp on the reload gave MIBR a chance through that smoke, but still. Very difficult round for them. Didn't challenge MOUZ enough. Forced them to dump that util earlier on. Have a look at that angle from Shuhei as well. That's experience for you.
That was that smoke that Torji dropped that you can either lurk out behind or you can just use it as cover to stand on the box up top. Safe with the hero AWP in this round, but gun barrel spotted, deleted at the start of the round. That AWP will be recovered. But now it's the secondary AWPer or tertiary AWPer on the team that's going to have to take his chance to try and open up the round. Oh, that won't happen. Looking clean for MOUZ. Ooh, very clean.
So nasty to just watch the POV on the receiving end. So nasty.
Torji stepped up, man. Really stepped up on this map. Great to see for MOUZ. There was a question a long time as to whether Torji had another level to him. He's showing it here against MIBR. I was saying earlier for MIBR, I was worried that they were winning a lot of their rounds with those fast plays, but now that it's coming into some later rounds, it does feel like that's where MOUZ's experience is shining through. You can even see in this one, it's pistols again for MIBR. So maybe it is back to that fast-paced play that was working for them earlier. Pressure on Yimpat here. Somewhat isolated on this B site.
Put the smoke down to try and invite the rotation, but they are so far away from him. It's going to be eons before they get into position. And have a look at where drop is with that Tech 9, but that smoke lands perfectly for Shuhei. That makes a hell of a difference, but they're still getting absolutely drilled by that rifle in the hands of Insani. 3 in the round for him. There might be more on the way as well. Do they commit to this? Do they go through this choke point? This is so oppressive now. Could lose everything. Exit picks up the 4th. Frozen. Last makes his way. And he's so wrong, but he's now down to 20. Funny has to be found and quick. 4 bullets. That's not even enough to really go for a hopeful spray, and then Funny will finish off the job. 4 kills in a round from him. Devastating with that M4 on the B bomb site. And it continues to go back and forth.
Fast play from MIBR, but rapid-fire shots from Insani as well. Once he gets that rifle, look at how clean some of these kills are. With an M4, no less. Not even the one-shot headshot of the AK that he delivers. Massive impact. Again, Yimpat has had a few of those rounds where I feel like you just want him to buy time as that anchor. When you look at the overall map there, if he gets 1 kill and gets traded quickly, it allows MIBR that quick access to the bomb site. Definitely feels like that's something MIBR have been able to make the most of in some of these rounds. The timeout taken by MIBR. MOUZ again with that round loss. their economy gets put on the verge of being broken. There is very little room for error on either team right now. What a way to end the day.
A lot of fights in this group. I love that even as these rounds go back and forth, there's enough in many of these rounds for the scrap to continue. Be it a disastrous buy for MOUZ, they know how to make those work. A lack of util here or there, an MP9, a Tech 9. We've seen in many a MOUZ T round later on. Gets pretty quiet. Of course, it's MIBR here. Oh, just betrayed by the spray exertion. Almost a free 5v4 for MIBR in the end. 4 of the 5 players on MOUZ have empty pockets. They have $0. No change, nothing. This would be a brutal time to be completely broken if they were to get wiped in this round. And look at the positions that MIBR will take this bomb site with as it's drop again, as it was on Vertigo. Causing problems late on in Mirage. And Torji wondering why no one's responding on the radio. Look at the money on MOUZ. Look at the money on MOUZ. We're heading to round 27.
They're going to have to hard save. I think it was a $1,900 loss bonus. Even the hard save won't be great for them. Torji's chance of saving is getting slimmer by the second. Insani quick on the trigger. As always, MIBR tie things up. And that weak loss bonus for MOUZ means it probably has to be a full eco here. MIBR looking for the upset. And this was so awkward for Frozen. He was caught there at Tetris. I think he maybe wanted to reposition, but they got up through connector a little quicker than he might have been expecting. And he was just in an awkward position where he was almost exposed to every angle. You see Frozen just kind of having to fight. Didn't look good for him. Looks like USPs for MOUZ. You've got to remember, at Cologne, the placement doesn't look great for MOUZ. They finished 9th to 12th. It looks decent. But the actual results, they beat Na'Vi in their opening game, and they only lost to Vitality and Astralis at Cologne, 2 teams that made the playoffs. So we were expecting MOUZ to come in here and be one of the better teams in this group. MIBR might be about to turn that on its head if they can pull this off.
When I went to secondary school, at lunchtime, I had to use tokens to get lunch because we were poor. And that's what it feels like for MOUZ right now, man. This is lunch token status. This is a hot dog and a bit of pudding if you're lucky.
I think someone stole their lunch tokens, though.
Oh, yeah. I think we had...
Gonna have to steal them back.
Yeah, this is a glass of water. And an empty belly. Cleanest of ecos.
Can we even imagine a world where MOUZ win this round? It's very hard to. Utility looks pretty good from MIBR. Watch out those close corners in connector. Don't make any silly mistakes. MIBR even took their timeout ahead of this round. They should know they're against a weak buy. Looks like they've made the right decision moving into B right here. Surely it's about to be 14 for MIBR, and it is about to be full pressure on MOUZ.
A lot to think about in these moments for MOUZ. MIBR still needs to deliver, though. They are moving into a superior position. They still need to convert. But again, we've seen promise from MIBR. It's been a good series. I would say great series. The struggles in that second half. It's been a good series for them. We've seen lots of things we were looking for. But now they have a great opportunity to take a big scalp at the beginning of this group. MOUZ will have something to say about it, though, as the M4s come out in CT spawn, or the M4 comes out, for still to buy. There's a full buy in the hole for MIBR. There's a lot less pressure. But we've seen opportunities squandered in the past.
Oh, AWP for Torji, but he goes aggressive with the rifle. Looking good for Insani to get this opener. And MOUZ will have to fight from the back foot. A 4v5 against them. Frozen might need help on 8. Shuhei's left mid to come assist him. MIBR remain grouped outside this A site. Looks like they have their goal set on this A play.
You can't be afraid to be bold. And MOUZ did exactly that, but there's so much time to capitalize now. Shuhei crouching, nothing to be done as Renazan gets the third kill. MOUZ have been decapitated in round 28. Exertion is hoping for a miracle, which he might just find, actually. This might be the right set of ingredients for him. A perfect transfer onto the low health player, and we're into the 1v1. But where is Safe? He doesn't seem to know. Has there been a sound cue? Dropping some grenades now as he tries to fall back. But it's too much to ask, and MIBR get to match point versus MOUZ.
So close from Exertion as the players line up for him. But out of ammo at the end, USP in hand. He's a sitting duck for Safe. Sani got this flash early to deny Torji. There was the rotate back, but this trade from Breno was so big. Frozen couldn't multi-kill. And Exertion, the transfer down was well taken. He goes to the USP, it allows Safe to close the 15th round to put them up to match point.
Have a look at that body language as well. You can see what it means. They understand the opportunity that they have crafted for themselves in this series. There's still work to be done. MOUZ are not shy. They've been on the worst end of things before. They know how to deal with the pressure. They will choose to play their game. Renazan, oh, he saw the elbow. He was ready for it. But Frozen is a hard man to put down, even with the FAMAS. All remained for MIBR. Job's not done yet. Again, there is plenty of money. Safe's got 11k basically. You don't want it to get that far if you're a MIBR. You need to deliver now.
I like this decision. Go back to mid. You know that you've got the AWP advantage. They're not going to have a CT sniper. So they can just sneak on up. They don't have to use much utility. They can use their advantage at range. This allows them to set up a site split if that is what they want.
Look at these positions from MOUZ. Great angle from Yimfat, and it's a bait setup as well. There's potential for his teammates to help out, but they are running into the grinder. 2v2 though, this is hyper dangerous for MIBR. Look how low their health is. The AWP, if it can find the right angle, will be oh so important in a scenario like this. Shuhei though is better for it. Drop's got 8 HP and 2 to find. He'll be dealt with quickly. And the first of 2 tests is passed for MOUZ.
Oh, Breno will be frustrated, holding ramp early. He's not had a great game, but he would have wanted to just get 1 kill or at least get away. Instead, he goes down early. The backup plan wasn't bad from MIBR, but Yimpact does a good bit of work on that B anchor position. A boosted angle, enough for him to double up just before he gets traded by drop. Then I'm pretty sure Safe got the chance to fire that AWP shot. It doesn't connect. Shuhei cleans up the low health players, and we go the distance in regulation. And this time, MOUZ get the proper full buy to try and take us to overtime.
Attempt number 2 for MIBR. Taking some big damage early, softening them up. AK in the hand of Frozen in the last round. Rather you than me, MIBR. That's going to be a problem. The clean and early takeoff connector. They will retract from mid to use the numbers elsewhere. They'll have Phantom presence in the mid position for now. Being quite quick about this as well. This could take longer. They will cut noise as they approach. Bear in mind, Safe is scoped in early so as not to concede his position with the sound cube. We are going to have 5 players heading towards that A-bomb site. And MOUZ have no information towards mid. Nades start to come through. Frozen's in that sandwich position. Is there a molly for him, though? Torji's been dropped in the meantime in CT. But Shuhei can pick up the slack. Oh, this could mean everything. Frozen's got the AK out once again, and Sunny still holding the angle in his position, though. Frozen trying to do what he can, but it's only 1. 2 remain, 2 on 4. Yimfat and Exertion with not the best positions. No one in CT. Exertion still in that short area, both with kits. MIBR are heavily tagged. They can avoid unnecessary bullets, and this could be the round for them.
Sneaking in. That's not going to mean anything. Safe and Insani close. It is the upset secured by MIBR to open up their season of Pro League. They take down MOUZ in the opening game off the back of Insani and Safe having big performances. And that has really thrown this group into disarray because there's a new team to watch out for. And they go by the name of MIBR.
Great call by Cadian in the interview earlier on, saying that this was a team to watch. And I think as a spectator, this is a great result as well, because it adds another name to the list of the teams to watch, the teams that are dangerous, the teams that can put up a fight. We can see the work they've been putting in. That was very clear from the first map. Then the question is it a one-trick pony job, or do they have the depth to go further? And we discovered that as we went along. Some problems in the second half on Inferno. MOUZ came to strength and had a rout to force it to a third, but they were able to dig deep enough to not only stop overtime, but win the match as well. A fantastic result for MIBR. Again, working as a unit, the whole better than the sum of its parts, stronger, more important. I really enjoy that journey with MIBR, and I'm happy to see a brand like that have a performance like that with a team without that historical name value where they just call whoever they want and they come through. But to just have a unit work together like that was really enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, really some of the new guns shining through, and I think it's just great to have a clear second best Brazilian team. I think MIBR are trying to establish themselves as that, and it looks like they might be able to do it with the additions of Safe and Drop. I think Safe was really good throughout this series. Insani looks like the next big thing from the region, from Brazil.
Holy potatoes, yeah.
Yeah, just raw skill-wise, he can go a long, long way if he can refine his game further. And they also clearly don't have any weak point on the team, really. I think everyone had their moments, and that really actually makes this group so interesting, because I was already thinking there were 5 teams that could make it through this group. Now I'm thinking there's 6, and MIBR have just thrown their name into the hat.
Yeah, the way they play definitely feels like they are absolutely in this together. They have that synergy, they have that discipline. Again, I think like for me, those rounds in the earlier maps where they went for an eco and they had bucket loads of util and they had a very clear and thorough plan from top to bottom, from left to right along that table, is a fantastic indication of how hard they are working. These guys are not phoning in, they're not dialing it in, they're not here on autopilot. They are working hard to scrape and fight for as much as they can. And it is a fantastic journey so far, and little we have seen, it's been full of promise for the squad.
Certainly, and I love that on this third map, I don't think there's any way you can say that they didn't just end up beating out MOUZ fair and square. You know, they split the pistols on this map. It was really the gun rounds where MIBR came through and had to find their success. And they even sort of had to fight through some adversity there, because there was a little streak of rounds where MOUZ put 3 CT rounds in a row together. It looked like MOUZ were coming back into it. It was in the deep waters in the late game. MIBR actually kept their cool. Sometimes you see underdog teams struggling when it gets to the late game. Maybe they start to get stressed or start to lose track of everything they need to do. Despite this one being a close scoreline, going to a decider map, MIBR stayed calm in those final few rounds, and they deserve a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, great series, honestly. Very unpredictable. I love that third map as well. The second map looks interesting as we headed towards the second half. And it was great to see MOUZ show strength after MIBR won their pick and MOUZ answered back in a brutal fashion. But again, so unpredictable. Very, very engaging in that third map. Just waiting for our interview to be lined up. But oh, look at the body language is great. Even when they were feeling the pressure, you could see it. When things went wrong, you could see hands on the foreheads and so on. Like they were really feeling that one, and we could see how important it was for them to win. And again, who they won against also fantastic. So staying in the top of the bracket for now are MIBR, as MOUZ will be heading to different waters in that mid bracket, and who knows, we'll wait for them down there. We'll have a look at how things are shaping up in that respect a little later on. But yeah, what a wonderful time. I think that's great for Brazilian Counter-Strike as well. We need more depth from the teams coming into playing the European teams and elsewhere. Like we want to see more of them doing better. So I think that's a very good indicator. We have Insani actually on the line after that victory for MIBR. So Insani, congratulations on the victory. Now, watching from the first map, it's quite clear that you guys work really hard and you're very together as a team. Just tell us a bit about your journey as a team together and how hard you've been working on your strats. Like we saw some eco rounds where you guys had loads of utility on I think it was Vertigo, and like a clear plan for rounds like that. So how much have you guys been in the lab to get to the point where you are now?
All right, since Drop and Save came to the team, we have had 2 months of intense practice. And the addition of them, I think it made us level up our level as team. So we have good practices, and we are confident on ourselves, and we are confident on each other. And I think these things help us to get on another level. And that's it, basically.
So tell us a bit about where you came from, because you clearly have a lot of talent. But you're a new name to a lot of people who watch Counter-Strike. So what is your history? How long have you been playing for? What has your journey been to where you are now?
I started playing CS, trying to get professional on 2018. And since there, I've been eating the game. I have some struggles with university that I locked up to get to professional CS. And MIBR was the first big organization that I've played on, and since then, since I entered MIBR, I've been here, and it's been quite good.
Not bad, not bad. All right, in this series, I wanted to ask about the map pick from you guys. I don't think I've really seen you guys pick Vertigo too much. So that's something you've been practicing more, or was that against MOUZ, the specific opponent?
Vertigo is a map that we have been practicing a lot. We haven't had the chance to play it because no team picked against us, and we were trying on other maps like Anubis and Unchained. So I think this game now gave us a lot more confidence on this map, and we are good on it.
Awesome. I wanted to ask about some of your teammates as well. I think it's Exit is the in-game leader for you guys, right? Cool. How do you think he helps the team? Because like James was saying, you guys look like you always have cool little ideas. So is it more of a team effort, or do you think he's more leading what you guys like to do?
Exit, obviously, he is the in-game leader and he do the callouts and stuff. But with the addition of Safe and Drop, who are 2 people that talk a lot in game and during the rounds and mid calls and stuff, we have like plenty. We have 5 people who talks a lot, and like the responsibility doesn't take all on Exit, you know. So everybody helps and everybody talks mid round. So I think it's easier for him and for us.
Awesome.
How important was this win over MOUZ for you guys? Because we could see on the cameras that there were certain points where something went wrong and you could really feel the pressure, but then we saw when you won and the release once you completed the match. So how big of a victory is this for you guys in your progress, and like a validation of the work you've been doing so far?
Yeah, as you said, I think this win is a validation of our hard work we have had on the past months. So we got really relieved that we can reach it, we can be the best team, and we can beat every team in the world. So that's basically it. He gave us confidence.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on a very big win. And we'll let you get off to the rest to your team, and good luck in the rest of the bracket and your next matches.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a
Thanks to Insani. That was a great performance from him. Some wonderful highlights. Like, honestly, the level of skill that was on display, especially from him and others, was No, I can't say that. It was really good. Let's say that. No puns intended. But let's have a look at the bracket now that all the matches have been concluded for the day and see how things started and how they are looking as well. Not everybody remains in the upper bracket after today's action. Rooster got deleted by Heroic, as one would expect in that matchup, and not be going over to face Big in the next round, who beat Monty 2-1 on the other side. MIBR versus MOUZ, we just took you through that one, and then it's 2-0 to Evil Geniuses. So for the most part, some expected results, but a bit of spice there with an upset from MIBR. You can see what that means for the mid-bracket. Rooster versus Monty, that's going to be an interesting one. Maybe we'll have more space for Rooster to show themselves there. Then MOUZ versus Evil Geniuses, who are trying to rebuild and make something anew as well. What do you fancy for this part of the bracket?
I mean, listen, EG, we obviously didn't get to see the game, but they played pretty close against Ents, at least on Nuke and on Mirage. It wasn't a complete whitewash, so I'm curious. Maybe they can make something happen there against MOUZ, and I don't know. I'm excited to see if EG can get that rebuild going. But yeah, I'm really happy for MIBR, especially also, just want to say, Insani's English was like pretty much perfect, which is awesome to hear from him. Like,
yeah,
really cool.
Yeah, that was really good. I always try to speak at a slightly slower pace for the internationals just in case, but he had a great grasp on that one. So we'll be back tomorrow. We've got more action for you on Stream A and Stream B, so make sure you're following the channels. But that is good night for tonight. We will see you later. Have a good one. See you tomorrow.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Rooster one more time. Are you ready?
Ooh, eyes I can see you keeping me wavy. You are made of dreams. I'm into it, just moving like a shot in the dark. My heart it goes hazy. Too much symmetry. Fall into it. I wanna drift asleep, tangled in your sheets. I wanna hear you say my name forever. Tell me I'm ecstasy, everything you need. I wanna know you'll chase me to the clouds. I can see it in my head, it's better than the others. I know it could be the best, yeah, I could be your lover. You don't cross my mind cause you're living it. If you were all mine, it'd be everything. Baby, let me love you, yeah, I wanna be your lover. Slow motion falling into